lonely. I've got on my mind.
Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give give me you. Obono kife la chasha so Obono
Country people, make una come here tori o.
Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obono kife la chasha so Obono kife me chasha me My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so Obune kife la chasha me yo My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go I could go When I call your name Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you gon' love me. I do go.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹrùkù wọ́wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàpadà dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló bá ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí.
And there it is. I wonder if he actually did vote for. Good day, by the way. I hope you can hear my voice. Let me know immediately and right now if you can't hear my voice. Or because otherwise the purpose, the object of the broadcast is defeated. Let me know if you can't hear my voice. So I was just about to say that I wonder if he did vote for Jagaban, the Buhari guy that is. I wonder if he did vote for Jagaban because, of course, Tinubu lost his own home state. Not Tinubu's own home state, though, which a lot of people will say that he came from Lagos, he lost that as well, but he lost Buhari's home state. So did he vote for Jagaban is the question. But the question answered, of course, with Tinubu now being the president. So that clip was inspired by Chioma, who has been singing along to that even before the session started. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So if you've had a gloriously wonderful day, what would make my day glorious and wonderful equally is if you clicked on the like button. So do that immediately and right now. So when I say click on the like, I've said this often enough. When I say click on the like button, that is actually an invitation to do something. They call that in the media space a call to action. So when I say click on the like button, that's actually a call to action. So I'm inviting you to carry out an activity, and that activity is to click on that like button. So if it doesn't especially jar you in a way that surges through your body at a level of discomfort, then click on the like button. If you don't viscerally object to it, if you have no reasons not to do it, then you have every reason to do it. So if you have no reason not to do it, then you have every reason to do it. So click on the like button immediately right now. And if you're not already subscribed, in a swift motion, click on that subscription button that is showing red, turn it gray, and then you are permanently to the end of time a member of the a subscriber. You're not a member. If you want to be a member, there's a join button there. But for permanently and forever, you'll be a subscriber to the One Man platform. So click on like and click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and be part of the conversation, This hyperlink that says StreamYard right here, that's your ticket to ride. That's your invitation to come and participate. So if you do want to come, and I don't object, by the way, so because yesterday we only had a readout and we ended it there. So we do have occasions when the session just ends in a readout. So it's not any pressure for anybody to come. So you have to be a willing participant rather than a participant under duress. So if you are willing and you have the time, then click on that hyperlink. But if you are not, then we just have a readout and commentaries, and then we call it a day. So so do those. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the upper link that says StreamYard. Do all those as we start to go through then what we're looking to discuss today. So as we start to go through what we're looking to discuss today, and we're kicking it off then with the headline piece. So we kick it off with the headline piece, and the students are restive. Or is it restive or restless? The students are restless. And when students are restless, it can only really mean anything for that nation state. And that usually means chaos. NANS gives Tinubu 14 days ultimatum to address economic hardship or face protests. So the people that you don't want really, and by the way, I'm sweating quite a bit here, so you see me wiping my brow in the course of just coming off a flu, and you usually sweat it out. That's usually what happens. So the one thing that any nation state does not want is displeased students, young people on the streets raging. And this is the promise now to Tinubu and a 2-week ultimatum. So again, NANS gives Tinubu 14-day ultimatum to address economic hardship or face protests. So the students look to move. The Southwest Zone of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has threatened to take to the streets in 14 days should President Bola Tinubu fail to mitigate the widespread hunger and economic hardship that continues to ravage the country under his administration. This was disclosed on Monday in a media briefing held in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. The briefing was convened by the coordinator of the zone alongside, let me take that from the top again. The Southwest Zone of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has threatened to take to the streets in 14 days should President Bola Tinubu fail to mitigate the widespread hunger and economic hardship that continues to ravage the country under his administration. This was disclosed on Monday in a media briefing held in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. The briefing was convened by the coordinator of the zone alongside the General Secretary, Alao John, and Sani Suleiman Olamide to address the looming economic crisis occasioned by inflation, depreciation of the currency, and on affordability of the supplies important for basic survival. The association is hereby issuing a 14-day ultimatum for President Tinubu to respond to our demands and implement concrete measures to tackle the cost of living crisis. Failure to do so will result in mass protest, the group said. And by the way, there was another response. I hope I have it. I hope I have it in the lineup. And if I don't have it, if somebody can grab it quickly, pop it to me on Instagram. There was a response in the course of exchanges between the presidency and the Atiku camp, where the presidency is insisting that the cost of living in Nigeria is the cheapest in Africa. And there are statistical data that back that up, by the way, which we've sort of skirted around that sort of topic in the course of discussions on this platform. The association is hereby issuing a 14-day ultimatum for President Tinubu to respond to our demands and implement concrete measures to tackle the cost of living crisis. Failure to do so will result in mass protest, the group said. NANS Southwest Zone D is going to mobilize students and citizens to take to the streets in large numbers. According to the students group, the economic downturn has put basic survival needs, including housing, food, and healthcare, out of the reach for many average Nigerians. The impact of these economic pressures has become particularly severe on the average Nigerian, making it increasingly difficult to afford basic necessities such as food, shelter, and health care, Mr. Alao said in his delivery. Many families are struggling to make ends meet with stagnant wages and rising prices, pushing them further into poverty, he added. The association tasked Mr. Tinubu to immediately take concrete actions aimed at alleviating the living crisis. There is an urgent need for swift and decisive action to mitigate the impact of the cost of living crisis and restore hope and dignity to millions of struggling Nigerians, Mr. Alao said. So Mr. Alao said, oh, now, if we want to unpack this just a little bit, so yes, well, the one thing that Tinubu does not want, or any government indeed, is these students taken to the street. But then, what can Tinubu do, or what can the presidency do? What can the government do within a 2 week gap, within a 2 week window, to turn things around? So that 2 week window is an unrealistic expectation. But what is the government doing to turn things around in the shortest possible time? This is more where that question should be, and that is where that question is. And in an earlier session that we did, looking at because Yemi Cardoso, of course, he came out today to have his first media interaction, and we were reacting to that. And a lot of things that were coming out of that, it actually points in the direction of this poverty alleviation that these students are agitating for. But it's in the nuance of the minutiae of economic management. That is where the solution is. And it is to those nuances that the central bank space and the economic space of the Nigerian space is speaking to. So that's where the battle is. So it's not kumbayaism, it's not alutaism, and it's not unzobuism. So none of those isms. It's practical, deliberate steps. So are those practical, deliberate steps being taken? Yes. Are they the right steps? Some people will argue that yes, I say maybe, but is it timely and sufficient? I'll probably say no, because there are other steps that could have more immediate impact that the government is not taking. And to those steps, it would address some of these things that we were saying in an earlier session. I was saying, and I suspect that one or two people agreed with me in that conversation. We were saying in an earlier session that the government would do well to flood the country with food. Do you get what I mean? To flood the country with food. So just have this Thai rice, just 1,000 shillings of Thai rice, just flood it and crash that food market. You know, in Yoruba land, we said in Yoruba land we say tóúnjẹ bá ti kúrò nínú ìṣẹ́ bùṣe. That is what we say in Yoruba land. Tóúnjẹ bá ti kúrò nínú ìṣẹ́ bùṣe. If you remove hunger from poverty, then poverty is defeated. You know, because that's the first basic need, isn't it? So first you feed, and then if you feed well, it impacts on your health, and that impacts on your overall well-being. So that is the Yoruba idiom. So to that space, the economic team should look. But the students, they are restive, and you don't really want students on the street. But still, the pressure on that space, all of the pressure that is being applied to that Tinubu space at the moment is all wrapped around the economic language. And this guy has no dog in the fight. He is what they call within the Nigerian space an AGIP, AGIP. You will say that is the name of or the moniker of a petroleum outlet, but really it's an acronym for any government in power. They call this sort of a person AGIP. I'm talking about Rewan Bismarck, who has no dog in the fight, but he just speaks to the facts as he says it. Come clean to Nigerians, act quickly. Rewani tells Tinubu. So now let's now see now what Bismarck. They describe him as an economist, but I'm not sure that he did study economics. But nevertheless, let's see what he has to say. A renowned economist and managing director, chief executive officer of Financial Derivatives Company Limited in Lagos, Bismarck Rilwan. I wonder if that is his real first name, Bismarck. There's nothing, I'm not quite sure which region of Nigeria gives their children Bismarck, but there it is. That's what he calls himself. A renowned economist and managing director, chief executive officer of Financial Derivatives Company Limited in Lagos, Bismarck Rilwan, has urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to tell Nigerians the truth and do something quick to save the nation's economy, saying the situation is not looking good. Rilwan stated this during an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today. He said that there is no quick fix solution to Nigeria's economic challenges. He said that what the president needed to do at the moment was to block the leakages and look for competence rather than loyalty. Rilwan said, you have to be honest with yourself. Quick solutions to Nigeria's economic problems. Come clean to Nigerian people and tell them that this is the extent of the problem. We did it after the Civil War. Chief Awolowo came and said what to do. At the end, everything was rebuilt and the economy came back to where it was supposed to be. So come clean, block the leakages, and look for competence. Competence is more important at this time than loyalty. So I'm not quite sure that there's a chasm between those two spaces. I'm not quite sure that it's an either or choice. The fact that you have loyalty does not then mean that you're foregoing competence. And the fact that you have competence does not then necessarily mean that you're foregoing loyalty. Because a lot of the people within the Tinubu economic team, within the Tinubu governance even, a lot of them, they are tried and tested severally in private industry and governance, and they've always excelled. So the fact that they may or may not be loyal to Tinubu does not in any way reduce or diminish their competence. So come clean, block the leakages, and look for competence. Competence is more important at this time than loyalty. Look for competence and make sure that you execute efficiently. Any solution that requires printing more money is not the panacea for inflation. Inflation is the beginning of the end of a currency, and the end of a currency is the beginning of political crisis. The situation is not looking good. You, Tinubu, have to do something and do it in a hurry. And make sure you get feedback so that you are monitoring the situation, because the feedback you get may be wrong. You may think you are on the right path whilst you are on the wrong path. Honest and professional feedback as to what the truth is. Without the truth, you cannot set the people free. So what level of feedback is Tinubu actually getting is where that question, that portal opens up. So what level of feedback is Tinubu getting? So within his economic bracket, you have some of the biggest names within the Nigerian financial and economic space. So he has their influence, but in addition to that, because a lot of the comings out of the Tinubu administration is that they administer via data. So they do, anybody that knows anything about anything, they do a lot of modeling, and they will permutate all of those models to find the best fit, and then to know where all the pain pressures are and what all of the outcomes are and all of that. So there's a lot of data that goes into all of this decision making, and those data are continuously being interrogated to see if they're serving the purpose. So are the feedbacks coming from essentially is loyalist? I would say not, because in addition to his loyalist, he has also commissioned a lot of the financial big houses globally to also continuously monitor performance, both at the ministerial level and at the overall catchment of the economic space. We're talking about Deloitte and Touche, those sort of names, Pick Morgan, all these Arthur Anderson. So all the big financial players, they are working the modelings that is guiding the Nigerian financial space. there are very few missteps in a lot of the decisions that Tinubu has made. So as the broad thrust of decision, there are very few missteps there. So where there might well be missteps is in how those decisions are being administered. So I beg your pardon. Bear with me 1 second. So there are very few missteps in that space, as I was saying. So it is in the administering of it that you might well suggest that there might well be a misstep. There is no misstep in removing the arbitrage from the foreign exchange, certainly not. There is no misstep in floating the naira to find its true and actual value, certainly not. There is no misstep in removing the subsidy from the oil space, certainly not. There is no misstep in liberalizing the economic space, certainly not. So there are no missteps there in terms of directional thrust, no missteps. But in the minutiae of the administration of those policy thrust, you might well argue either or. But no missteps taken that I have identified so far. You may well have identified some. Police, 6 suspected kidnappers arrested in FCT. So that is the sort of news and we're getting more and more of this news. I'm not going to delve too deeply into this. I suspect that is Danladi, and more Danladi. Is it? Yes, of course. Danladi, and more Danladi. Mohammed Sabiu, Isa Abdullahi, Hamzat, Musa, Fatima. There's even a girl amongst them, Abdullahi, and Zulait Yusuf. So is that lady that? Well, this is it. We say we have when we say we have a Fulani problem in Nigeria, they'll accuse us of being ethnophobes. EFCC NABS general overseer over alleged 1.3 billion naira fake grant money laundering. So now, yes, along with the general overseer, I would like to see a couple of imams also picked up as well. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested a cleric, Apostle Theophilus Olochi Ebonye, for allegedly defrauding church members and others using fake grants from the Ford Foundation to the tune of 1.3 billion naira. The EFCC confirmed the arrest on Monday, saying the General Overseer of Faith on the Rock Ministry International allegedly defrauded his victims by advertising an intervention project through his NGO, claiming that the Ford Foundation was offering grant of $20 million, which is about 20 billion dollars to assist the less privileged. So anybody that falls for that level of how can the 20 billion anyway, I suppose desperation, isn't it? Is alleged he allegedly beguiled his victims to subscribe as beneficiaries of a phony grant by asking them to pay for registration form and clusters. Each subscriber was made to pay 1.8 million naira. Through this arrangement, Ebonyi allegedly raked in 1.3 billion naira. His subscribers are innocent and unsuspecting Nigerians and NGOs across the country. Investigations by the EFCC showed that the Ford Foundation had no arrangement, grant relationship, or business with Ebonyi. The foundation pointedly disclaimed him and his NGO, stressing that it had no link whatsoever with them. The commission has also traced 5 properties he acquired. So there it is right there. Everybody must work in Nigeria. Everybody vote for Jagaban, as they say. So green shoots, are we saying? Green shoots in all of these dark clouds that permeates the Nigerian space. Dollar volume doubles as Naira. Dollar volume doubles as Nigeria Central Bank shakes up markets. So this is coming internationally. This is coming from is behind the paywall, so I may not be able to read you this. It's behind the paywall, so let me see how much of it I can read. Yes, it's behind the paywall. It says a dollar trading more than doubled in Nigeria's foreign exchange market after the central bank announced a series of measures that enabled the naira to be traded more freely against the greenback. A total of $440 million traded in the West African nations foreign exchange market on Friday, the highest since June 2022. So that is the sort of if anybody has that in a different space, send it to me. That's on Bloomberg, and they put it behind the paywall. But what that is telling you then is that the turnaround in the value of the naira is imminent. So that's what that is telling you, because the more money comes into the system, the more pressure, the less pressure there is on the naira. And this is entirely, I was talking about deliberate steps earlier on, and this is an example of a deliberate step right there. Yemi Cardoso has forced open the vaults of all of the commercial banks by banning them from taking a long position with their dollar stocks. That is to say, they cannot hold dollars and continue to declare profit off the back of an escalating naira. So that's the effect of it. So it's forced them to open their vaults and pour those dollars into the market, or he will just end up seizing them. So there it is right there. So that's the impact of deliberate steps. So at least Nigeria, 17 other countries not qualified for 2025 US lottery program. So Biden is fed up with all of you roughnecks coming into his country. So there's that. So there is that. Let's go on from all right, let's go on. This thing is not loading up. Hold on. Oh, okay. Let's go to this one, and this one has loaded up. Yes. So this one, a deviation somewhat from politics. Nigerian High Commission issues security advisory to Nigerians in South Africa ahead of Super Eagles and Bafana match. So apparently, allegedly, we've actually got the South Africans as our next victim in our unstoppable march to lifting the African Nations Cup. And woe betide, of course, if Nigeria defeats South Africa in football. You know, that xenophobia that we're complaining about, that we're complaining about, it will go pro max. So let's see. The Nigerian High Commission in South Africa has issued a security advisory to Nigerian nationals ahead of the 2023 African Nations Cup semi-finals between the Super Eagles and Bafana. The High Commission, in a statement issued on Monday, February the 5th, observed the potential inflammatory online comments and veiled threats against Nigerians by a section of South Africans. In this regard, the High Commission advised members of the Nigerian community to be watchful of their utterances, be mindful of where they choose to watch the match, especially in public spaces, and to refrain from engaging in loud, riotous, or provocative celebrations should the Super Eagles win the match, the statement reads. Additionally, Nigerians should maintain the good conduct they are known for and be law-abiding before, during, and after the match. Should any provocation arise, they should not be reciprocated, but reported to the appropriate authorities. So this is what it has come to now. So we are not even allowed to beat the South Africans in football anymore. This is just what it is now. So more dollars gushing into the Nigerian space, $540 million raised. African Development Bank to fund 7 states for agro-industry processing zones. So I'll just establish the states. Which states are they? Did they? Oh yes. Oh, let me just. I'm just going to give you the states. The first phase of the process is being implemented in 7 states, namely Cross Rivers, Imo, Kaduna, Kano, Kwara, Ogun, and Oyo, as well as the FCT. I'm not quite sure if the FCT should be an agricultural hub. That's just the thing. All right. So that's sufficient enough to be going on with. There's plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to join, just hop on. Let me send the link again. There's plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on, just hop on. Let me send the link. So that's the link right there. If anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. We play the Kegite music, and then we'll take it from there. So we play the Kegite music, and hopefully the conversation kicks on from there. But first, of course, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So we will be having somewhat of a session. Coco joins us and the majestic Ajanle Coco as well. So good to have you here, gentlemen. So good to have you here. Good to be in your company. Let's kick it off with you, Coco, if you're ready to go. Coco, are you there? On mute.
Yes, I'm there.
All right, brilliant. Are you out and about? You sound like you are out in public somewhere.
No, I'm not out.
All right. Good to have you here. So, do you want me to line it up, or do you want to free flow to it? Do you want me to set up the topic for you, Coco? What's going on, my man? Are you there? Can anyone hear me? Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me, because we cannot hear this chappy.
I can hear you. Maybe system having problems.
All right. Let's go with you then, Ajanle Coco. So the students are restless. They are threatening to take to the streets, and you can understand the reasons. But a 14-day ultimatum, does it signal then that they're intent on taking to the streets no matter what? Because of course, 14 days not sufficient enough of a time for anything to take effect.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. What's the reason for their for the action they're trying to, for their ultimatum? One man.
Oh, they are saying they are saying Tinubu has to address the economic hardship. So they are speaking to just the lack of people being able to afford a life. Essentially, is where the pressure is.
Well, a Nigerian student. Is it the NAMs that are making this statement, or
Yes, it's a satellite group within the it's the southwest zone. They convened in Oshogo, and they are threatening to take to the streets. But then, of course, if they take to the streets with enough noise, then you can be certain that others will join them nationwide.
Oh yes. Well, um, as we know, one man, you know that student union have an history of carrying out posters against government um, barbaric policy. So, in this case, I think they're just trying to do carry out action that they are known for. As we know, the economic situation in Nigeria is very hard, and is batting hard on everybody, including the student. So I don't know if in that article they stated some areas of hardship, particularly where they, as students, are badly hit. If not, I think it's still welcome that they are trying to. Did they mention some?
They did state. They said, according to the students group, the economic downturn has put basic survival needs, including housing, food, and health care, out of the reach of many average Nigerians. So, the impact of these economic pressures have been particularly severe on the average Nigerian, making it increasingly difficult to afford basic necessities such as food, shelter, and health care. So that's where they're pressuring the government.
Oh yes. So, and yes, they are not exempted from this hardship, economic hardship in Nigeria. Uh, you know, I believe a lot of them, their parents, um, you know, uh, will have been badly hit, and maybe the allowances given to them, they used to give them, maybe they couldn't afford it uh, as they used to give them some allowances. So they are going through hardship too, and some of them that are not living in what do you call it, in the hostel, they have to rent houses closer to the campus. It's just too hard, and cost of living, cost of food, cost.
Is it really more the case that even the allowances that their parents are giving them, because it's no longer sufficient enough to meet their needs, if their
Yeah,
parents continue to give them that 50K, that 50K is now 5K at the
it's
market,
like 5K. Yeah.
Yes.
And the parents are not doing well economically as well. I mean, as they used to. The devaluation of the currency have really badly hit them badly as well. So I think students are mostly hit in this situation because what happened to I mean, when the economic hardship hit their parents, it hit them the most. We have some parents that have like 2 or 3 children in what do you call it, in the high institution, and they are not doing better economically. How would they be able to give them those allowances? In such a way that can cushion the effect of the economic hardship. It's impossible for the parents. So the
Yeah,
students are.
but a 14-day ultimatum, Ajahn Koko, is that realistic, or are they just intent on taking to the streets to to wild up.
Well, 14 days is not bad, one man. It is
For to turn the economic situation in the country around in
no,
14 days.
no, it's not. It's,
Yeah, what that Gororudi, what of it, what of that Gororudi?
I got that good, so, but I think government should respond to them. Government should sit them down and let them know, I mean, it is time for government to come out with a policy that can make life, a kind of, they should come up with some kind of program for the student, particularly in the higher institution, that can, cushion the effect of this economic hardship. Maybe the, one man, I've been saying this. A lot of you guys will say, I will, what do you call it? Ajale Gogo is a socialist, is a socialist. Look, the best that we can give to our youth in Nigeria now, particularly those in higher institutions, those that are pursuing their first degree, is to give them free education. The government of Nigeria can afford it. Even the state, they can afford it. And we see what they have been doing with the money. If you give free education for students in a higher institution, you saving the parent that, expenses that they will incur.
And then they can transfer that to their upkeep, Abi.
And they can transfer that to their upkeep. They will have a lot of savings to give to this to this student, for their upkeep. So you're giving them a big relief. You're going to give the parent and the student
Is that not something that they should actually give consideration to? Maybe not free education, but moratorium on payment for 2 years, just to insulate that economic hardship. That's an idea, because they have to be creative in the way they administer this peculiar situation that the country finds itself in. The countries are washed with money from all of those savings. All of the, this spike in the naira something. A lot of it goes to the government as well. They are profiting from the high price of the naira. All of this money coming in,
You see, there are some key sector of the economy that the government look, woman. We cannot, as a government, we cannot pursue the same policy that the Western nation, run in their own society. We should be able to run a human development policy that can, alleviate poverty in our own country. And one of it is giving your student, is giving your children that free education. If you give them that free education, you going to have what? You're going to have that will enable you to develop, to discover talent, to develop talent, and prepare talent for the development of your country now and the future. That is what our country can do for Nigerian students, and they will start to believe in their own government, and they will start to listen to their own government, and they will start to believe in their own country that, yes, this is a country that can work for us. They will start to have that sense of patriotism in their government. But when you have a situation as we have it now, when parents have to struggle, have to go through pain, have to go through hardship to pay for the school, to give their children education, and some of them, because of their poor economic condition, they could not even afford to give their children this, this, financial resources to pursue their education well. You see, the children, we what? Some of them might drop out, and when they drop out of school, they're gonna go into crime. So we
You know,
government power.
Ajale Koko,
Yes.
just what you said there. When I was actually doing the readout, the thought was just coming into my head. The wasted lives that will come out of this last 8 months, and even this last 8 years, maybe even 16 years. Because that economic hardship is going to put pressure on households and is going to snatch childhood from people too early. So, because of that economic pressure, the pressure then transfers to those children. So, their needs are not being met more. I'm not made of money will become a regular language. You two come and help out. And then, especially the young girls, they will get purpose. A lot of lives will be destroyed just in the course of what the country is going through. Just as a result, people will do unthinkable things
Oh
just to
yes.
survive,
Oh
and there's no recovery from that.
oh
Even
yes.
if the economy takes an upturn, those lives are somewhat destroyed already.
Completely, completely. So, um, one man, this student, I think they are doing the right thing. I hope, uh, you know, students in other parts of the country can join them, and can speak in one voice. And when students speak, um, you know, sometimes they can carry the nation along. When they speak, they can, millions of people can join them in their struggle. Maybe by then, government can listen and start doing the right thing. This hardship is too much. They are at the receiving end. Some of these children cannot eat. How do you, woman, how would you be able to study when you can eat good meal? How would you be able to study with the harsh condition that, I mean, a living condition that they are going through? There's no electricity. They have to struggle hard to have maybe lantern, I don't know, or some kind of way to study, and they want to do their assignment and they don't eat. And woman, hardship is not good. When you couple hardship with education, with studying, it is difficult, woman. Very difficult. I believe our children in that country, but I'm not talking about the children of the rich that are going to private school. I'm talking of the children of the poor that are attending public school. They are going through hell because number one, food they can eat good meal because of the little allowances given to them by their parents compared to what they used to give them before. They cannot. How would they concentrate well on their studies? It is hard. So the big, the biggest investment that the government can do for that nation now is to provide free education. If they want to set up an endowment fund that we in diaspora should donate into this
No, we
to
shouldn't have to donate. They have more than sufficient enough
yeah, but
funds to meet
that
that.
you're right.
They have more than
They have
sufficient
more
enough funds
sufficient to
to,
do
to,
that.
to, to, to
I'm
meet
just
that.
saying that if let's say that even if it is looking like it's they needed, if they should need some help, from us, we will mind as long as we can see that this money is injected in this, in the into the educational sector. They improve on the infrastructure. They improve on facilities, educational facility in the school in order to achieve the best education for our children, we'll be ready to help. But Nigerian state have more than enough to provide free education for first degree. Students are pursuing first degree across the country. They have all over the Confederation. They are not more than 1.5 million Nigerian students pursuing in our tertiary institution. Between 1.5 and 2 million. Are you going to tell me that they don't have the resources to provide free education for them? Our country will develop. We will discover talent.
It's not even the number of students, it's really the number of institutions. You know the running cost of those institutions, so just budget for that. I don't think the running cost of all of the federal universities are more than 100 billion naira. I can't imagine even 50 billion naira. I cover those costs and cover their handouts as well. And then just tell them to go to school. Buy your own food, feed yourself. If you want to live close to the school, that's your burden. But your education, the state covers it.
It's covered.
Yeah.
And let them have gigantic library where books are available for them to read. Provide them with laptop. All these things.
No, they don't do that. No, they can't be. Who's providing anybody with laptop? But they can provide them with a good library with good IT system that accesses all of the knowledge globally. And that's what education is, isn't it? To be able to access all of the information in order to evolve your thinking.
I agree with you, one man. Yes.
The problem we have is that we don't want to believe that we're a broke and a poor country. It seems as like we are looking at these thieves at the National Assembly.
We are broke. We're a broke country. As we are broke, we can buy vehicle 160 million.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That if we use that, if we apply that across the funding of our universities, then we'll be using wrong premises. You see, one thing is this: there are many universities in these Western countries that if you just collapse two university budget together, they are bigger than the entire budget of that country. So what does that tell us? That education is a big and giant investment. It's not a thing that we say, oh, we can fund. No, education at university level, I keep saying that, I don't care what people think, it's not supposed to be free. Even if you can provide financial incentives and some other things, but we can argue that education at the level of university should be funded, should be supported by the industries. I just make an example here the other time that, okay, University of Georgia Tech, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, for example. Now, Georgia Tech, AT&T.
Well, those are American spaces now.
I'm talking of how we can fund our education at the level of university.
Yes, we're talking about human capital development, which is an existential need of the country.
It's not human capital development does not necessarily mean university. It's part of it.
No, it's part of it now. If people are, the more educated people we have, the quicker we get out of trouble.
Yeah. So what define the level of education that will get us out of trouble?
Well, the level of the education that each individual is talented and capacitated for.
Exactly. See, what we need urgently and to save ourselves is that technical education.
No, that's a different conversation, isn't it?
No.
We need that, but what I'm really saying is that if somebody, for instance, has a genius PhD brain, but he has the wallet of a pauper, so that person not falling through the loop in a country that's a third world country that needs to grow. So the government can insulate that. So we're not talking about all this high American ideals and whatnot, and we know that we need technical education.
There is
We need a whole
nothing.
raft of everything.
There
But
is nothing wrong in American system. We have
no,
to
no,
get
no,
this straight
no.
right.
Let's not debate American system.
It's not
Let's
about
now,
American system.
yeah,
I
yeah,
just want you to focus
yeah,
on the model. Forget about America
yeah.
as a country. The model is this: the universities, because they have autonomy, they on their own are innovative. They are not sitting in they are not docile, expecting budget from the government. You seem not to understand how government keys institution in that country, and how that the earlier we try to liberate and depend on the private people, on the
No,
private
no, no.
sector.
They are not even where they come. We're talking
Let,
about
you know, okay, let me just give my opinion. It's my
all
opinion
right.
I'm giving. Don't kill my
Oh,
opinion, right?
all right, but it is not pertinent to the conversation though. But give it, yeah.
What is not pertinent to the head to it? We've
No,
been
no,
talking about
we are
government
talking.
funding
It's a
university.
conversation about elitism. We're talking about education being elevated to an elitist space, and you are talking about privatizing it to affordability, which runs
Just get
contrary
my
to
point.
yeah,
It's not
yeah.
about privatizing it for affordability.
All right.
Get my point. The thing is this: in the immediate, we need technical education to equip people. Our welders, they should be able to weld properly. Our bricklayers, they should be able to lay block and do housing properly. Our carpenter, they should be able to do their carpentry properly. They should not be facing threats from the from the neighboring country, whereby you'll be working in Lekki, and half of those artisans there, they will be from Togo, they will be from Cotonou, and all those places. And while our own, we just be talking about paraga joints because of what? Because they lack those technical skills. You need to do that. Because why am I emphasizing on that? Because those are short-term things that you can achieve within a year to equip people and put them back to job. Unlike when we now concentrate so much on 4 years bachelor degree that may not even teach you the practical thing, except those people that need to learn that. Now, what made me jump to give an example is, we are not as rich as we claim to be, and the earlier we accept this, the better. Yes, the little we have, some people are stealing. I agree. You know that before you can even buy products you are producing in that country, workers, they need to earn money. That is where I have problem with this government, that the cost of living rises every day, and yet you are, or by now we are still discussing how much you are going to place on worker salary. This should have been done like last year, not now. So it is when you now have money now that you now want to build the economy. Should be now the person who get money go buy. If you don't get money and you are producing, who is going to buy from you? That is what we are saying. So this idea of making university education free of charge, the earlier we dunk it, the better, because we will find it difficult to move forward if we want to make university education in Nigeria free. What will be free is that technical education that can empower people. That's what I'm saying. Then all these our lecturer, all these ASU that strike on salary, on everything, once you have small fight, that go on strike, and you'll be doing side also with private university, while the Nigerian universities students will be suffering. We should make them now to say, okay, professors around in the UK, they look for students, they look for projects to sell to the company, they do research, and they bring revenue to the universities. When are we going to do that in Nigeria? That is why our universities in Nigeria, they are not innovative enough. Because if they are innovative enough, they should be able to raise money too, to make to improve on their facilities. They should be able to work with the industry. They should be able to work with Dangote, Dunlop, all those aluminum tower and every other thing, to look at, okay, these are processes. We can make research and look at how we can do this thing locally, so that our people too, our graduates, can have where to work. That's how it's supposed to be. That's one of the reasons our university graduates Tuesday, they find it difficult to get job, because what they are shunning out are those people that are reading Michael Faraday's theory, but they are not really working with NEPA. They are not really working with anybody to even know what they are putting in the industry. That should be the model. The idea of, oh, everything government should pay. No, someone will just come tomorrow and embezzle all the fund, and what will happen? The system will crash. So either with the government funding or not, our university should be able to survive. That's just my model for that university, and it is what they practice in the it is what they practice in most countries across the world, and that is where you see development. But all this idea of free city, Ajali Koko, sorry, I beg to disagree.
All right, thank you, Ola. So you see, a country that doesn't give the youth that sense of belonging and sense of patriotism, it is a country that is on the wrong track. And as of today, in Nigeria, if our government really want to engage the youth of that country, really want to bring them on board to, bring them on board to finding solution to the problem of the country, you must give them something. And the best that you can give the youth is education. The technical education, the first degree must be free. When you give them that, and the second degree, an upper one, you can then make them a kind of loan, provide a loan system for that. So, but if you give them that basis, you give them the skill, that how do I describe it? You are giving them that freedom, economic and financial freedom for life, which the nation will benefit the most from that. It's a great investment. The greatest investment in the future of the country is education. This is the time for us to develop that capacity to start building that country. We have not done that. In this time of hardship we are talking about, this is the time. If we have to be taxed, if our corporation or some, have to be taxed to fund this, it is an investment that the nation will benefit 20 times. 20 times. 20 times return. That is what the nation will get in return in this. As a matter of fact, United Nations came out with a report some time ago that on every $1 investment on education by a country, it will yield $20 return for that country. That is what makes America as the greatest country in the world today, with these innovative.
Yeah, but I don't think Ola is disagreeing with you. But Ola is saying point those resources into technical based education rather than those philosophical teachings in universities that has a quicker turnaround period and is immediately impactful, more employable, often instances than a university degree.
I'm not disagreeing with him. I said the government should do everything, both those going for that technical education and those going for university. It must be free this time. This is when you will take those students, our youth, out of criminality. You want to give them life. You want to shape
their future. Because we have all our youth doing a lot of things that are not good in our society now. How do we take them back? But you take them by giving them responsibility. And the best to give them that responsibility and give them better future, make them be thinking of better future ahead of them, put them on the right path, pursuing better future for themselves, is by giving them that free education. That will save their parents a lot of money. That will commit those children into what is more useful today, because they will look, it is free. Why don't you want to go to school? If you go to technical school, by the time you are graduated, you'll be ready, job will be ready for you. That is, and a country that is preaching around the world, we are ready for business. Okay, if investors come and they are looking for workers and this in some technical area and in some other, and they can't find it, how are you ready for business? It is country that give that education in the area of technology, in other areas, that is prepared for investors, that we bring in fund, to investment into the country. We must prepare the personnel that are ready to do the job. That is the way a country is prepared, and it's by giving them education that can do it. So, one man, these children, I think they are doing the right thing. They are just sending signal to the president or to the administration. Look, this hardship is too much. Do something about it within 40 days, or we will go on strike. So I'll go on protest. So going on protest is a way of showing a dissatisfaction of misgovernance to this administration. That is it. So I think they're on the they're just trying to speak up from their own end too, for government to know that, look, hardship is hitting them as well, and government should do something. They should do something to bring down the hardship. So it's a good it's a good thing that they are speaking of woman.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this other space, Ajande Koko, as the room continues to populate. Nigerian High Commission issues security advisories to Nigerians in South Africa ahead of Super Eagles and Bafana match. So it has now come to this. Now we are not even allowed to beat the South Africans in football and celebrate it anymore. So what are you then making then of living under threat in South Africa?
Well, I think it's a useful advice to all Nigerians. We know the South Africans youth, they can be very violent, and when you live in the midst of people that can violently react when you try to make mockery of them, then you have to be very careful. So I think we have to commend the Nigerian ambassador issuing now this advisory note. It shows that, yes, they are doing their job well. They know the terrain very well, and they don't want any Nigeria to fall into the danger of, being, violently attacked. And I think every Nigerian.
But what's the point of football if you can't mock the opposition a little bit? That's the whole joy of football now. To be able to, you know how we like to mock Ghana people. If you can't mock them, what's the point of playing them in football?
Man, we know the history of soccer, violent among soccer fans in Africa, even within Nigeria. I can remember back in the days when Enugu Rangers come to Lagos or to Ibadan rather to come and play with Shooting Stars. I mean, you see the Yorubas will be trying to say, I'm a you know. So it's just the way that, you know, supporters and you know, fans, you know, they can take it to a different level. The support base is, you know, can be very strong, and in showing that strong support, sometimes they can't control themselves. They can go violent, particularly if they are beaten at home. You cannot. That is where Nigerians are different. You see, we can be very different. If a foreign team comes to Nigeria, at the moment Nigeria seeing their own team playing, you know, unbelievable, Nigeria will turn against their own team. They will start supporting. It's not every country that will do that. But Nigerians have seen it several times when Eagles in national stadium, when a foreign team is playing better than them, particularly if they score against Nigeria and our home team is playing nonsense, you will see them giving support to the foreign team. It's just and the home team, after the game, they have to be taken out by strong security personnel to guide them out of the stadium, because a lot of people will be so hungry that they want to lynch them, that you people didn't play well and you allow foreigners to come and beat us on our home soil. It has happened. So, but not every country that we do that. So, but on this note, on this one, I think Nigerian ambassador has done a very good job advising Nigeria, do it low-key. If you are watching it in public place, keep your mouth shut. Don't say anything that will anger the South African. They are very...
Especially when they're already high on Umboboti, and you know, the Umboboti.
You should understand that, but look. So it is a very good thing. I think I want to commend that man, that ambassador, for the good job for advising Nigeria. Don't cross the line. Do it gently. Don't mock them, because you don't want to invite, you know, violence, you know.
Are we anticipating Nigerian shops burnt as soon as we beat them at the Nations Cup? Is this not whether we mock them or not? These people that they are half cocked all the time anyway. Nigerian guys, but Nigerian shop burnt, and we start seeing those images when we beat them 4-0 or something.
Yes, I hope. I wish that the Nigerian diplomat can speak to their South African counterpart and, you know, tell them to issue at a similar.
But the Super Eagles, they are not helping. They are already sending mocking tones to the South Africans. Ajale Koko, watch this.
Lonely at the top, lonely. I've got on my mind.
I'm happy watching a year can see. Look at I'm happy watching a year can see. Umboboti no be vodka, according to Lukman and his friends. So they are already singing war chants.
Yeah, Nigerians, we are social people. We can, we are very, you know, we can be very intimidating sometimes.
We will overwhelm them now, even in their own country. We will overwhelm them and we will dominate them and we will master them and take everything.
we can be
eh?
very,
Eh?
we
And
can be very,
they will drink umboboti till they can drink no more, you know.
we can be very intimidating and domineering by the way we speak, by the way we talk, by the way we crack, joke and stuff like that. Some people from other countries, they are not like that. So, but I think this should be seen as just a friendly affair. A soccer game should not turn to violent. Such a way that will be attacking each other. So I think Nigerian, because of what has happened in the past, South Africa attacking Nigerians and killing them and burning their shops. I think Nigerian ambassador should get in touch with the South Africa counterpart and tell them, look, if you can issue this statement, this is what we have said. We don't want. We just want. This is just a football that we should enjoy each other, and we are all African. We shouldn't, because of sport, go after each other violently. We should not do that. So maybe if the South Africa issued this advisory statement too, maybe it can help. So, but Nigerian ambassador, hey, one man, I give kudos to that man for the job, for kind of this preemptive, how do I say it? Advisory message. So it's I think I really commend him for what he has done. So
yes, I agree with that.
And I wish our team victory. So this team will remind me of what do you call it? I think our what do you call it? Our junior team, is it under 23 or what do they call them?
Golden Eaglets or something like that.
Oh yeah, Golden Eaglets. You know when we host
or Flying Eagles.
Flying Eagles. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Ola. You remember when we hosted what do you call it? World Cup. Is it World Cup we hosted?
Yeah, I think it was the junior one. Yeah,
junior one, when we hosted it, and we had this coach. I can't remember. I think it's from Benin. When he said, "Oh, we wobble and fumble into final," so it looked like this team that all condemned. We all said, "Oh, this is not a team. They can't get the. Let's forget about them. Look at this guy. They are wobble and fumble into semi-final now. We just have to pray for them to win this semi-final." And I want to tell you, one man, if these guys to win this semi-final, they will carry the cup. And
I think so too. Because often instances when teams start slowly, they often grow into that. Because the country could do with a bit of good news. So
one man, may I come in, please?
Yes, Baba, good to see you.
You see, when we are like this, I fear for us because we don't look back. This was how we were in 1998 World Cup. Where we beat Spain, we beat, I think, Paraguay, and then we were in these knockout stages and we were supposed to meet Denmark. And we all just ruled out Denmark because if we beat Denmark, I think we'll go into the semis or so and meet Brazil. And what happened? Denmark walloped us 4-1. I fear for Nigerians actually on Wednesday because not confidence, the overconfidence is just too much. Particularly yesterday when Tyler won the Grammy against other 4-5 Nigerians. That has fired us up the more. And
who's Tyler?
The 22-year-old who sang a track, Water. That's the
Is it
tune
from where? From which? Is
from
it
South Africa. The
Oh
South
God!
African girl beat the 5
So
Nigerians
all those
everywhere.
Bonner boys and Davido, they were
They
defeated by
all
this.
lost. You understand? That's what happened yesterday.
Because all the conversation was which Nigerian will win it, not will a Nigerian win it.
Exactly. We wrote off that little girl
Was that
from
a
South Africa.
political? Was that a political? How possible is that? What? Nobody knows who this person is.
Well, my own calculation is when you have
Politics, Abi.
5 Nigerians and only 1 South Africa, the odds are like the South African will take it because the Nigerian votes will be divided in 5 places. That is my own calculation. We all didn't see it coming. But Nigerians have used that to fire up ourselves that, well, they won this one in Grammy. That means come rain, come high water, come sunshine, we must win that game. But let's temper our enthusiasm, our belief, our overconfidence with some sobriety. Because if disaster happens, that will be bad. Because Nigerians have become raucous, we become menacing in cyberspace. And if you see what we are doing to Ghana, it just thankfully they are sober people. If not, a lot of Nigerians dead body will be littering the streets of Accra.
Yeah,
by now.
bashing Ghana is one of Nigeria's favorite sports now.
It is their sports too.
What is
They do it
life
for
will be kind
breakfast.
of
They do
as
it for lunch
Nigerians
too.
bash
It's
Ghana.
hate, love hate relationship. But the South Africans don't have that kind of temperament. I can see this whether we like it or not. Nigerians don't hold back, particularly when we are euphoric. They will still go on the streets in South Africa if we beat them. And I will see trouble brewing. This is the
Did
reality
you see
of
the
who
celebration?
we are.
The game before last, they took over the streets of Abidjan. It was just
Yeah, I mean,
Nigerian Oshe Baba with the
not,
trumpet and
not
everything.
only that,
The whole of the Abidjan street.
we have this sense of laughing at ourselves. So we think every human being will be like that. Look at you, one man, for instance. I can use the word when I see you. I can say, "Oh, you this woman, you be amrobao. Every evening you go just come do this." You understand? You can't tell that to other Africans. They will just look at you in askance that me, I'm robber. They take it serious. But the Nigeria will call you only to your face, just jokingly, and nothing. We will laugh. We are just everything is fun for us.
Yes.
We have the ability to laugh at ourselves. Maybe
Yes.
that's what makes us unique, and people always classify us as happy people. You understand? But other people just don't have that kind of thick skin. So I don't know how this advisory will put people on leash on that day. And if we won the game, I could see trouble coming because the South Africa Grammy winning has set the tone. Thank you, woman.
All right, Ajale Koko. Let me move you on to this. Ajale
Please,
Koko,
can
a
I
brief comment.
quickly add something to our history? Okay.
All right, carry on. I have a brief commentary and then a very brief commentary on the next headline, and then I'll move the conversation on quickly. It's very good to see you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I just want to add that the South African team, they have, I think, 9 of their is it 9 or 8 of their starting 11 playing for the same club. They were the last is it CAF Champions League winner. So as much as we are having a good tournament, they are also having a good tournament too. On head-to-head in this competition, these are the 2 teams that have had the least goal conceded. So as much as I want to give it to Nigeria, I want to be wary of the South African team just because
I think that game is Osemen's game because he has not yet put in the sprinkle
Yeah.
dust of magic. I think this is his magic moment.
And unfortunately, I don't pray we go on penalty shootouts with them. I'll just write it off. They are going to win if we go on penalty shootouts.
All right, brother.
Goalkeeper is just too scary with the penalty shootout. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, very brief commentary on this. Nigeria, 17 other countries not qualified for 2025 U.S. lottery program. So they are fed up with you lot in America. This is Biden turning against you.
Maybe we have exhausted our own allocation, or those countries, 25 countries that I mentioned. Maybe the allocation of this, this visa to them, maybe it's been exhausted. So that's why they have to move that away from them to some other part of the world, some countries that have not enjoyed it before. So I don't think that it is deliberate to stop us. I don't think that decision is a deliberate attempt to stop us from coming to America. It's just a way of allocating it. They have a way of allocating it to countries, around the world. So I believe that.
Is Trump going to stop this program if he ever becomes president? You know, he doesn't like non-white people.
He might scrap everything. Say this. These Guguru faces people. Let us just stop them. Let's go for European, those Eastern Bloc people. Let's see how we can populate America with white people. So, but anyway, it's a matter of law in the United States. There are laws guiding this, and they has been approved by it's a law by Senate. By the Congress, and approved by the president. So I don't know if he can revoke it. I don't know if it's possible for him, but I don't think Trump, being what he is, he might want to attempt to do something from something. But Congress in America is not a compromise Congress. They have a way of standing up and fighting against presidential shenanigans. So it's not like Nigeria, where the Congress are those one are docile and those follow. They cannot even stand on their own on anything. So, but one man, maybe we are exhausted our allocation. So 2025. So, well.
It has been like this for more than 10 years. Yeah, it has been. So, I
think Ajale Koko is right. From the readout, they said you are only allowed about 50,000 every 3 year cycle or something. And I'm pretty sure that so Nigeria exhausted their quota.
Nigeria has not been given. Maybe I missed something, because I too wanted to do this thing as far back as 2012, and I know that Nigeria has exhausted theirs because of the high concentration of Nigerians in the United States. So I don't think this has anything to do with Nigeria. Whereas, meanwhile, Nigerians have another ways of coming in, though. So for those people that are lucky.
Yes, it's just one route, isn't it? There are several other routes.
Legal route.
Yeah, of course, there are other legal portals. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Let me move the conversation on to Ola. So I want to speed it up a bit.
One man, why did he do that yesterday now? Why did he just close up the shop? Very early like that?
No, there was no one there now. I was with One Piece, and it was battling.
You were not even fully fit.
Yes. You open the shop, you go sit down, do something. Come and buy your people come. You still you can talk on the issue for like 5 minutes, waiting for people to come in. 5-10 minutes, you can spend.
I just needed to use that window. I was bummed up with flu I was even thinking maybe I shouldn't have done this session. So as War Peace was trying to balance, and War Peace they did try to. It was trying to balance. I just thought, okay, let me just bail out very
Run away.
quickly. So yes, I just ran away.
It was
but,
at that point. I came in at that point. But you,
yeah, I saw you come in. I saw you come in, but I saw you come in, but
I said,
I had
going
already
on?
clicked on I'd already clicked on end, so the thing was shutting down as you were coming in, and it was just one of those, it can happen like that sometimes. But I'm glad that we are having a session today. But
yeah, let me add something to that point, one man. This is a show, right? A lot of people rely on coming on this show. And one thing that you're doing is that you're working too hard trying to have a rigid, formal show. You don't have relax. We're having fun and we're knocking things out about our country. So don't carry it on your head like you have to perform. That's all I have to say. And when you
expand on that. What do you mean?
Yeah, what I notice is like when you're on this show and sometimes you have a radio section and you're worried and you want things controlled. It's almost like you have to perform. You don't have to perform. This is all of us. It's our show.
You think it's a performance?
It's not in a bad way. What I'm saying is that don't be embarrassed if we don't have a good show. We don't have a good show, but we had a show.
No, of course, we've had plenty of shows that is not a good show. But
Right.
we've had a lot more that are good shows. It's an organic thing, isn't it? But
Exactly.
I want it to be fun, and I want you guys to take charge. So if you want to repoint, the one thing that I just don't want are the rowdiness or the foul language. Those are still things that we must. But
exactly.
That's
not even what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is like sometimes you're throwing a party, right? And you're nervous. You want to make sure the party went very well. It's like how did the party go? Do I have enough people? So that puts some kind of pressure on you. You have to come out of that mode and just come out here and do your thing. But remember, closing the show because you're mad because I saw yesterday. Now, when we're not here, people like this War Peace, he doesn't know that there are people who make this show happen, right? He's not going to be able to carry this show with his babysitting. He's going to show up now. Go ahead and
War Peace is one of the main speakers, but there are two ways that this sort of thing can. I could do it the way that Njenje does it, which is just him reacting to the news and then just shutting it down, and that makes for easier something, because if you do like a 2-hour slot, no more, he tries to can it in 1 hour. It's easier for people to rewatch, so you get more rewatch from that sort of format that Njenje does it. But if you want that sort of, really robust, which is what I enjoy, the robust conversation, then it's a lengthier session. So there are two options that I could follow. But I'll take what you said on advisement, because often instances, I'm not ever really fully trustful of whatever you do have to say, Pansat, but I'll reflect on it. But thank you, Pansat.
You're welcome.
But one man, you should consider those people at the comment section too. Even if you don't see us in the studio, spend some time with the people in the comment section. Say some stuff. I mean, like 5 to 10 minutes. You take the point, the talking point one after the other. Share your own opinion on them. I mean, while you are doing that, at least some people will pop in. So don't hurriedly go like you have done that several. You look like you get angry when you don't see people around you that, all this reading, where are they? They are not even available. Man.
You think it's tantrums, Abi?
Yeah,
I was throwing my toys out of the pram.
Okay, they don't want me today. Let me go. They don't want me today. Let me go. No. Time with those guys at the comment section too, and I was just and I had while I came in, I had
War Peace.
War Peace was trying to stop you. One man, don't stop, don't go. Say, wait. I was just laughing. I said, "Oh, God, one man is gone." He ended it.
All right. I'll certainly take that on board. So thank you, everyone. And Pansat, it's not a performance. It's just, I guess it's just the way I am. But I thank you, Pansata. Let's go on then to Ola. So, Ola, come in at whatever entry point, or do you want me to take you to this space? Dollar volume doubles as as Nigeria Central Bank shakes up market. So, this is now the effect of all this policy repositioning by Yemi Cardoso.
Well, it's a nice thing though, but then I'm here to feel the impact because because if banks are the one doing the shady deal, not only that you should force the banks to give up their reserve, but I think there should be some kind of a punishment too, because I think it's an offense based on what I heard from someone or I learned in the past that for you to be using to be using dollar in Nigeria against naira when you are not doing international transactions. So but while doing that too, I think the focus should not only be on those the normal people that want to maximize their money, that they put their money in the banks in Nigeria in form of foreign currency, because people putting their money in the form of foreign currency locally is not a phenomenon known to Nigeria either. Even in Canada, some of us even still have our currency in the US. But the only thing that is not as crazy as what we have in Nigeria, because when they start having such kind of volume being kept by the bank speculating, then it's a dangerous thing. So what am I saying is this: this may only help for a while, that's it. But is it removing the core fundamental of our problem? I don't think so, because of still our taste, especially for the early people, for the foreign goods. Foreign goods, sometimes I think we focus too much on the like of Peter Obi and co that like to import something like toothpick. Anyway, I'm not saying Obi imports toothpick. I'm just using that as an analogy. So I don't want anybody to come at me. What I'm saying
Is that where you see the problem in the taste for imports rather than the volume of hard currency in the system?
Yeah, it's our taste. It's our taste for the foreign goods. This one too also contributes. So because when you are keeping your dollars, two things you want to achieve. Number one, you are afraid that naira is going to mess you up, and secondly, too, you want to keep your dollars. So for, let's say, the future transaction that you can, maybe you are speculating that a dollar will become 2,000, so that maybe you have a target of what you are going to use it for. So you end today and you keep in dollars and you hold on to that dollars. So all those things are creating some kind of economic sabotage in the system. But then
I want to
our
ask a
taste.
question.
Okay.
I know I'm very young about this, our taste for foreign goods. This taste for foreign good, is this how it has always been in the 60s, in the 50s, in the 80s? Because I want to believe part of what is driving taste for foreign good is they've created situation whereby whoever wants to go into production in Nigeria will not have the opportunity to do it without problems. There's no electricity. I believe that's not how Nigeria used to be in the 50s, 60s when there were industrial production in Nigeria. So I think this taste for foreign good thing, we have to put it in perspective at times. Because I want to believe if you give Nigerians the opportunity to buy the same product made in Nigeria with the same quality, with the same market what's called value, they will still go for market made in Nigeria goods. That's something that I don't, because if you don't create problem, people will not want to look for solutions because of the Nigerian state creating a problem. That's why people will go outside to look for what they want. So this our taste for foreign goods at times. We need to be fair on ourselves.
Okay.
We've always had the taste for foreign goods. Sorry, Ola. There was a period that Nigerians would not eat rice unless it was American. They used to. They had a thing for what Uncle Ben's rice then, and I think earlier on, was it Babati? He was narrating the story of a cobbler that manufactures fantastic shoes in Ondo State, in Ogun State. Had no clientele until he was advised to put made in Italy on those shoes, and they were flying off the shelves. So it's just the way we are built. We attribute quality to something foreign, especially something Western.
Okay. You see, one thing is this.
Can I add something before you continue?
Okay.
You see, the Nigerian system, which we are advocating for, made in Nigerian products, doesn't encourage that, because you cannot do away with import. Even the Nigerian made goods, I don't think you have every materials in Nigeria to say you want to make everything in Nigeria. When you have increased your import to clearance to 1,350 to a dollar, how will you manufacture goods in Nigeria when you have when you import some items and all that and clear them with that huge amount? How can that drive production? So the fiscal policy the Nigerian government is bringing about is not even encouraging the production that we're advocating for, especially in this government.
Okay.
So you cannot tell me that Nigeria, made in Nigerian goods, you cannot source every material here. You still have to import, no matter what.
Okay.
So when you import those, even Dangote has gone to the US to import crude oil.
Okay, wait. I will shock you. Because you think when we say made in foreign goods, you think it's all about importing tires to Nigeria. A foreign product, for example, is when you bring people from Ghana, Cotonou, Republic of Benin to come and do your project at Lekki, to do your plastering, all those. When they are going, they will drop your naira and demand for their currency. Right? That is one of those areas you spend your forex. Okay? Now, when you take money, instead of you attending OAU, attending University of Ibadan, you go to Ghana, you go to University in Republic of Benin, you go to Sierra Leone to go and study, you are doing exchange rates. That's one of your tastes for foreign goods, right? So, the foreign goods we are talking about is multi-dimensional. It's not only all those items and commodities you import only. Even your foreign goods is even when you even go and spend your holiday in London, you go and spend your holiday in America, you are demanding for dollars to do all those things. So it's not about production only. Now, even when we come back to the aspect of that production we are talking about, you will realize initially that I talk about developing our technical capacity, right from, when you finish GSS school, how you define the SSC then is that, okay, some people will continue to SSC, some people will continue from GS to technical school. But just because over time we managed to make those people that attend technical school, even attend polytechnic, we make them irrelevant by creating this force of, university is greater than polytechnic, all those stuff. People lost interest, and along the line too, you start killing all those institutions that are supposed to give you all those skills that make you competitive. So the taste of foreign goods is not about the commodity you buy only. Then I even want to go back to that commodity that we are talking about. Yes, I agree with you that the machinery, everything you need to produce, you have to buy from foreign. But I can ask you a question. If your bricklayers can still lay their blocks in Nigeria, if people producing pure water can still produce in Nigeria, why can't all those ones be replicated? I think our problem is coming because the area of human capital development is what we so underrate very well that we don't even get to know that it's contributing to these foreign goods we are talking about in some area. So it's all about a combination of policy. Number one, to encourage more investment locally. Investment in education.
Ola, I'm happy you talked about the human capital development. But you see, when you look at the current government you have, you already know their direction and where they are heading to. So it's very difficult to initiate that this government is all about human capital development. So thank God that everybody is recognizing.
How is that difficult? How is
I know, I listened to the CBN governor today. I know what he said, and from what he said, I know where he's heading to. Even though he's trying to clean the mess they met at the CBN, but still arriving at a point that it's all about generating revenue for the system. Revenue generation is not good, it's not bad, but are they diversifying into this human capital development? I don't see that.
You don't see that?
Yeah, I don't see it.
I will give you an example. Student loan that
exactly
to the opportunity. So what was that targeting?
What's that target? What are you even talking about?
When it begins to meet its target, we discuss about that. Because the CBN governor himself said that he is not ready to go into any form of intervention for now. Nigerians don't have that luxury. He made that statement. So when he said that we don't have that luxury for such intervention and all that,
what intervention? For what intervention?
Exactly. Intervention are in many areas. We talk about agriculture. We talk about education. All those things. There must be some sort of.
What are you? Maybe you should stop talking if you're not clear on. There are interventions in.
I know what I'm saying.
No, you don't. You don't. There are interventions in all of these things already captured in the budget. So what are you saying?
Okay, if the intervention is captured in the budget and the CBN governor came and tell you that those interventions are not there. In fact, he said that he's not ready for that because there is no machinery to carry out those interventions. So that he said Nigeria don't have the rules. Does it mean that I didn't listen to him very well?
You didn't listen to him very well. He said that they asked him about interventions. He said he is open to interventions, that there is no way that interventions won't come. But what is the essence of interventions when the people the interventions is meant for do not get the funds? That there is room for intervention. They are even going to call people, and even those abroad who have done it in the past and is working for them so that they can come in and develop a blueprint for it.
Yeah, but at the moment we don't have it now. That's what you mean.
For now, the major problem is the FX issues. That's what they are trying to address. Interventions will come when they begin to look at certain things, which is the right way to focus on. The CBN is not an intervention bank. If they see that the agricultural sector requires intervention,
the only thing I understand,
they will look at economies that it has happened before. So now there could be artificial distortions in the market. There could be artificial distortion in certain areas in the economy. So it is not left for the CBN to look at and say, okay, how do we grow this sector and what way do we do it? Can we ask banks to lend directly to them? What was happening in the past with Emefiele? Emefiele was now an intervention bank. He converted the CBN to intervention bank. The bank was now lending directly to end users, and those funds were not even getting to the end users. People were just siphoning the funds, and that was what he was explaining. So if you are
Everybody
creating an
knows that,
intervention
Emeka.
that the end users do not get the intervention fund,
Yeah,
what is the essence of
what I'm
having
saying
an
is that
intervention?
for now, like people that say this intervention, that he already made it clear that for now that intervention is not working, and that's what all we were explaining.
That's what he's saying.
So
The
he's just
intervention,
focusing on. For now, he's just focusing on
the
how
intervention
to.
program at the moment was not working. And even if you go around, especially for the one done for agriculture, farmers were saying they were not getting the seeds. Farmers were saying they were not getting the funds. So who were those collecting this money? If it's not getting to the farmers, if the farmers are not getting the seeds, if the farmers are not getting fertilizers, if the farmers are not getting the funds, what are they accounting for? Who are the people taking the money? So if the intervention fund is not giving the benefit that it is supposed to, you stop it. And again, the CBN is not an intervention bank. The CBN is purely for policies. It's not an intervention bank. But
I
again,
understand what you are saying.
they can sit down, right? They can sit down and say, okay, the agricultural sector or the manufacturing sector is not growing in the right way. How do we encourage commercial banks to borrow into that field? They can sit down with all that people, and that's what he was explaining. We'll sit down with the experts, international and local, those who have done it and where it works. We will borrow from their ideas and implement it. If that's not suitable enough for you, I don't know what else.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Emeka, let me ask you a question, right? Because you just you explaining it like what would happen in a normal country. First of all, how much was budgeted by NNPC for intervention as far as subsidy for the petroleum? Let's say
NNPC does not form part of the budget, Nigerian budgetary. It's not in the budget. NNPC is no longer in the budget. NNPC is not a corporation.
Listen to my question first. With the NNPC and the federal accounts allocation for 2021, how much was the subsidy?
I don't know, but I will check.
To know that.
I don't know that, but I will check.
Okay, that's what
I can check. I can go check. I can respond to you.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Okay.
I have a series of questions for you. I want to expose what you don't know. So I don't know is an acceptable answer.
I'm not afraid to not know things. So go ahead.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying is that you describing economics and market forces when you come here, forgetting the major problem that we have in the country is fraud, right? And ignorance. So if you don't know the subsidy cost for 2021, how much was it for 2022?
For 2022, I can still find that. I don't think I have that idea.
Okay,
but for 2023,
you guess about everything else. Guess on this
2023, there was no budget. It was only budgeted from 6 months, I believe so.
Till June 2023, right?
Yes, till June 2023, correct.
How much?
I think it was about roughly 23.
Don't guess at it.
No. He guesses about everything. One man not coming now. I'm talking to him.
But it's not an information. It's an unreasonable
No, but he's
raining
on Ekene, who's making sense here for one thing. He's the one making sense.
Ekene was
Ekene did not have the full grasp of
Ekene was saying something different than what.
Hold on.
No, one man. Ekene pass out. You brought up a different side of the topic.
No. You're talking about.
No, so what Ekene was talking about intervention funds, right?
That's what it is.
He was talking about intervention funds. So the CBN under Emefiele and even other past governors were carrying out some form of intervention in form of intervention funds. Some of those funds or some of those intervention programs, my apologies, intervention programs. Some were directed to the commercial banks to do, most especially agriculture. Then you also have the Bank of Industry, which is set up as a intervention bank for industry.
What difference
right?
does it make?
The difference it makes, which you have cited, the difference it makes, which you have cited, is that there is fraud going on with the intervention programs, and the end users are not benefiting from it.
That's the point.
The end users are not benefiting from it. Then let's scrap this intervention.
All right, then hold on, because this is actually, I'll end with this. This is my main point. My main point.
Can Ola go ahead? Ola, please.
Hold on. will you be quiet? Will you be quiet for 1 second?
Pansat, I
No,
have just
one Dabaru the whole session. We're having
there is
I have 2 minutes.
there is one thing that we are not understanding in this in every sense we are making.
Let me. I don't have much time to spend, so let me just.
I know all about you, but we must. I don't think what I'm trying to say is that trying to explain things that don't exist is my problem. You understand?
No,
we are trying to explain things that don't exist. The issue is this. The CBN governor has made it clear that for now the intervention is not working. But you keep on telling us that student loan, this and all that, and all that and all that, which we know as of now is not working because they already recognize that these things are not going
forward
to the end users.
What's your understanding of the intervention? What's your understanding of that?
Well,
give him time to answer it. Go ahead. Can you answer
it? What I understand by intervention is CBN coming on to, the federal government making policies to help maybe some business and maybe agriculture for more growth in our economy and all that. So those things are intervention. When CBN said when the federal government come up to say
that's not how I understand intervention.
Well, that's how I understand it, because how else do you understand it? When government say they are releasing fertilizers and all that and some grains and all that to farmers, what are they? Are they not intervention?
Is the difference between the projected open market pricing and then whatever the actual, in the case of fuel, it'll be the pump price. See, that's where this location is, right here. Okay, like in the case of the fuel subsidy. You keep saying it's fraud. Everybody
subsidy is not intervention. Please don't mistake the terms.
Please hold on. What is intervention to you? Just describe it in English. What does it mean? You cannot say one thing is not.
Intervention, intervention, just like the word itself.
Right.
Explain it like a layman.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
you
want to be right by making noise. You don't want to listen. Okay, Ekene is describing the things in the true language of actually what it is.
No, it is not.
No, hold on. When you heard what Emeka just said now, subsidy is not intervention. Then what the hell is it? Do you know what is subsidy?
Subsidy is not intervention programs, right?
Why?
Is subsidy.
Okay, one man.
Subsidy is a reduction of when you are subsidizing stuff, right? Intervention program is where you have regulators coming in to intervene to either bring down something, maybe prices, or improve prices, or bring down the volume of goods, or improve the volume of goods.
Intervention is to intercede in an anomaly.
Completely, there's an anomaly, and the CBN governor rightly said it. We will observe the market. Exactly. And once we see that there is intervention is required, we will come in. Intervention, that is what he said.
I don't even understand what you guys are saying. Intervention is anomaly.
I will give you another example of intervention. I will use the Canadian. Okay, sorry.
Look, it's my turn next. I'm going to give you my time. Ola, I will yield you my time. I'm next. Hold on.
In economic
now. Ola, I'm going to yield you my time. Here's what I'm trying to show. Right?
Wait now.
You don't want to hear the truth. It bothers you a lot. I notice that's your attitude here. You don't want to hear from me. You don't. No matter what, you don't want to hear from me. Why? Why don't you hear the truth? No. Hear the truth, and then we'll move on. I'm gonna give you my time. My time is right after you. So be quiet for a minute. Relax.
No, I won't be. No, you can't tell me to be quiet because I want to hear from you. I have less than 1 hour.
The thing is, Pansat has missed his vocation. He would have been a billionaire in an MMA. He's more of an MMA fighter than a political politician.
Okay, go ahead.
The truth is this. Let me just clear here. Subsidy is an intervention. Don't let all. Because the question is this. Once there are several ways you can intervene in matters. So government giving you subsidy is intervening in the free market flow of things. You understand? So you are trying to.
What should we do to him now? What should we do to him for being deliberately wrong because he knew better. Why
It
should
doesn't
he?
mean no,
Why
no,
should he
see,
get
so,
away with it?
wait, no, see, nobody is perfect in the way you say things. It depends on the perspective, where the angle you are coming from. So subsidy, handouts, everything, they are all intervention because normally government is coming to influence. You know, it's a kind of influence from the government, right? So that's not even the point. We are even talking of this dollar volume and whatever. So the thing is this, one man, it depends on how market reacts. This volume of dollar that doubles now is it number one. Government is still owing about, if I got it right, about 2.5 billion to settle the foreign investors in Nigeria for them to be able to repatriate their money. That about 2.5 billion is not a joke. Now, what will happen? Our governors, our leaders stop going to overseas for foreign treatment or whatever. We Japa syndrome stop. So people stop sending their people to America and United Kingdom to study. So all those will mount pressure on our naira, right? But the point I want to clear here is this: electricity. I know it sounds stupid and it sounds silly. It's not an excuse for local production not to happen. Yes, electricity can help, but is that not easy? Because the question I asked the other time, why are you not importing pure water?
You lied. You lied. Even the gas, even in replacement of electricity, how much are you selling gas in Nigeria today?
Farabale.
What are you telling me? If you burn gas at that price, how much are you going to sell your product? At the end of the day, you still know that imported goods are cheaper.
Farabale.
What are you telling me, Farabale? When you burn gas in expense of production, yes, then at the end of the day, you calculate it with imported goods, you still know that the one you import is cheaper than the one you produce at home.
Okay. Why are you not
wait, I want to ask Ekene a question. Ekene, are you saying that diesel, right? Let's take out electricity out, is the main cost driver for the production of goods and services in the manufacturing sector? Do you know what the
if you're not using, if in terms of production, if you're not using electricity, the replacement is diesel. Because diesel you use it to power all these big generators.
What you are saying now is that diesel is the main cost driver for goods being manufactured in the country. That's why some prices are higher. Is that what you are saying?
Let the record show that everybody is intervening in
replacement of electricity.
And he doesn't care. It's only me. He doesn't want me to intervene.
You are completely wrong.
I'm not completely wrong.
Go ahead. You are completely
I
wrong.
I know factories and how they operate.
Go ahead.
So I might be wrong to you because you don't want to understand it.
Okay, Ekene, see, the thing is this: whether you like it or not, local production have not stopped in Nigeria. Electricity will have helped the people in the small scale industry. I keep saying it, but those people too, they've not stopped production either. Barbers, they are not stopping their barbers business just because there's no electricity. They still use a better pass. The major problem of that country is the policy around manufacturing. The question is this: is either you find a way to give some kind of grants. Wait, let me just give me a minute. Let me round this one up. Now, the thing is this: if governments can help people subsidize cost of production, and you limit and you don't allow the imported goods to have advantage over the local product or over the local content, we are going to get there. How do we get all those manufacturing cement manufacturing? How do we get them to that place? Now, when Ekene is telling me that, it's not electricity, do you think it's manufacturing? It's not the only local production. Then why don't you outsource your banking to Ghana and be importing banking services from Ghana? Why are you not importing? So see, it depends on how you look at these macroeconomic things from holistically.
All right, even the barber shop we are talking about, do you know what they use now?
Can I give him the window to progress it so that we can move the conversation?
No, sometimes it seems I don't know what I'm saying.
The interjections prolong it and people get fed up with having to hang around for too long.
Exactly. So as long as we still have some local production and they are successful, is go and look at the government policy around that. When we accuse Dangote today, it's just because government policy under Jonathan helped Dangote to build a cement factory. If not the largest in the entire Africa today, is the largest in sub-Saharan Africa. And I believe Dangote is even the largest cement manufacturer in Africa. How did government policy help Innoson Motor to even expand its production capacity? So the same way, we can do the same thing to our automobile, like all those pan that Dangote bought. It is government policy that is helping Dangote to establish its refinery. I'm simply saying, whether electricity or not, government should look at that policy that favors importation and to look at the model they used to help Dangote, that they used to help Innoson and those people that are manufacturing locally to do so. So we are not going to pay because we don't have electricity. We are not going to stay without doing anything without electricity. Yes, electricity in large scale, in large scale is cleaner and make everything to be better organized and can be cheaper. But then when we still have alternative, we can't say electricity is the only problem. It's more of the policy. So electricity is just a boost word. You say boost, you use or bus, whichever one you want to use. Just a boost word, just a slogan, verbiage, just for people to give excuses for lack of local production. Thank you, Prince Daddy. You may say whatever you want to say.
Oh yeah, I was just
sorry, Prince Daddy. Ola, just 3 seconds. 3 seconds. You can count. Ola, I understand what you were saying about intervention, right? But I just wanted to clarify there, and I can read it out. Subsidy is incentives, financial benefits, and grants also includes is incentives, some financial advantage or benefit given to either individuals or companies, right? It's not intervention. Intervention are regulatory policies done to remove distortions in the market, to correct distortions in the market. Example of interventions could include the reduction in interest rates for specific
Emeka, are you reading from Google?
No, I'm not reading. No, I'm not reading.
Let's not drop the conversation around that. Let Emeka say that, and then Prince Daddy, and then we move on.
Intervention, reduction in interest rates for specific sectors, or an increase in interest rates, or if telling a specific sector to engage, trying to expand that sector by probably offering some like commercial bank, okay, lend to these people a certain amount of volume or specific set of people.
Emeka, don't go too long.
No, I understand what you are saying.
Any intervention, whether the handout to give you to say, okay, go and buy food is subsidy. They are subsidizing.
You can't say that now.
Subsidy is financial benefit.
There's even stimulus, which is not fully an intervention, but a lubricant,
So basically, the economic terms, right?
You say those fall on the short-term intervention, but I think subsidies is intervention to me. I think it is.
And one man knows it. See, this is one thing one man does that I don't like. One man, I don't like that. That's what I just finished telling you. Don't try to, invest too much into this program. Let it be natural flow. Now, if somebody's wrong, he's wrong.
You always over labor things. That's the real issue.
It's not.
Let me do as I will. You do as
that's
you
know very well that
intervention. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't know. I really came in here and said,
The first question you are going to ask yourself, Panseret, is what's the distortion with subsidy? What's subsidy? What's the distortion? That's the
what's the
first question you need to
discussion?
ask yourself. What's the market distortion with subsidy? What's subsidy?
Well, the where I come in is that in any system, right, the government has coercive powers. It has all kinds of ways to intervene. It might even hold on. If you don't shut up, then I'm going to be upset. I want to have a clean-cut discussion.
My
And we'll move
question is
along.
straight.
What you want to do?
I don't care. I
Will
don't
you
care
shut
whether you're
up? I
upset or
want you
not.
to be quiet. Emeka, be
I
quiet,
don't care.
please.
Just answer the question. If you
I'm
can't
not
answer the
playing
question,
here.
can
I'm
Prince
not playing
Daddy
with
come
you.
in? Prince
Right?
Daddy,
When
please come in.
when you look at the word intervention, it could be political, it could be military. It's a word. That word means intervention. It's a generic word that means something. But now we're applying it to economics, right?
Okay,
That's
economic
even
intervention. Okay.
Will you be quiet? So
why do you want me to be quiet?
Why I want you to be quiet is because you're doing this
Why?
on purpose. I know you very well. I'm not up to your games at all today. I'm not
So
into
why
your
do you
game.
feel the need
Now,
that you need
so
to
the
control
government,
my speech?
the economic intervention could be in the form of taxes. It could be in subsidies. It could even be in monopoly. You see, one man. Mute him or take an action. Remove him from the platform because he's doing it on purpose. He does it everywhere
why
he goes.
You want an headmaster?
No. I'm talking, and he's murmuring. He's making noise in the background so that
Pansat, you don't need to. Pansat, you don't need to shout.
This is a 1 minute
Taxes are
discussion.
not economic intervention.
Okay? Please
mute him. Headmaster,
mute him, please.
Okay.
Please mute him. As a matter of fact,
Adale Koko, can you imagine living in the same household with a Pansat? Can you imagine
No, but look,
that?
one man.
Somebody will be going out of the window, either him or you.
No, but one man. This is what I'm saying. It's a 1 minute discussion, right? Where you say true or false, and then we'll move on. Why would you like having him making noise in the background when somebody's talking? I'm trying to teach him something, but not just him in particular, but everybody listening. The point is that the word intervention is generic. Now, the government has all kinds of powers. Now, in the case of intervention, they still want it to be market force. Market force is going on. They don't want to make it like communism or socialism or whatever. They want the market to be the chief frame. But you can come in the form of taxes. They can intervene by taxes, by subsidies, by even granting monopoly privileges, which they do in the case of Dangote and others. And then price control. Sometimes they could use price control, direct price control, right? So that's the thing. Now, you know that this is why I'm talking nice. You, one man, it's not this Emeka. The point is, you know this. So why would you let him harangue and beat up on Emeka, who's they say he's talking about a labor market, and you feature it prominently? Maybe it's a joke or something. He's the practical economist here.
He's in the market now. That's the whole point now of the super chat for the comment.
It's a super chat, but 199 shouldn't get you more than 30 seconds on the screen. If he wants to be there the whole day,
you are punditing and coordinating the session both at the same time. only you are at that skill.
Okay, I'll wait for my turn. But I don't like Emeka at all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like him at all.
I think
joking most of the time.
I think you do like him.
He's joking and he's an irritant.
Please come in with
you know one thing with Pansat is this: he has a lot of fans, so that's why I'm not bored except when you start attacking people unnecessarily. So I agree with Pansat. See, Emeka, the truth is this: anything that government is bringing, whether stimuli, whether subsidy, whether handout, call it anything. Once you are altering the free flow of the market, you are altering it. It's intervention.
I didn't say you are wrong. I never said you are wrong. I just said I don't dispute your generic term is spot on. But to clarify, not to make the water murky, right? We have to just distinguish that subsidy itself is financial incentives that are being provided by the government. The government is not also the only entity that provides subsidy too. So we have to note that down. So when you are subsidizing things,
could an incentive be an intervention? That's just answer that yes or no. Could an incentive be an intervention?
So, like what I was saying, right?
Can you just say yes or no? Yes or no?
Pastor, you will start to speak long grammar. So leave him alone.
I want to progress from this space. Let Prince Daddy have
Prince
his
Daddy, let Prince Daddy come in. Yeah, let Prince Daddy come in.
and then Ola round off that space, and then we move the conversation on.
Yes, Mom. Maybe I'll let you continue. My battery's about to die, so in case I'm have to log back in.
All right. You see. You've let the fans miss the voice of the fans' favorite. How will we keep our ladies' quota up if they don't get to hear the voice of Prince Daddy? That's the only voice that brings the ladies here. Ola, back to you. Ola, do you want to round off that space, or should I move you on to another talking point?
No. What I just want to say is this to round it up: that Nigeria should just stop keeping the money in the bank now. So stop consuming foreign currency within your own local economy, because everybody doing that. I understand you are protecting your currency. You understand? You can do for how to invest your money in alternative investments, but then it's not sustainable to be keeping naira for us. So I know that we do it in other economy, but for us it's not sustainable for us to keep that in Nigeria. And
what of the people that hide it under pillow?
Can I please now let him just round up and remove?
Yeah, if you hide it under pillow, where you are still part of the problem of the country. You understand? So you can hide it under pillow, but I'm just advising. I won't tell you how to spend your money, but just let us know that it is criminal for us to be holding dollars against naira, whether we like it or not. The law of the land says it's criminal, but I know every people want to be criminal when they are not caught. So thank you.
All right, let me move you on to the sports. Somebody sent this in, so we'll watch it together in real time, and then you give us a reaction to it. Yes, Ola, watch this.
People are suffering in this country. President Tinubu, holiday is over. Holiday is over. Come back now to fix the problems on ground. Well, that's all we'll say.
Well, Rufai, you're not the only one calling him back. Nigeria's former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, has asked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to step aside from office if the shoes are too big. Atiku accused Tinubu of fiddling with Nigeria in the face of worsening insecurity. His tweet reads, Tinubu is playing fiddle while Nigeria is drowning in the ocean of insecurity. To imagine that the commander-in-chief is on a so-called private visit while kidnappers kill a nursing mother and grandmother in Abuja for failing to pay 90 million naira ransom, and 2 monarchs in Ekiti, among other regular tragedies besetting Nigerians. If the shoes are too big for Emi Lokan, he should step aside. Nigeria does not need another terrorist-in-chief. The country needs 247 leadership to confront the pervasive insecurity and collapsing economy. Well, the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, in
So there it is. Narrow fiddles whilst Rome burns is what Atiku Abubakar seems to be saying to Tinubu. Narrow fiddles whilst Rome burns, but he goes on to tell us that Nigeria needs a 24/7 sort of president, and that is exactly what Nigeria needs. If Tinubu is not that man, would you suggest that Atiku is that man? Does he have the energy level that he's accusing his defeater of not having? So what are you then making of this broadside from the Waziri of Abu Dhabi?
Atiku Tufiakwa. Because the thing about Atiku is this: while his message is spot on, but the character behind the message too is not spot on. So I prefer to concentrate on the message, because I said Atiku himself as a leader is not someone to follow. Even the person that cannot even manage his PDP very well, that has not shown selfless leadership, and how this guy managed to sabotage Obasanjo, his boss, during his own time because of his desperation to become the president. How Obasanjo accused him of bribing the the National Assembly that in the history of Nigeria.
All right. If we leave the messenger to one side
Exactly.
and go to the message,
So
is it fair criticism that Tinubu does not have the rigor that is needed for where Nigeria is? Even if Nigeria was not at this point, you still need a certain energy level to be able to administer the myriad of complexity of that country. So that criticism that Tinubu does not have the rigor, is it fair criticism?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by the word rigor. If rigor is just like the physicality or maybe the mental capacity, I don't know where you are coming from.
All of that, all of the above.
You see, one thing is this. Let's just get serious. I think Tinubu needs to do more than what he's doing now. He needs to do. Do I believe he has the capacity? I've never for once doubted Tinubu's capacity. Do I think is the best for us among the three? I think yes, is the best for us so far. Now,
yes, no. Let me hold you to that space. You say, you see, amongst the three, you see, it's a dumbed down choice, isn't it? It's the worst of three evils, isn't it? It's a matter. The election that just happened is a matter of discounting and then taking what is left. It's not a matter. It's not an upward trajectory. It's just clearing the mark and then seeing whatever it is left that's not a, So I think out of the three, it's probably the only choice that the country could make. But you are saying in terms of his capacity, you've never doubted that. So why don't you doubt his capacity? Because this guy has been out of governance for what 20 years odd, not anything outside of making mysterious money. What inspires your confidence in him?
Okay, like I used to refer to his models in Lagos, and basically we are seeing the model now. I know that the current situation of subsidy removal on dollar is creating some kind of economic hardship. I know that. But what people are not aware of too is if you continue to subsidize a dollar for the rich, will it help the economy in the future? The country is going to go bankrupt. When the country go bankrupt, for example, the money you have in that bank in some certain situation, you won't be able to touch it. That is what some people are not even thinking about. Well, let's forget about all those economic theory now. Now, what we are talking about here is this. Now, the person gets to the office. What is first target? He audited the CBN. That's an example of someone that knows exactly what he's doing. Why do we have rotten? Because if I want to tell you, more than anything in Nigeria, CBN is responsible for the current economic catastrophe in Nigeria today, whether we like it or not. We may not want to accept. So your monetary policy maker and manager is very critical to your economy. That is why when they raise interest rates somewhere, people will be shouting interest rate, mortgage, everything will be going up. Businesses will be laying people off. Exactly. When you look at how CBN managed our currency in the past, mismanaged, and you look at, okay, what was that particular thing that is giving incentive to corruption within that place, you immediately identify that it's just because the gap between the subsidy you give to that of a dollar and free market value. The next thing, what did you do? You floated the naira. That's exactly. So it shows that this guy knows exactly what he's doing. Now you look at the CBN. You look at how people were making money from traveling from Abuja to Lagos, and you are running like about $1 billion or probably over $1 billion just because some people are traveling. Some people that have no business in Abuja, you are paying them like out of your office allowances. They were hooking up in the hotel. You remove that. You said no, we have to move you back to Lagos where you have that facility. It may not immediately comes clear to people, but you are removing some kind of loopholes there. You are plugging the hole. Now, under you, this guy, what do we call this guy? The FAN, FAN. He said, okay, people too should now move back to Lagos. You know, when you look at all those cost-costing measure that he's doing now, it's showing that this guy really knows what he's doing. And another thing they are working on, for example, is to make sure that the government revenue agency will be able to have access to where to get that money. Okay, the other time they said, oh, NMA, they use political language that CBN will be selling our crude oil. Not that CBN will be selling our crude oil. The question is this: you need not pay into NNPC accounts. You know, NNPC account that they decide to have account in like 10 banks, to the point that you will not even know when those money are going to. They say, okay, no, we don't want it. We want that money to be coming directly to CBN. What's that telling you? It shows you that this guy knows where the problem is and is tackling it. We are not going to see the impact immediately, because when you destroy something, you need time to rebuild. Like I say, it happened under OBJ, except someone that was not born that time. Nigeria never experienced the progress of what OBJ was doing until we were approaching around 2003. So all whatever all these politicians are saying now is political to me, because they all know the truth. Atiku will not come there and come and perform miracle, even if it's the best of the best, according to how he likes to see himself. So, but where do I have problem with this man for now is this: number one, if I have my way to advise him, he has to reduce his traveling. He has to address the insecurity, the security issue, because one of those things you promised that time.
So sorry. Do you think you have to advise him to do that? I mean, obviously that's clearly flashed up within the space. Is it not in the process of addressing that anyway?
It's taking too long. It's taking too long.
It's taking too long for him to resolve the insecurity that's been there for 30 years.
No, why did I say it's taking too long? Is this: when you were complaining, you made it look simple. Like those people there, they were stupid. They didn't know what they were doing. Recruit. What will they eat? Cassava, again,
agbado. Yes.
This is February, right? By May, it will be 1 year.
Yes.
That security is supposed to be short-term intervention. Yeah, it's supposed to be
intervention.
Short-term intervention. And
how do
I will tell you,
yes.
Okay, now we have the structure that can handle this thing in place. But the question is this: the arrogance of our political class make them think of election, make them think of what is detrimental to their coming back or to whatever they want to implement. For example, you have Amotekun, they be talking of arms. This day. There, you are the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You have power. You have power because to give order to the.
You think Amotekun is the solution to insecurity?
See, one man, we have short term and long term. If you ask me whether Amotekun is a solution to insecurity, I will tell you yes. In the Southwest, because the way Amotekun was created is created through an act of the parliament, and it's like a regional forces that they look at it in such a way that
where is insecurity coming from in Nigeria broadly?
See, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
No, we know it's everywhere, but in the broadness of it.
I understand what you are talking about, but I don't want to.
Okay, insecurity in Nigeria largely is coming in from the Sahel region.
It's coming from the Sahel. Some are some are caused by the activities of miners. Some are.
Yeah, no, we know that, but the real insurgent type of insecurity that is cascading the entirety of the Nigerian space, holding the country at siege, is essentially coming in from the Sahel.
That's a point, but it's everywhere. Because what
We
I'm
know
telling
it's
you is
everywhere
this.
now.
What I'm telling you is this. When I used Amotekun is a model that is existing. Amotekun is a model that every region can easily replicate, especially the people in the north central of the country, where our food basket is, right? Now, these guys, they are displacing them, and these guys, they be shouting, empower us, so that we can
Give
go.
everybody guns is the solution to
Not we
insecurity.
are not saying give everybody gun. Give the security outfit created by the act of the state parliament. Give them weapon to be able to combat insecurity because they know their bushes, they know their forest more than anybody you want to bring from
That
the.
sounds like a knee-jerk sort of thing.
Well, where like we keep saying every security is local. Even sometimes you don't have to reinvent the way you see what is happening somewhere around you within the global community and replicate exactly what they are doing there.
Tinubu has just spent $1 billion on fighter helicopters, drones, smart technology, all of those things.
Yeah, then his approach is wrong. I will give you
His approach
okay.
is wrong.
Look at the unconventional way that Jonathan adopted in the past. Prove to us that to be more effective.
You know that Tinubu's position is guided by the advisement of security experts.
See,
who know the terrain more than you and I.
So I understand, but there's nothing that the security should be function of everybody, should be the responsibility of everybody. Yeah, you can be you can be an expert, but nobody knows it all. You understand? If you are if you are that security expert cannot secure me in my local village, then your advice is not effective. I need something that is effective for me, that work for me, not what someone that is sitting inside AC and drinking palm wine be telling me to do within my community. I know what I need and allow me to secure myself. So in a nutshell, what we have on ground is this. Amotekun is there as a model. You don't have any complaint to do. Then probably, I say probably because I've heard about it, but I cannot confirm it, that the North Central, when this governor, Tom, was there as the governor, they had their own kind of vigilante. Like I said, the unconventional way that Jonathan used when he engaged Asari Dokunbo. Meanwhile, Asari Dokunbo is still a security contractor, still managing our highways. So now, if Asari Dokunbo can be managing our highways and they have licensed rifle, I don't know why Amotekun cannot be licensed to manage. So we've used this to monitor our oil infrastructure before, our corridor infrastructure.
Yeah, Ola, may I give
well.
you an information, please? This Amotekun we are talking about and pushing it out as a solution. Do you know the irresponsible politicians are now cornering Amotekun as their bodyguards? So you have very few Amotekun now doing normal work. They have Amotekun as their guides for their wife, carrying umbrella and everything. The police.
Baba, we focus more on the unintended consequences than intended consequences. See, no matter the process you establish in this world, when you have the real intention, when you achieve it too, there will be some kind of unintended consequences. But then, if we ignore the 85% efficiency and focus more than the 15% that inefficiency, then we are not ready to move forward as a country. We are talking of what can help us go back to our farm to produce food, to curb food inflation. We are talking of something that can even reduce fatality, that we allow government to to save the life or to save life and property. We are talking about that, and we are not talking of some little misuse, abuse. No, the only reason.
I have a question for you along the line while you're on this topic. Actually, I have two
Please
questions
go
for
ahead.
you.
Ask the question.
The first one is you say that Amateku is a model that should be replicated in the North. Now, I'll give you okay, let me just force you a direct question, then I'll give you another scenario. Number one, does Amateku have the right to prosecute? Yes or no?
Police do not really have, to be honest, police do not really have right to prosecute too. It's only that over time, they delegated illegality to the police. We used to have the office of the state prosecutor.
They have the right to prosecute. So just answer my question in line with what I just asked you, because what you just said is false.
I'm not a lawyer.
I know, but take it from me, the police have a right to prosecute. They have prosecutors.
It's
they
the
could actually
state that prosecute, not the police.
Police
can only arrest.
I know, but just hear me out. I understand. What I mean is the apparatus. The police can then appoint or give it to the state, or they could give it to, or not, in Nigeria's case, not here in the United States, they could get somebody who is a lawyer to prosecute somebody. That's allowed in Nigeria. It's not allowed here in the United States. But my question to you is that if do they have the right to apprehend and then prosecute? Because that's a very important aspect of security, deterrence. You don't have to kill the people who came to attack you, which is the major role of Amateku, is to go into the forest and kill people, okay? But then this is the other part of the question is this. If the Igbos go there and whack the Uni of wherever, right? Or one of your monarchs, forget about now that it's the Fulani who are doing it. Let's just use Edos or Igbos. What would be your advice? What would you say?
Pansat.
Yeah.
I don't know. I see. You two, you are talking about the abuse is what everyone is talking about. As if the current police structure we have, as if, they don't do that. The problem is this: you have to think of the people. Stop thinking about the politicians. That's where the problem is now. We focus too much on politicians. Political opponent we misuse. But we forget that the masses are the ones suffering. Now,
right, but
when we are saying they don't have power, wait.
Amateku is the model, but as against the one you have the Southeast, which is ESN. I mean, they are there as also a security measure, but you're saying that this is done by legislation. The Southwestern governors got together and they did something locally within the states to have Amateku. The Southeasterners did not do that. They just went ahead and put together an outfit, right? But neither of them have the power to prosecute, right? You could toss it you could capture some terrorists.
All right. Respond to what Pansat said, then bring it home. And then after that, I'm going to do an 8-minute monologue just to make sure that people don't wait too long, because I'm now getting conscious of the time. Respond to Pansat, bring it home, and then I'll kick off the monologue with Emeka. Then from Emeka to Baba Ife, and then we take it round. Back to you, Ola.
It's my turn next. It's my turn.
Okay.
I waited patiently. It's my turn.
Pansat, let me finish this thing. So the thing is this: they engage Tompolo. They engage Asari Dokubo, they engage OPC to man crude oil infrastructure. They don't have power to arrest, but what do? They prevent. So prevention is part of the duty of Amotekun. Because if Amotekun are stationed in strategic location and all the criminals in the bushes, they know that, we did now have someone now that have some kind of a firearms to counter us. This has always been like, someone coming with AK-47 versus someone without anything. But when these people now understand that, okay, they have some kind of counter the firepower, they try to run away too. That's the point. So the idea of arrest or the law of the country can still be amended to give room for Amotekun to prosecute if they need be. We don't need to get everything perfect from day one. We swear we can always improve over time. But if we see perfection from day one, then we are not ready to do anything. So to me, destruction of grant is what I expect our president to key into while you now plan for the long term. If you need to empower OPC in the short term, if you need to empower Agbekoya, the Eastern Security Network, and whatever they have somewhere, just to make sure that they force all these criminals away so that people can go back into their normal life. Let us farm, let people eat. And don't forget that when you engage all these people we are talking about too, you are creating jobs, you are developing the economy. That's part of human capital we'll be talking about. So do something and stop giving excuses. So to me, Tinubu need to come back. We didn't vote for him to be living in France. So it should not be replicating, it should not be following the very terrible attitude and bad job that Buhari did. And I keep saying this, as worse as Abacha government was, he still managed to create hospital in Asher Rock that took care of his medical needs. So if need be, let him do so. So it can't be. I don't support our president to be sleeping in France. So thank you. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So let me go with Emeka because he's about to leave in a moment. So Emeka, we kick off the 8-minute monologue from him as much as possible, unless the inter whatever it is absolutely necessary. Let him have free flow. Emeka, to the conversation. Good to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, first and foremost, let me go straight to the CBN and use my time very effectively. The CBN governor has spoken very well today. This morning.
Did you watch it?
I did watch it, right?
Yes, we did a session earlier with Kulata and the gang. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I enjoyed the interview. He was able to.
That was his first outing, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
First interview, but that's his second speech. He was able to tell Nigerians and also other interested stakeholders what was going on, what he met, the issues he met, what he has done, and what he plans to do. That's clear, effective communication, right? Which is very good, and I think all other ministers, I know he's not a minister, but other ministers should take a cue from that. You know what he has said clearly. That look at what we had 7 billion naira outstanding FX commitment that he met on ground, and apparently it shows that it continues to show the ridiculousness that Emefiele was behavior doing around during his own tenure, and it's quite sad. Fortunately enough, we only have 2.2 billion outstanding. Quite a lot has been paid out. And again, what he did mention, I don't know if you said you had a private session, I don't know if you guys actually touched on that. There was fraud going on there. Some people without proper letters.
Yes, 2.4 billion, yes.
You understand? Some entity being given dollars over the requested volume, and some that were not even properly registered. So you see how Emefiele was running the shop during his tenure, which is quite annoying. You see, it's a sad one. But again, what he did was bringing in some form of level of confidence in the market, right? And you saw that the market reacted based on the policies and some of the communiques that they've released. 3 of them actually. So the market has actually reacted, and again with his speech or interview, I think the market is going to react again tomorrow. But from that, the conclusion is that we are closer to the end of the FX distortion in the market. We are closer to the end, and that will be addressed. I believe they didn't see the problem coming and it's quite understandable. But now they've been able to get a grip of what's going on, and that issue would be a thing of the past as quick as possible. Hopefully, I'm happy with the statement. I'm happy. And one thing he also highlighted is that foreign investors, especially those the foreign portfolio investors who have shown some quite admiration of our market, are willing to come back. Our stock market is one of the best in the world. Provide assured and consistent return of investment. So with them coming in to invest into our stock exchange market, it brings in a lot of liquidity in FX. So with all these measures in place, I think, and with the transparency, even if the naira, though he said the naira is undervalued, but I think with time we will see if the naira is truly undervalued or if the current rate is the same. So I think with what he's predicting that the naira would find its level, which everybody seems to agree with anyway. But let's see.
Are you anticipating a reduction in the exchange rate, or are you expecting that the stability will hold round about this exchange rate level that we're at?
With more liquidity, the naira would appreciate more. Once they are trying to remove the distortion, trying to improve transparency, and then once that distortion is out and transparency is there, the transparency in the sense that okay, this is what willing buyers and willing sellers are willing to participate in, the liquidity will now come in automatically. And with that liquidity, the more the supply, the lower or I would say the higher the appreciation of the naira. Then we will definitely see what the true value of the naira is. We really need to know what the true value of the naira is, because it's going to help with a lot of financial planning and also the ease of doing business in terms of those who involved in manufacturing and also those who are importing. So you can be able to organize yourself. And then if you walk into a bank, your accessibility to FX is not like you have to go to Mecca. It makes things a lot much easier, and it helps a lot of businesses as well as also individuals who might want to use it for their personal effect. So with that, once the transparency is there, liquidity will come, then we'll know the true value. I'm guessing that the true value should be within around $700 to $900, the 900 naira to a dollar. Anyway.
That's what the international houses said when they floated the naira originally. They said the true value will rest about the 700 mark. So,
that's my prediction, around $700 to $900 naira to a dollar. So let's see how it goes. It might be more. I think it's going to find its balance within that range. But with more transparency, the transparency is the main thing. There's been a lot of shady under dealings with our FS, and you find that the commercial banks are also a major participant in all this. But with what is going on now, and with the introduction of IMTO, that will really help. Then if we can truly now see the transparency, then people with the funds would come in and want to participate. Now with the liquidity, which will be streaming in, then willing buyers and willing sellers, will participate very, very freely, and then we can know what the true value is. Once we know the true value, I think that sorts out a lot of the noise making that we're having all over the space. Like now, subsidy, nobody is really talking about subsidy anymore. We only made noise for a few months, and that is dead and gone. Now, if this is resolved, a lot of people will find what else to talk about. Maybe we'll move our discussion to insecurity.
Let me ask you a question.
Is this a world first, Emeka? This experimentation with the naira, just subjecting the national currency just purely to economics and market forces. I'm not sure that
it's not a word force. It's not a word force. That's applicable in other climes everywhere, even including here. That's what is applicable. The problem with us is the greed factor. You understand? You see banks quoting assets in dollars, and they will revalue the dollars assets during their end of year. So what they're actually telling us, revaluation gain, they're posting revaluation gain in their financial statements, which is really wrong. And then they are claiming profit. On that profit, they are awarding themselves bonuses. It's clearly that's window dressing. That clearly window dressing based on FX gains. That's what they're doing. A lot of their profits is being put on. Look at BC Bank. When I calm down, Pastor, please, for the love of God, I have only 8 minutes. Can I use it?
I know he's gonna.
When it gets to no, I don't want the interview. I don't want it, Pastor. Please, I don't want it.
All right, let him carry on, Pastor. Carry on, Maker.
So I was reviewing GT Bank last year, 2022 end of year, and I was just a revelation gain, and I was like, what is going on here? Why these guys just do a lot, and a huge chunk of their profits was basically for revelation gain. Pick up their financial statement, their annual report, and you look at it. That's a clear, and those financial are not economic.
Is it sharp practice?
There's no underlying economic activities going on. Those are sharp practices. Those are window dressing.
Is it illegality or sharp practice?
No, that is taking advantage of the market, right? It's not illegal. They are just taking advantage of the distortion in the market and trying to.
How many minutes does he have?
The pressure of making profit. They are trying to see how they can make a quick bucks for themselves and the shareholders. But with this transparency comes a lot of housekeeping and making tidying up the shop. Everybody, so if banks are posting profits, there must be an underlying economic activity tied to that transaction. That is how it should be, and that's how it is all over the world. So once this FS issue is resolved, then the CBN will now focus on what they are primarily set to do. I'm looking forward to his MPR, and let's see what he's going to tell us during his MPR. What rate? That's what we should be focused on. Not fighting FX here, fighting FX there. Tell us what your interest rate is going to look like. And if you are still going to hold the interest rate again, or you are going to reduce or increase the interest rate, let's see what you're doing. We are not even fighting inflation. He's not even focused on it. He's busy fighting FX. Something he's not supposed to be doing. That's what he's doing because we have a useless CBN governor in the past. So let's see what he's coming up with. If he's going to fight inflation, probably we are going to be anticipating another increase in the interest rate, another basis point, maybe another 0.05 basis points increase again. And that is more increase in interest rates, more hardship again in the country. But then let's see what Cardoso is going to do in that space.
All right, brilliant. Is there any other topic you'd like to speak to, or do you want me to?
I would like to speak about the articles. I like what article said. We understand. I think maybe he went for vacation. He's now resuming his role to mounting pressure on the government, which is quite expected. You understand. Our president should not be traveling and private visits. We all know he wants to take care of his health, which is understandable. But again, as the president of the country, especially in this period where things are going in a different direction, he should be home trying to address this problem. That's the more reason why I thought they were trying to bring in best of the art medical equipment in the Aso Rock Hospital. That's what they should be aiming for. You understand? That's what they should be trying to do. Yes, we cannot question the health of an individual. Likewise, the president, who is actually old, is expected. But again, traveling and going to France to go and stay in France for quite a long period of time is not acceptable. He should be home. We have more issues. He has more issues on his decks. He should be there trying to lead the way, drive the boats to the right direction, and lead us out of the mess that we are in. We have a lot of mess in the country. So, going out of the country because of your health, it's not okay. I like what Article is doing. If you are not strong enough for the job, step aside, which is good. It mounts pressure on them. It lets the president understand that, come on, what you are doing is not acceptable. There are ways you can manage this. Try to equip the Aso Rock Hospital. We have excellent doctors, excellent medical professionals in the country that can assume that role professionally. And with whatever equipment you want to have, even if you don't like those doctors, you can fly in the doctors who is attending to you in France. They can come and do what they want to do and observe you for quite a while. You can afford it anyway, and then move on to their next patient. But we can't have, this is a time where we need the leader of the country to be seen, to lead us, and to also calm the people down, to let us understand, just like what Cardoso just did, right? Explain what he's doing, what he has done, and what he's going to do. We want the president to be the one who is going to champion in that situation and calm the country. Yes, the country is going through a tough time. A lot of people are complaining. In Mina, they just protested. So a lot of people are complaining. So if the president is telling us, I understand what is going on, this is what we are doing, this is how we are addressing this issue, and this is what we intend to do, everybody hold on. You know, I said this will be tough a little bit, but we will get out of it. Do I still believe in the president's capability to change the country around, to turn things around? I still do, but again, time is running out of him. In a couple of few months, it's going to be 1 year, and then that's where you begin to ask questions. Sir, what have you done so far? Where are you driving us to? Where are you taking us to? It seems like you don't know the road anymore. Maybe the headlight is not clean. Can you clean the headlight of the bus so that we can see where we are going to? Or do you need another person to come and drive the bus for you, since it's like you are sleeping on the steering wheel? So these are the questions that Atiku asks, which are very relevant. And I'll be expecting others, like those who claim to be the main opposition, who after the election did not win anything.
Yeah,
And they're busy jumping
just in
around and
that
taking
space.
pictures.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. Just in that space, in terms of in the differing styles of opposition that we're seeing, are you suggesting then that there's more pungency, more potency, more directness, and more devoiding of sentimentality from the Atiku PDP space? Because this is the second time that it's coming out, and
Yeah,
the
I
court
think
is deep and direct, and
yes,
it's
he
not
showed.
whipping
You
up
see,
sentimentality. It's just yeah.
Exactly. You could tell from his previous statement and this one, you could see the directness, you could see the experience in it, you could see the focus, like, this is what I'm addressing. Like you said, no sentiment, no bias. I'm telling you, Chief, if you are not ready, move out. And he's saying that you can't be doing this. So Atiku is not playing. I hope we keep up to it, because Atiku's voice is more louder than the rest. So we want more from Atiku, to hold the government more responsible, to tell us more. He's very experienced. He has been a vice president in the past, so he understands the game properly. Not the one that goes about taking pictures and trying to play to sentiments or whatever he's trying to do. That's nonsense in my point of view. He needs to take a cue from Atiku. He needs to learn how to play the game. This is not campaign season. This is time to get the government to tax on what they're supposed to do. Campaign is over. It's done. It's dusted. You've lost. Accept the defeat and move on. And then play your role actively as an opposition party, and not stop going around the world and stop taking nonsense, useless pictures. And again, I just don't get it. If you claim you love Nigeria very much and a huge stakeholder in the country, you must be able to play your roles effectively. You must do that with some form of directness. And I don't understand the business you are into junketeering and traveling around the world and trying to show your dirty face everywhere and playing to the gallery. Or you want to turn to be the chief mourner of the country or the chief condolence officer of the country, if that's the position you want to take for yourself, then so be it. But again, I would want Atiku to play that role as an opposition leader effectively, do it properly, so that we will not have a government that would continue to misbehave and act like there is no opposition in the country. Now, what's going to happen with this? You will see the president's aides coming to respond. Each time Atiku speaks, they respond. They are forced to respond effectively, and they must address the issue and tell the country what they are supposed to be doing. So this is what we should be expecting for other opposition parties, if they actually exist, and not on the cameras of their personal photographers.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I don't know who made more sense, you or your son, but I think your son actually made more sense. So thank you to thank you to King
No,
Emeka and Prince Emeka. So
thank you very much.
the king and the prince. So thank you, Emeka. Stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's go on from you to Pansat. We'll take the 8 minutes to Pansat just to quieten him down. Pansat, you're up next to the conversation. Let's hear from you.
Thank you very much. When somebody's babysitting and we could hear the kids crying and they claim they're going to bed, we all have had kids who know that you cannot actually go to bed before those kids go to sleep. So next time somebody lies about them going to bed, they shouldn't take precedence over me, who's been here waiting for a long time. Now,
yeah, you are all heart, aren't you? Really, you give so much. Look at this guy.
He wouldn't let me intervene. But if he's around, Emeka, if you're around, I still like to ask you the question that I was going to ask you with my time. Are you there to answer questions? All right. He's hiding under the bed. But one man, what I was going to tell him is that the games these people are playing with us is too much, right? Imagine all this, the price of the inflation, the price of our commodities, it's all set outside. And it's like just taking cookies from a Girl Scout really. We're goons in that country. If these people signed futures with Nigeria, let's say petroleum, let's say 9 months ago, 12 months ago, and they've set a price that they're going to buy for, I don't know, $50 a barrel. Then in the Nigerian money, I don't know what it comes out to be. And they did it a year ago. And then they trigger all this stuff, letting an illegitimate government that would let our, make our inflation go that high. Guess they're getting the oil for free. That's all we're suffering. All this is. It's better we just give them that oil. If they could just come in there, take the oil and go, we're gonna do much better. See, they set the prices for our oil, and then in the future, when the time for them to buy, our money is not worth anything. These are sharp white bankers in London and New York and all that, and they know what they're doing. This Tinubu is somewhere probably under heavy sedation, if we're lucky, right? He doesn't know where he is. The French are very wicked because the people they colonize are driving them out. Say, just pack your shit and get the hell out of here. Now, what does our own president do? Go and lay in France with intrusive surgery. And these Western countries are fighting Russia. They need those gas. They need those oil. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. We don't even know where the hell he is. So the Senate could check and see.
Do you think they are going to plant a chip in him?
Of course. They've done that already. But the thing is that they could then change the battery, do improvements on it. They already got stuff on him. You know that. You could even go back 100 years. These Western countries are that advanced. You cannot actually have your president running around in the open without protection, without things to deter all kinds of lasers and all kinds of stuff. It's just the way it is. It's true. Even ordinary companies have secrets like that. They guard their trade secrets. For example, you don't know what's in a Coca-Cola. You cannot easily go and make a McDonald's. Now, our president is sitting in France for weeks. We don't know if it's a lot. We don't know what the hell they're doing with him. Obviously, it involves intrusive surgery. Why France? I guess he filed up in the United States. But go and ask Chad and all those people that were colonized, Cameroon, that were colonized by France. What is the experience? What are they saying to France? Right? They're pulling out of the West African thing there, and they're driving France out. But Tinubu is in France. I'm saying that the prima facie standard has been reached to where Tinubu has to prove every day that he's alive, and a lot. It's in our constitution. The Senate is empowered to find out if he's of sound mind and body. And if he's not, they ought to take him out. He's illegitimate. He is.
When you say take him out, are you saying to
impeach him?
Impeach him or just shoot him?
No, to impeach him.
Or both. Okay.
No, to impeach him. He's not worth the bullet, to be honest with you. Just impeach him. See, the point is that we are like goons. And we Nigerians, we're smarter than that. We know that. Look at the country. Somebody goes to Ibadan over there. I don't know what kind of weapon they use to level it, almost the whole city. Level the city. And they start capturing and killing monarchs of the Southwesterners. They don't save him. I was asking Ola, if the Igbos did that, what's your solution? The point is that
what sort of response were you anticipating from him?
From who?
From that question to Ola, from Ola.
Oh no, I'm still gonna give him a chance. That's why I will say it at the end if he completely is oblivious to the answer. So, but I think as the later stages, when people start leaving the platform, then we could have a chat on that, because it's an important thing. But if he doesn't at some point, I promise you that I will do that. But we're being embarrassed daily by this gang in office. It's awkward. It's a humiliation. if somebody come to me, let's say I'm president
Do
of
you
Nigeria.
think the Southwesterners are more in fear of the Northerners than they are of the Igbos?
You know, I really cannot answer that question without annoying.
Was that not
a
when
lot
you
of
were
people.
leading? No, you can.
No,
When have you ever?
no, no,
When have you ever recalled from annoying people? Is
no,
that
no.
not
If
your
I if I
shtick?
if I can
That's
if
your
I can
shtick now.
no. If I could control it, I would, right? If there are alternative ways to have the discussion, I would. It's only when we come to a sharp bend where we have to tell the truth, right? At that point, then I have to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not. I call a spade at that point. But right now, I'm giving 8 minutes. If I'm uninterrupted by the host, I can try to manage it. But if you do interrupt me, I want you to add those times to my time. So it's embarrassing, mortifying, when ignominy. It's a shame. I'm saying to all Nigerians, it's not too late for us to just forgive each other. Whatever our fathers did, on one side or the other, that's leading to tribalism, right? It's time to say, you know what? This present crop didn't do that. Not even the civilians did it at the time. It was military, Nigerian military officers. Because the Southwest is very important. The Southeast is important. Understand? The North is gone. They're not considered in this equation of us trying to reason and realize that we're in perilous times. It's dangerous times. We're vulnerable. We're insecure. Prosecution is a very important element in deterrence of crime, including terrorism. There has to be prosecution. The role of the prosecutor is very crucial in maintaining public safety and deterring future criminal behavior. So by prosecuting criminals, it ensures there's justice served, promotes a sense of security. You can't have this Amateko go capture people, give them to these Fulani, northern Muslims, terrorists, and they turn them loose the next day. That cannot work. That cannot be a model. They go and they mine those oil fields, Ola, in the south, Rivers, Bayelsa, all those, Akwa Ibom, all those areas. Mine, steal our oil, take our money, budget money for security. That money should be used for security. That's the model that we have in our constitution. Believe it or not, the way northern Muslims, these terrorists, look at Amoteku is the way they look at Eastern Security Network is the way they look at Amoteku. To them, Amoteku is a threat. You don't want to admit it. You want to feel special. And then when they go kill 2 of your monarchs, you're trying to hide it from us. Or bomb your cities. You want to hide and say it's a firework that the Chinese put in their garage. You want to feel special. What you came up with is special. Now, I was saying that one of the things here a couple of days ago, I came on this platform. I say, me too. I like the dazzling pizzazz of a precise pyro technique, fireworks. I'm sure you appreciate that alliteration I used there, one man.
You're a wordsmith. We all know that. A man of
and
depth.
we also, like I said, know the physics, the yield of what that could do. But don't hide. We know. Don't be under any illusion. There's no special reason why Northern Muslims hate the Igbos. Why would they love you? Anyway, is it your looks or your oil? They don't love you. So let's join hands together.
Do you think the Northerners love the Southwesterners more than they love the Igbos?
I don't care. I don't think so. Because
you don't think so?
I don't think so.
Do you think the Northerners are more in fear of the Igbos than they are of the Southwesterners?
I think so. How many untouchable Sadoanas have the Yorubas
because
How many
their
Sadoanas have
Sadoanas,
you
yeah.
walked and from the
Of
southwest?
course.
Right? You haven't walked one. How many times have you gone to war? 0. You haven't even protested. The Southeasterners went to war. When the Sadoana talked nonsense to a Yubo man in an interview.
You know that the Yorubas have been singularly if we are talking about homogeneity, the tribe that has governed Nigeria the most and the longest. Essentially, the country is a Yoruba project.
Well, in essence, yeah, the northern Muslims are afraid of Southeasterner. They don't even want a Southeasterner to be president because they know what's going to happen when that happens. I don't care who it is. You pick up anybody on the street that's a Southeasterner, right, and put him as president. He's going to make turn Nigeria into pure gold, a fair place. Any Southeasterner, I'm willing to bet on it. I don't care if it's a bomb. Okay, look at our people that we reject. People like Okoro Awasa, people like Hope Uzodinma. All these people are smarter than any other politician in any other part of that country. Okorocha is a wordsmith. He's a smart guy. He's a good businessman. He's a billionaire. He's smart. But we don't want him because he's unfair.
Smart.
And unethical.
Tell us how smart. In what
very smart now. All you have to do to prove that, bring Okorocha, right? Making a speech, talking, and then bring anybody else who's ruled Nigeria. Let me land. This is something we should do one day. Just any of these people that we're rejecting, right? Even what's the crook there from Abia State? All these people ordinarily are far smarter than any other part of Nigeria that's ruled the country. But we don't want that because they're not up to standard to be president or governor. But every single one of those people reject are far 1,000% better than any other person you would embrace. But we don't want them. They're not good for the country. They're not good for the state. But that's who you embrace.
Why are we listening to this guy saying that people that were rejected in the Southeast is far better than every other people being projected in Nigeria? What did the Okorocha do? Build him status?
Okay.
What was in Imo State?
Okay, you know what? One man, you could do the experiment either tonight or any other day. Bring Okorocha speaking and bring somebody from War Peace's place, right? Where the hell are you from? War Peace. Where you're from Edo, right? You're from Edo?
Boy. Am I your mate to talk to me like that? If you don't know how to talk, then get out of this platform.
You must have heard me say that you came in yesterday and you were rejected because you couldn't hold a show. But anyway, please mute that kid before. Let me finish. It's my 8 minutes, right? Mute him.
Look at this very daft.
It's not a win if you're gonna let this case insult me, one man, because I might be holding you responsible from today.
I thought you said it was not in your nature to cause offense. I thought you said that barely 5
minutes. Pastor is a non-entity. He doesn't know his left from his right.
You know, this War Peace, he thinks that he comes in belligerent, then he's making a mark or something. But you know, please mute him.
Pastor, don't you see every platform you do?
I have not landed. Please shut up. Please.
Quiet. You don't even know your mate. You don't even know your right. You don't even know yourself. Every platform you go to, you make fool of yourself, and you still come here every day in a month. I think everybody. I don't know.
My time is over. One man.
Do you ever have kids?
You have to stop.
I doubt if you have kids, because if you're a father, you can't be making fool of yourself on the platform. Your kids will be watching you. Then what kind of a father? What kind of a legacy are you leaving behind for your kids? What would they look after? They'll go to the farmer platform and say that your father is making fool of yourself, making fool of himself.
Shut up.
I want you to look up this word, War Peace. The word is pantomime. Pantomime. Hold on. It's spelled PANTOMIME, pantomime. It is I'm not quite sure if it's uniquely British, but
It's not, but
I suspect
look,
it's
that's not going to
global.
happen.
It's
He
an
can look
over.
up anything.
Yeah, it's
You
an
have the
over
pantomime though,
exact.
but wait a minute. One
Yeah,
man,
hold
let's
on.
go
It's
back to
an
the show
hold on.
now.
Let me just say this. It's an over exaggerated comedic performance, very flamboyant, very over exaggerated, and he invites public participation. So that's just sort of the area
Okay,
of concern. It's just like
Now
a pantomime.
remember
Yeah.
what is
Carry on. Yeah.
annoying him. What did I say? I said,
Pansal,
please,
Don't take matters seriously.
must I
Don't.
tell you?
Did
You
you
run you run into the show yesterday today to say, oh, I couldn't hold the show. Did you ask what was the welfare or the head condition of one man yesterday? This young man came out here. He had flu. He came out to at least make us gather and speak.
All right, thank you.
And
Listen,
why didn't you come to the show? Why didn't you take your
the
time?
guy now? It's my turn.
You quiet. You I'm talking to you.
Are you
Your
gonna
elder brother
give
talking
me
to you. You
back
are talking. Look at this. Look at this old Yamari goat is talking. I'm talking to you. That is buying that to Samoepa. I'm talking to you. That you are saying you're saying that you should mute me.
You want
Who are you to tell one man to mute me? Who are you? What do you have to offer in this? What have you done?
Well, it's best not to take Pansat seriously. If you take him seriously, you'll get offended very quickly.
All right. So
No, I'm not offended. I'm just looking at this. I just look at the coward talking. And I've never had a baby cry in your house. And you're mocking Emeka. Do you have a child? Have you ever paid this? Have you paid school fees before?
My kids are older than you.
Is your dick even working?
Right.
I think your dick is shooting blank.
My goodness.
I don't think you will ever bear a child in your life.
Oh no,
Okay,
let's not go there now. No, please. All right.
Man, stop playing your
Look at this coward. He's talking to me. Do you know what happened yesterday?
All right.
One man, I respect your show. Let me respect your show.
Yeah, but don't take Pansat too seriously. But Pansat, don't poke at him. You know he'll come back. But carry on. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
I haven't even started yet. I mean, he won't let me talk. So what I was saying is that we're in perilous times, that we should right now forgive everybody and then do the right thing. All these prices are being set outside. We have an illegitimate person posing as president. Nobody takes him seriously. That he's a president, right? He's not. He's been gone for 2 or 3 weeks. He said it. I'm going to start where Buhari stopped. He dodged the debate. He was cowardly. He couldn't come out and face the Nigerian people. Not once. Now, I don't give him credit for the games that the Northern Muslims played, right? Sunni Muslims. They're the ones who put him there. They played a game. So your question to me was, do I think that they're more scared of the Southeast? I said yes, because a few times they use the Yorubas because they know if you put Obasanjo there. Now, Obasanjo, it's not too bad, but the times are even worse now. They know they put him there, they can manipulate him. You give him Sharia. There's not a single Igbo man that would let that nonsense take place.
Igbo.
You can go over there doing a Sharia something in one country. If you want to get the fuck out of the country, get out and go and do your own. Go and do your Sharia country, where a secular state. There's not a single Igbo man that would allow that.
Igbo supported him in totality. They voted for his wife. What do you mean?
You mean
they benefited so much in terms of appointment in his government? What are
you're misunderstanding me. Igbos, when just like in any polity, when you have a binary choice, then that's your time to choose the lesser evil, right? Even here in the United States, when it comes down to Biden versus Trump, people are going to make their choice based on those two. It's a mathematical thing. You're going to, on one left hand, you put up all the virtues. Over here, you're going to put all the vices, and then you choose based on that. You're not choosing from everybody in the country. So when they're presented with Obasanjo versus some Muslim.
Why did you allow Pansat go scot-free now?
One man, having these kids insulting me doesn't bode well for your show. You saw what happened after they insulted me last week. You came out here on Sunday. I think you had like 13 people with war peace, and you had to run away from there. Why do you think nobody showed up here? It's because you had who was insulting me last week? One of them, I forgot who was doing that, and you allowed that to happen. I'm an elderly man. And in our culture, you have to respect your elders, especially one as smart as me, right? So to conclude, here's what I'm saying: we should
and
just
6'4" and tagged, or what's your strap line? 6'4" and tagged,
and
or why
strapped.
are you tagged anyway? It's only criminals that are tagged.
I'm not tagged. I'm strapped. That means you have a
You are
horse. You
strapped.
have
That means are you Hannibal Lecter that you have been? What are you strapped to? What's this? Okay, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so one man. That's what I'm saying. That we should make this platform a more serious platform where we begin to remember that the quarrel between Igbos and I was on Niger Watch today, and I was elucidating the fact that
I
the
saw you
Yoruba,
there doing Mr. What's the that you Mr. Elvis
Mr. Elvis, yes,
yeah.
and I was making the case that the Yorubas are the problem of the country.
Who's your favorite on that platform? Is that Mr. Machiavelli, the one that speaks with Honorable Ogbaifo?
Who's that? CM? Oh no. Who's Machiavelli? Is to Nigeria. He wasn't there today.
No. There's one that calls him from Edo that is always speaking all these.
Oh, okay. Alex.
Funkified grammar, you know.
Yeah, Alex is a very smart guy. Not only does
one piece is back.
Not only does he have good oratory skills, his politics is right on the money, right? He's a very proud Edolite, but it's also...
It must be an Edo thing, you know, because that honorable is from Edo too. Honorable...
Yeah, Patrick Obayahan, yeah.
Obayahan, yes. It must... yes.
Yeah,
Anyway,
they like... grammar and stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that's the way it used to be.
By the way,
that
honorable Egbaeho, people mock him, but he's never grammatically wrong. It is just the way he crafts.
Right. That's one of the things that make a country beautiful. You know, that should have been one of our gems. That's just his own, his own game. You know what I'm saying? It make us laugh and stuff like that. And he's not grammatically wrong. And he used to be a far better politician when he was a Democrat, but he got corrupted by the Edo, what's his name? The short guy that's married to this beautiful white chick from northern Nigeria. What's his name?
I thought you said nothing good come out from Edo. Now, how is that now guy is now a good person? And not even about talking about the guy said always causing. You never see anything good. You never see anything good from any other person apart from you, Pansat.
That's not true.
I don't see anything good in you.
I deny.
I'm still wondering which part of Arochiko are you from? Because I don't think you deserve him or Enugu. Which part of Arochiko are you from?
You're trying to match weights with me, and you know.
I'm not matching. Do you have weight? Do you even know your forefather?
Please, mute this kid. Let me land now. One man, you don't want me to conclude.
Now you know PG. Let me land now. I thought you said awara. You don't forget awara. Now let me land now.
Good team so that others can speak now. I beg. I'm not matching with somebody.
Matching with what? Who are you? You guys living on benefit in America. You sit here every day. I wonder if you have been working.
All right.
Then you are on the platform every day.
I was on that platform today, and I was trying to support Sanusi Lamido's Sanusi
yes,
article.
you took that article there, the one you are
it wasn't me.
Bringing here.
Somebody else brought that article up, right? So it wasn't me, but the article is there. You ought to listen to what Sanusi, the case he made there is sound. Now, CM was saying that he's a bad messenger, and I agree with that too. Sanusi Lamido is the world's biggest hypocrite, right? We know that. He's married to 4 wives, but he's against polygamy. He's a monarch, but he's a Democrat, right? And all kinds of things. I could give you so many lists about his hypocrisy. He's a northern Muslim irredentist who loves to live in Lagos, right? So there's so many hypocritical stances that he takes. But on that article that he wrote,
he is an enigma, is what he is.
Yeah, pretty much. But a lot of him is known too, so I wouldn't even give him enigma title because I think we know that he's a terrorist up to that level. There are some allegations that he beheaded somebody because they abused the Quran at some point. That's known. We know that he's a horrible central bank governor because he made allegation that Jonathan had corruptly stolen $20 billion. And then when Jonathan asked him, then how much is the budget and how do we feed the army and pay civil servants? He said, okay, I take it back. It's 10 billion. He kind of went, you know how much $1 billion is? It's a lot of money. Oh yeah, by the way, that brings me to the point I wanted to make to Ola earlier. And what's his name? The other kid that has babies said he was going to sleep. Here's the point. Nigerians, especially Showore, always cry about, hey, these politicians are stealing our money. Every time they're accusing the politicians of stealing money without conviction. We have a limited resources, but at least a finite resource. We know what the budget is. So if you say, before this subsidy was removed, that they were stealing money, the subsidy doesn't mean anything, they were stealing money, then how come when it's removed, then you get the consequential inflation and everything else you're supposed to get? How come? Do you understand? So it means that those that money, that particular subsidy was doing what subsidy does, because removing it created the things that it should create when you remove it, which is bridging that gap between the market stuff and we're talking about intervention. So could Sowore now then come and explain that to Nigerians? Perhaps these politicians they are not as corrupt perhaps as we claim that they are, because Nigeria has 200 and something million people. That's a lot of people. So you're budgeting 20-something odd billion dollars for Nigerians, and it's not enough money. Now, do they steal? Of course they steal. But when you have people such as Showore, who's just at the best a good journalist, untrained, but a citizen journalist, he gets to be accusing our public servants from Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to Dora Akunyili, to so many good public servants that's come, especially from the Southeast, and female women. It's like this Desiane, for example. You have to go to court and prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody committed fraud. You have to prove it to a moral certainty. It's not a job for a journalist to do, even if you saw with your naked eyes. You still have to go to court and prove that case. So that's what I want to leave you with. Maybe a lot of these are public servants. Some of them are corrupt, but maybe they are not as corrupt as we imply, because it seems to like anybody who is in office is corrupt and is stealing money. Yeah. So that's we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant.
For the insults and everything that goes with it. Just to come to this platform,
it's banter, isn't it? You give as much as you take, Pansat. So that is Pansat. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is subtitle of what they have to say. All right, let's go on to. I've lost the other, but let's go on to Ife. I think we've lost Baba. Let's go on to Ife. It's the waiting time. We've lost Baba though. But let's go to Ife. Ife, you're up next. Sorry about the wait. Let's hear from you, Ife. Good to have you back with us, Ife. Look at this, flower people. Ife. Jack on the door. Is that? Yeah, what is so? All right, let's go to Ekene then. Ekene, hopefully you're still there. Ekene.
One man.
Kwata. What are you doing listening to Cardoso anyway? You get all of your politics from here now. You don't want to be listening to Cardoso, and it'll be confusing you with all this jingoism and what all this.
Why will I listen? Yeah, I will listen to him. Now the only thing is that honestly speaking, I don't like too much grammar. The thing just irritates me. I don't know why. So, but I must listen and put my understanding the way I want to put it.
What was your takeout from? I know you were talking about the intervention, which I'm not quite sure that you listened fully. But what was your takeout from that Cardoso interview?
Well, the only kudos I will give to him in that interview is trying to give numbers to what we are fighting in terms of obligation and all that. He said about $7 billion. So 2.4 is not accounted for. So they're battling to clear the other obligations that it is left, which is now about 2.2. They paid about 2.3. To me, that is the only kudos I give to him in that interview. So trying to make things clear, and I love his confidence also. It seems that he's confident in what he's doing. But to the other point of it, I'll just wait till I hear that the backlog has been cleared. Then I will know the way forward. But for now, he's still giving us hope that when the backlog is cleared, then we know the state of the economy and the naira to dollar. So he's trying to boost investors' confidence and all that. And that's the only thing they are focusing on, investors' confidence. So that's the only thing I can take away from there. Or any other thing are just grammar, trying to paint things to look good and all that. So, but you know why, for me, I don't really trust this government going forward until I begin to see their actions manifesting. And that is why sometimes I'm being antagonistic about most of their policies, because it started with India investing 14 billion, Dubai investing so billion, this France investing so billion, and they made us know that these investors has come to Nigeria. But where are they today? What are the benefits in our economy? And you see, intelligent men buy to that propaganda. Intelligent men that has PhD, first class, they buy to propaganda from these guys. That is what baffles me. Buy to their propaganda. They dribble you like Okocha used to dribble them those days. They dribble our professors. You see, what this government are doing is that they dribble our professors, just like the way Okocha is dribbling his fellow professionals in the field. When they dribble you, you're going to buy to their English, you speak their English, explain things for them, why we should remain where we are. And when I saw one headline, I know that this government is not ready to improve. When they said that Nigeria is still, our economy is still better than, how did they put it? That the cost of living in Nigeria is still way better than other African countries. I just shake my head. That means there is no room for improvement. Because there are things you see, you know they are not ready. They are comfortable the way things are. They're just trying to paint the narrative so that you people will not shake, so that small time we will accept the dollar to 1,400. We will accept the price of food inflation in the market, maybe the price of rice now 70,000 naira. We'll accept it. The price of bag of cement 7,000 naira. We'll accept it. The price of meat, those things that fed the common man. So look at it, everything. Sardine 1,000, all those things that has increased just few months now. They're telling you that yeah, our economy is still the best in Africa in terms of food inflation. So no need to panic. So if you go to other African countries, you can get those things more higher. So in Nigeria, we're still getting issue. So let us imbibe it, embrace it, and live by it. That's the narrative they are creating. I'm not a professor, and I don't need to be one to understand it. But they can dribble the people they want to dribble. Continue to dribble them, not people like me. So when I see things, that's how I understand it. The only thing I know is that they want to create more tasks to generate more revenue to the detriment the life or comfortable life that the common man is living in Nigeria. Want to put in more
What,
task.
what do you think they are trying to generate the revenue for?
They have already put that in the custom. They've already pegged the price of clearing goods at the
Not where do you think they are generating it from? What do you think they are generating it for?
They're generating it for their own selfish interest.
To loot it, Abby.
To run the next election, to make sure they have more money to run the next election and fill their own belly and satisfy their selfishness. That's the only thing I know. Okay. So if that is not the case, then they should dispensate the cash to the benefit of the common man. Improve our health sector.
With what?
Put more quality.
With what? What would they use to improve your health sector?
The tax they are generating. Because it is when you...
But that's the thing now. You are saying they are generating funds. It's just pedestrian to say
I'm not saying that they are generating. I said that is the only thing I see they want to do. I'm not saying they've already.
Yes,
I'm not saying they've already started generating. I said that's the only thing they want to do.
That's not even where I'm quibbling with you. If they are generating, if you have all of this list of everything that you say needs to be fixed, they have to be fixed with money. So, of course, the money has to be generated in some form, and usually it's through taxes. So to say they are generating it for their belly, and that's just lazy,
Well, for me, that's how you will put it, one man. But I see it the way I see it because I know what is happening. You see, you are not seeing what is happening. You didn't even bring up the big story that happened in Mina today. That's a huge protest. It's a huge one.
It was yesterday. What do you mean?
Yesterday.
I brought it up.
So when such thing is happening, it doesn't show that the tax or the money you are generating are circulating to the common man or to improve their well-being. So
I had the clip, I just deleted it, but carry on, yeah.
So you should have shown it to tell you the level of suffering that is happening in Nigeria today. For me, as a businessman, I can tell that because he said that we will further slow down the economy, will take in more money and all that. So now he has slowed down the economy. The business is now slow. If you come to the market now, it's not as buoyant as it used to be. So we're just trying to know when the market will start to improve again. But for now, he said, one of his videos that I watched, he said, we will further slow down the economy, we take in more money. I thought it was just a comedy statement, but now he has already slowed down the economy and taken more money by increasing the price of clearing of goods and all that. So the price you use to clear goods now is more than the price that you buy those goods. And you said even in trying to improve productivity, you don't see the effect, then you are a blind professor. You don't see the bad effect of it. You are a blind professor. Because most of the raw materials you are going to use for production should be imported. You cannot tell me that if you want to go into production of maybe electronics in Nigeria today, that you have the raw materials in Nigeria. You must import them. So why can't common man afford it? Is it that somebody like me now, if I go to Innocent now to say I want to use your car, don't you think I like it? I like it. I want to drive a woman made in Nigerian car produced in Nigeria. So, but when you check it, the price and all that, you still go for that Tokumbo car. You understand? And you will not blame Innocent for that. He has put in more effort for that production. Some parts have been imported, cleared with a huge amount of money, and when he feeds those cars, you want him to say it below cost price. It's not possible. So, but a lot of people that they will start to brainwash, they can start to brainwash them. You cannot tell me that you are generating task and all that. You are not able to say, this our secondary school should, let's do it like this so that in the next few years, we have more graduates in techniques and all that. I thank God that Ola emphasized on human capital development before at the beginning of this show. That is where we want them to focus in. to see the effect of that money they're generating. Everything they have increased, the price of electricity doubled. Just take it. Everything since this government coming, everything they have increased in tax. To what effect? Is it just to put in that money, taking money for themselves? Where are they dispensing those tax they are collecting to the benefit of the common man? Not even in agriculture. And that's the point I'm making. They will just tell you, we have dispensed grain, this and all that and all that. Foul. Who are the people that monitored it? How did they carry out those obligations?
They did it via the state government.
No, they shared it among themselves. Don't tell me that. They shared it among themselves, both the state governors. You don't tell me that Tinubu doesn't know that he gave out money to the state governors. When those state governors didn't do what they are supposed to do with that money, what is his own reaction towards that? He just kept calm, which means he purposely share money to them. Won't he sanction them? And you are talking about...
The federal government does not have the power to monitor the state governors.
That is a failure.
Parliament. What do you mean?
It doesn't work like that. There must be a law, even to the extent to hang them that mismanage public funds. It happens in China. Why can't we emulate good countries that is developing?
China is a good country.
China is a good country. I can tell of that.
China is an authoritarian, totalitarian government.
If that is what we work to make this our, if that is what we work to make this our,
probably the worst human rights record in the world. China is a good country.
If that is what to do to make our country better, let's do it. It's becoming too much.
If you start to execute people for corruption, can you not see how it can be weaponized politically?
Let them weaponize it. The only way you can execute one man, that is the problem I have with us in this country. We talk about politics when we are talking about governance. You bring in politics.
Yeah,
see,
what is
the only thing I thought Tinubu would have done is to forget about 2027 and fight for this nation. After all, how many years does he have to live on this earth?
Yeah, what is he doing? But with all these hard-hitting positions that he's taking all of the insults every day, what do you think he's doing?
Well, to no effect. To no effect. I've not seen anything he's doing, because everything lies to the common man on the street. It is the way they talk about the government. That's how your government is. No matter the statistics, the English you speak, just go to the street. I was even surprised that my customer today that I used to buy meat, he's a Yoruba man also. The man was just the way the man was lamenting today. I said, Baba, what is it? He said, leave me, body they pepper me. I said, Baba, I never see you in this manner before. Tell me, say, I beg, body they pepper me. Meat no agree me buy again. I don't even know whether this one I buy, whether I feel make the money. The man was just lamenting. I never see him lament like that before, honestly speaking, because he was my customers for years. I've been patronizing him. He's a Yoruba man. I used to buy him meat almost every week, 2 times a week.
Lamentation is a new phenomenon in Nigeria.
That is it. That's how you put it, because
has there ever been a time that Nigerians were not lamenting?
This is a man that I know very much, very happy man. So if you see somebody when his mood change, you understand. So I'm not talking about, I say, the mood of every Nigerian as of today. You're talking about electricity. Just Allah said electricity is this and that. You just discount electricity. It doesn't mean that this current government cannot fix electricity. Nigeria is living in darkness for the past few months. Total blackdown in Lagos State. Total blackdown. What are you telling me? Nigeria is living in total darkness. As I'm talking to you, I'm in darkness. The money I said I will not spend on petrol, I've been spending it for months now. Total black. Everywhere is black now in Nigeria. A country of how many years?
And that's a new phenomenon. The national grid collapsed. The national grid collapsed 7 times in
But
2022.
you told us that you went to a village that was 24 hours.
I'm not living in the village where I'm Ajaliko. I said where I am I'm out of the village.
Mentioned you said
forget about my village. Forget about my village. I said
no, but you they tell us say look, electricity they plenty for here. We are there for village.
Ajaliko, when I go to my village, I saw a different kind of electricity generation that place, and I praise it. Then I come back to Lagos. Since I came back, I was living in darkness.
I am telling you to mention Lagos. Lagos may be specific that is Lagos, because you enjoy electricity when you go on vacation now for December for village.
That is it now. So why will I be living in darkness in my own country? Even if I enjoy it in the village, where I'm hustling now, should I be living in darkness? Or should I shut up? Should I say that I didn't enjoy electricity in my village? I enjoyed electricity in my village. I think I bought fuel only once in the village. So I'm talking about where I'm staying now and how things are. And you are talking about production. All I said, you are using the electricity to give an excuse not to go into production. What kind of statement is that? It has a lot to do with production. It has a lot to do with production. So don't tell me that.
Do you want to go and get some water, Ekene?
Clear your throat.
No, I'm okay. You know what we use in the market is this big lister. So we contribute money to buy gas, and that's how we power our shops in the market. But the price continue to increase, the price of that gas, and every day the money we spend on gas every week is becoming too much. It's becoming too much. So a substitution of electricity, the next thing is gas. But how many people can afford that gas today in Nigeria? In terms of for you to replace it, if it is when gas was about 200 or 300 there, you can say that maybe people shouldn't give excuse for production because you can still use gas then. Because I could remember when Innocent started, he gave one narration that he had problem with the NEPA people. He told them to give him this prepaid meter. They refused because they want to be collecting dubious money from him. So he just cut off the electricity. He goes to gas. That was what he used for years before they now came back to beg him and now gave him the prepaid. So you can see he comfortably used gas because he know that he can afford it then. But now, can he afford it? So what are you telling me? Those things are the problems we are facing. We're not talking about the price of cooking gas again. Everything. You know what it takes to build a house in Nigeria, to buy cement and all that. So if the government still say that with all this economic hardship and all that, and they still feel that we are still best in Africa, even when Cotonou can have 24 hours electricity, and the best in Africa cannot even have 2 hours electricity, then we should call all our leaders, examine their head, and know if really they are thinking for this nation. You see, you people don't see the way I see it too. These guys has money. They can easily go. Tinubu is in France now, enjoying whatever he wants to enjoy. And when he come back in Nigeria, you want him to have mercy on you. He has the money. Within just few hours, he's in France already, enjoying himself. Even if he's not the president of Nigeria today, he can still enjoy all the luxury he wants to enjoy to the end of his life, for generation to generation. And you, that has nothing to show for, is speaking grammar for him to defend his nonsense policy. Just check them, from governor to senator, who can't afford life abroad, because that's their second home. That's their second home.
Let me interject you for a minute. You see that point you just made? Tinubu has been in France for God knows how long, 1 week plus now. And you know the economy of Nigeria is still standstill for that 1 week because every law that has to be passed into action in Nigeria must be passed through the office of the federal whatever of Nigeria, the federal whatever of Nigeria. President Tinubu have to sign in the presidential office. Now he is not around now. Nothing's working. Nothing has been signed, and people just feel comfortable with that. And this is one of those things that was making Nigeria economy struggling during Buhari time because he was never around. The president have to sign. 1 day out of office cost Nigeria a lot of billions of naira. Not to talk about 1 week now go to 2 weeks. It's out. The economy stands still.
Yeah,
We just talk about that.
What is my problem is that my problem is not even these leaders. My problem is somebody like Emeka that generate all the English in the world to defend them. That is my problem. I'm not even the problem because I don't think these people are more than us. It's just that we have a lot of sycophants and mediocres in our midst. Even if you think that Tinubu is your brother or from your tribe, think about the whole Nigeria, how it will be if we have good leaders to develop every sector of this nation. How comfortable it will be for every one of us. You don't think like that. You only think it's my brother and all that. Or if a protest happened today, they want to remove a Yoruba from the government or the seat of the government. No, it doesn't work like that. I mean, how much have you benefited from this man? Go to his house in Lagos. He enjoyed beggars coming there to beg him food. At least every Christmas and Easter, whenever he comes around, he wants people to be rushing at the back of his long convoy, shouting Jagaban, 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 Jagaban. He loves that. That's a pride they derive from the masses. That's the joy they have from the masses. He will now go in, bring on some bags of rice, share to them and all that and all that. And that's the joy of the masses towards these guys. I'm very, very, very sorry for Nigerians people. And you say you want this country to be better? When you don't even see the way I see things. I see it as if they want the people to be suffering so that whenever they come, they will look like king of the nation. Then you begin to bow to them.
Does that make sense, that statement you just made?
Yes, that's how I see it. They want them to be praising them, Jagaban of Lagos, this and that, Jagaban of River State, Jagaban of this state, this and that.
You said they want the people to be suffering. Does that make sense?
Yes, they want it. What does it take to fix this country? They want it. Because that is how they win. That is how they win election. Yes, that's how they win election.
Man.
Yes, when people suffer too much, when they suffer too much, 1,000 naira become 100,000 naira in their hand. 5,000 naira becomes a big money to them. Many Nigerians today have not seen 200,000 naira since they were born. A lot of them. 100,000 naira. So when you come up to give him 5,000 naira or 100,000 naira for the whole community, it becomes a big money to them. They begin to sing your praises. What are you telling me? That's how I see it. Allow these guys flow the economy. Let these guys become at least to fend for themselves, fight for their own life. Don't just jam pack everything. See, the money that these people have, if you just bring two of them and share it among the masses, this country will be much better. To empower the masses, these guys has money. We complain about the economy, but I can tell you that these guys, in their own privacy, have money. Because how can the CBN governor tell me that the domiciliary account is not a crime in this country? The people can keep money in their domiciliary account. Is it not to protect these coward leaders? Take out that money from that domiciliary account. We are Naira economy. We should be operating in Naira. No transaction should be going on in dollar in Nigeria.
We're operating in, what do you mean? Nigeria is part of the global economy now. The legal tender of Nigeria is the Naira. I don't think they've changed it to anything. But Nigeria is part of a wider economic financial space, and the dollar is the default currency of that space.
Well, that's how you put it. Dollar is just meant for transaction. That's how I see it. You use dollar to transact internationally. But when it comes to Nigeria, the only thing you use is naira. So dollar is just for transaction, international transaction, not necessarily within Nigeria. It's just for international transaction. So I don't know how you understand it, but for me, naira should be regarded as the powerful currency in Nigeria. That's how it should be. But even among your elite, when you give somebody naira and give him dollar, the way he will jump at dollar shows you that naira is nothing to him, because that money is just to go and buy popcorn and ice fish in the market. It doesn't make any sense to him. Therefore, you have devalued, even you as a Nigerian, within yourself, you've devalued your money in your mind. You devalue your currency in your mind. That's not how it should be. When you see naira, you should see naira as a supreme currency within the Nigerian space. That's how you should see it. Even among your politicians, they prefer the dollar because it looks more comfortable to them to steal. They can keep it at the bottom of their under their pillow, sleep on top of it. But you just check when you take 100 billion naira inside one room. They cannot sleep inside that room. But check when you take $100 billion inside a room, you will feel comfortable. Everywhere will be okay for you. You sleep on top of it. Nothing will happen. So even among your elite, the politicians, when they go for election, primary election and all that, instead of them to negotiate in naira, even that bribe they want to give, instead of them to negotiate it in naira, they negotiate in dollars.
Do you know why that is?
Why is it?
Because the dollar carries more value, and you know, for let's say for if you want to give somebody 100,000 naira, all you have to give them is a $100 bill. So you don't have to carry the bulk of a 1,000 naira note. So that's just really it stores more value, and it's easier to manage.
That's still the problem, one man. You are still building up the problem. I'm not saying. You see, the argument is this: you don't have to spend dollar within our space. That's the argument. It's just for international transaction. Even within our oil sector, if Dangote should buy petrol in dollar, what hope do we have that the refineries in Nigeria will help to improve the price of petrol in our market? Because he will calculate it according to the exchange rate, and the price will still go up. So what are you telling me? Naira is a currency. We should regard that. You see, one day, some of these investors, they came to my shop and say, you can invest in dollar, this and other, the way the economy is. They bring one platform like that and say, tell me the implication and all that. The way I look to that guy that bring that in, do you know what I told him? I called him face to face. I said, you are the problem of this country. He was looking at me. He said, how? So you are encouraging me doing business in Nigeria with my naira to change my naira to dollar and invest in your company just for future purpose, so that when the money continue to increase, my own will increase also. I told him, you are the people killing the economy of this country. The guy was looking at me.
All right, start to bring it home.
We have to be brave if we want to save this nation. We have to speak the truth to power. We have to say things the way they are. We have a lot of mediocrities, sycophants, praise singers in our nation. If that thing doesn't reduce, that sycophancy, mediocrity, and praise singers, this country will not move forward. So I'm expecting a greater nation in Nigeria. And for me, I continue to stand for that. The country is in a very downturn. The economy is very bad. People are feeling the impact. And when we come here, let's speak truth to the power. Not necessarily who is governing. Let's speak truth. Speak for the common man. Don't speak for these criminals. You are only giving them powers to build up on the masses, to trample on them. It's not good. It's not good for the Nigerian people. I'm saying it every day. If you continue to praise these men, you are killing this nation. And that's how I leave it for today, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. The ever passionate Ekene. So that's Ekene, of course, the magnificence of the man. So the magnificent Ekene giving it to you just exactly how it is. So giving it to you exactly how it is, a different tempo, but nevertheless equally elegant. Of course, you've been waiting, and here he is, Prince Daddy. You're up next. Prince, you there? Amaba. Look at that. Prince has gone to do what Prince people do. So Prince Daddy, we wait for him to reconnect. Let's see if Coco is with us. Coco, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, one man.
All right, brilliant. You started with us, Coco, but you are deep in hours now. We've finally looped round back to you. So come into the conversation wherever you want to come into it. Good to see you. Good to have you here.
Okay, thank you, one man. Can I thank you again for your submission and the way you put your submission? I'm really glad. I want to make one thing clear here. There's one thing I keep telling people. Wisdom is different from knowledge. Knowledge is what we acquire in the school. But wisdom is a natural thing. You can be highly, you have wisdom, and at the same time, you might not be too knowledgeable. Because knowledge, when you go to school, you are taught to do this. This 1+1 is 2. This. But wisdom is what will make you to sit down, look at something, observe it, and come out with a positive way to handle a problem. You can see the way Ekene is analyzing Nigerian issue. He is not speaking too much of grammar, but if you go into what he's saying, you can be able to realize.
Analyzing or pedestrianizing? Is it analyzing or pedestrianizing?
In whatever you may, in whatever section and whatever dimension you may come about it, he speaks to the matter, to the subject matter, from a very keen observation, because he has
no, but it's a man on is the man on the street understanding, isn't it? Is
yes, and
which is
man on the
impassioned, but maybe not informed. It's always impassioned, but maybe not as informed as it can be.
No, sometimes you think that those men on the street are not informed, but do you know that they are the one that actually in the real economic section. Forget about the textbooks economy that you see. Before you talk about the textbook economy, it's from the analysis samples taken from streets that they bring up to come about.
It's a bread and butter understanding now. It's the bread and butter.
One man. We that are on the ground in Nigeria, seeing what is happening on the street, we see better. If you that those that are experts in the field, what you know yesterday might be different from what is happening today. You need to come and ask, come and do your research again, come and take your sample space again on the street, so that you can work better. If you don't just rely on the data of 10 years or 20 years back, sometimes you need to come and retake another data based on the present happening in town, present happening in the country. So it's very pathetic sometimes that Nigeria is kind of a place that have a lot of issue. But well, let me let that to slide and let me move on to other issue. I would like to talk about the dollarization of our economy and also the interview granted by the Nigerian CBN governor, Mr. Cardoso, where he did well, but I would like to come in this angle. I'll criticize the government in the areas they've gone wrong, and also talk about a kind of bring my own idea, that a kind of idea that probably to profile a solution. So one place I need to criticize this government is they started at a wrong footing. That there are some lacunas, there are some things that is not clear to the people, and the masses, they need clarity to be able to just like they said, once bitten, twice shy. Nigerian people find it difficult to believe whatever any politicians is selling these days until when they see the evidence or
Yeah,
what.
Speaker, I'm quite surprised that you're just being so fair. A lot of Yorubas when they get here, they're not as fair as you. I'm very proud that you, as a Yoruba person, just saying it the way it is. I'm really proud of you for doing that.
Which part of anything that he said led you? Is it his accent or his reasoning logic? Even if you remove the accent, you know the way people reason, you identify immediately their ethnic stock. Is more Coco is more Igbo than you, as you well know. But carry on, Coco. That's Pansat's up to mischief as usual.
One man, yeah, you're very correct in that aspect. One man, yeah.
What do you mean?
One
He's
man, you're
correct
very
in what?
correct. No, Pansat, I kind of I respect your opinion and dimension. I know the angle you are coming from, and I know the angle one man is coming from.
Right.
And I understand. Yeah. So, what I want to talk about is the one of the places that this government made mistake is announcing removal of subsidy the first day without going down to check how you are going to mitigate the problem that will come after removing that subsidy. That is one. Two, they know the kind of rules, the problem that Nigerian they met on ground, but they were afraid to openly let Nigerians know this is what we met in total. This is how the mess that is on ground. That is two. Three, when 2024 budget comes out, they made budget for XUV, 15 billion for a vice president renovation. This, you are saying that the country has been bastardized, the economy is bad, Nigeria is is bankrupt, but your budget is not showing that because of some of your frivolous expenses. So now it's been very difficult for you to convince the man on the street that yes, you are working hard, they should tighten their belts, that things is going to be difficult. You want the masses to tighten their belts, things are going to be difficult, but you want to live in an affluence. It's not it doesn't represent. Let's assume this government say, okay, because of the situation we meet on ground, some of our entitlement, we are going to cut it down so that people, then every policy they are bringing forth, people will actually say, yes, we have seen the sacrifice this government has made in their own end. Let's come to compromise and meet them at a particular point. But you want to be living large and you want us to sacrifice everything for you. No. that is wrong. That is where they get it wrong. That's why it's very difficult for people like Ekene to believe any economic policy or any work or any rigorous, difficult work they are doing behind the scene to fix the economy. He will never believe that, because from some of the signs and the things they are doing is not showing the lies. What they say is different from what they are doing. You understand? So I know, to be fair, we know that the 8 years of Buhari administration was a very bad administration. Whoever goes into that space in government at this time has to work very, very, very hard to put Nigeria on running. Let's be fair to Tinubu, let's be fair to anybody. But you that comes there to lead, at this time around, we need a president that is agile, that can be able to come out and speak to the people, communicate to the people. Communication is very important. When you just go solo, go silent, do your things, you don't care about the people, you don't even want to kind of, you just at the time you send your ministers to come and say we are doing this, we are putting this in order, want to make this and that, and there's no much sign of that. Honestly, it makes people give up. It makes people feel like you are taking them for a ride, which is actually what this administration is doing. Not some of the ministers are trying to work, but there are enormous problems, and there is lack of communication between the leaders and the people. And if they don't control that, it's going to be a problem. Then another thing I want to talk about is from the beginning of our conversation today. Is it Ajali Koko where we talk about to give free education? I think if this government want to save themselves early, they need one small silver bullet. If they can do that, it will help them to quench the tempo and make people have faith in them and still give them more time, like 2-3 years. If they can use a little silver bullet by completely say, okay, go and check how much does it take to run all the Nigerian schools in Nigeria, from primary, secondary, and tertiary institution, both the polytechnic, the school of agri, whatever tertiary institution we have in Nigeria. How much does it take to run them? Then budget for it and announce free education. I'm telling you, it's going to be a silver bullet that will make people that doubt this government to start having a rethink on the government, so that they can have that buffer, they can have a time to plan on the other aspect, like the economic aspect, like a human development and other things gradually, because there are a lot of mess that is going on that they need to fix. It's not something that is going to be fixed within 1 month, 2 months.
Sorry, 1 second. Can I quickly interject you?
Okay.
So your suggestion is that the government should first of all bankrupt the country just to get a positive opinion outlook from the public before they
I'm
start
not saying, listen, I did not say they should first of all bankrupt the country. I made a statement. They should go down and check this the academic aspect, that is school of the country. Take what it will take to run it. Understand? If
Yeah,
it's
they pay
something
for
that
it.
is if it's something that is visible, imagine now the Nigerian tertiary institution that we are saying that the government cannot handle. Listen, let me tell you what happened in Nigerian tertiary institution. those school fees that people are paying previously, do you know that those school fees doesn't is out of 50% of those money did not go to the government, and still the government still fund those schools, pay the lecturers their salaries and every other thing. So it's something that they can do. But if they are feeling that because they have not sit down to analyze it and check, let them go and check first, because you cannot sit down and conclude that no, government cannot handle it. Let them go and check.
So if they check and they cannot afford it, what should they do then?
I thought that if they check and they cannot afford it, they should make sure the student loan that they suggested, they should hasten it up, because up to now they said January and this is February. Many students have not been able to access it. Also,
My brother, the speaker. Let me say this.
Coco
Okay.
Coco,
my brother. You see, he's trying to tell you that they cannot afford it, but just check their budget. Their budget, the one they allocated for themselves, even the student loan they're talking about, is even the one they will use their personal allocation in that budget is 5 times bigger than the student loan, and they tell me that they cannot afford it.
I know the 15 billion for renovation of VP's house is more than the loan.
It's more than the loan, and he's telling you that they cannot afford it. That you are trying to bankrupt the nation. Look at the argument.
So that is where I told them that their attitude make it difficult for Nigerians to believe them, because
you're not talking about student loan now. You're talking about primary school, secondary school, university, college of agriculture, polytechnic, college of agriculture.
Yes,
you're talking about the entire educational structure that federal government should fund everything. Those, including the ones under state government, that federal government should not take everything and fund everything. Come on.
No, I did not include the one under state government. I'm talking about the federal school, like the unitary school that the federal government controls.
The federal government is already funding those ones.
Are they free? Don't they pay school fees, no matter how small it is? Because when you do that, it will go a long way to help the family.
My brother, let me come in again. You see, when you know the jam themselves, the money they generated, this is the time they make the highest amount of money for the government. You understand? To show you what they are up to. Now, jam is a form of tax collection institution. So to tell you that these things we are saying here is not going to happen, especially in this government. So jam now, the government is expecting jam to every year increase the money they remit to them. And this year, I think about 50 billion or so they generated in jam alone. So the cost of writing jam in Nigeria is no more a common man thing. Yeah.
Have you heard of the word food bank before? Food bank.
Yes, I've heard of the word food bank.
So do you know what they use food banks for in this western part of the world where we are now?
Yeah, the food bank is used for those that are not employed, that they don't have job. At least they can go there, get some ration of food to eat for the day to survive until they get their own job.
That's not entirely correct. There are people who are employed, who have jobs, who use food banks in this world where we are.
That's people that want to use it, but it's mainly
not people that want to use it. People that their wage, their take-home wage, can no longer support their living.
Support them. Okay. And if you
so
bring this
what's the point is this trying to make there?
So, okay, what I'm trying to explain to you is that every society you go to, it's getting worse. There's nowhere you go to today where things get better. It's getting worse around the world.
Okay, is that what we should rely on? Tell me when it does always get better with Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying. Currently, the situation everywhere is it's not just to Nigeria alone. It's everywhere.
And therefore, as a Nigerian, I should not be optimistic that my country will change.
Do you know how much you buy? Do you know how much you buy a liter of diesel here now? €1 70 cents.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, that means I should not be optimistic as Nigerian.
Gentlemen, let Coco carry on. Coco, back to you.
Okay,
Coco.
like my brother that bring an instance of food bank. Do we have food bank in Nigeria? What is the essence of that food bank in the Western world? Is it not to mitigate or the hardship that the people are facing? What did this government, what program did they bring out for the past 8 months to mitigate the suffering of this removal of subsidy? Nothing. All the program they bring about is audio program. You heard about it, you heard it on the news. Up to now, none has been implemented. When you want to talk, you are not contradicting.
What about the free travel during Christmas? The slashing of travel costs by half in Lagos State. The food palliative too. We've even seen people making video clips of the food palliatives. The releasing of grains from the strategic reserves. All of these things. The LNG buses. All of those things.
One man, you are not one man, you are not in Nigeria. There's no any LNG buses in Nigeria as I speak to you now. There's no place that LNG is flying. Oh, that's what I'm telling you. All those things are audio palliative. Even some of the places that they ask you the food palliative, look at the type of rice given to those people.
Coco, please. Let me not be. I'm interrupting you.
Let him flow a little bit now.
But he gave me a space now.
Ekene, you are free. Let me give him a space to come in.
Let him not be. There was the speech that the president gave some time ago that he says some allocation, the money they will budget for private business and other those small scale businesses about 50,000 naira or so, and the ones that will go into production about 75 billion or so. I don't know how he shared that money that time in his speech. We all came here. We acknowledge that. We praise the president for that speech that he gave. That I think that was either his first speech after the removal of fuel subsidy or his second speech. I don't know. But the way he narrated and all that, the money, the ones he budgeted, they will budget for small scale business. They will be getting about 50,000 naira just to boost their business. And the other one that will go into people that want to go into production about something, how many billion and all that. We came here, we praised him. Who is talking about it today again?
There is audio.
Do we still remember it?
No, it's an audio intervention because we have other pressing issues. Just like my brother that talk about the food bank, he's even contradicting himself because that food bank in the Western world is a continuous thing, but in Nigeria, tell me one intervention or palliative measure that is continuous.
Sorry, I'm going to have to one more. Sorry, I'm going to have to come in because I need to correct one. Look, the point I'm trying to make here is not that it's not the fact that they have food bank. It's the fact that you have more people who are now using that food bank as a result of worsening economic situation. Do you understand that part?
I understand that part.
Exactly.
But I understand that part. But in that Western world, as the economic situation is getting worse, but you see a deliberate attempt by that government to mitigate those problems. But in Nigerian times, you will see audio mitigation, but you never see any real life mitigation. Nothing.
Okay, so I'm going to quickly explain something to you, right? I live in the Republic of Ireland, right? 2 years ago, I want you to download this. 2 years ago, an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, if you want to rent a 2-bedroom apartment, it will be like €650. Just 2 years ago. Today, those same apartment is 1,200 euros. 1,000. I'm not even talking I'm not talking about Dublin, the capital city. I'm talking about the rural area. If you go to Dublin, you want to rent an apartment, a 2-bedroom an apartment now. It's going to cost you nothing less than 2,000 euros a month. Okay, what job? How many jobs do you think you're going to work in Ireland here that you get 2,000 euros a month?
Okay, you are saying that. Then, what is the security situation in that country?
Nice security. And we're talking about economic situation.
Oh, that
It has worsened.
No, ask
It
him
has
about their
worsened.
minimum wage now. Their minimum wage.
The
You
minimum
compare to
wage has
Nigeria.
gone up. The minimum, listen, okay, the minimum wage here since in that 2 years has gone up only €1. It's gone up by €1 when the rent has doubled.
I
The
don't
rent
even
has
want to
doubled.
talk. I don't even want to talk about the minimum wage. What is the security situation in that country compared to what
Yeah,
is happening in Nigeria?
but that's we're talking. You are going in the different direction. I'm telling you that
It's not
you see
different.
between
All these things happens together. They work together. Without security, whatever economic policy or economy you plan, we won't even move an inch. Understand?
okay. So
Assuming
if you
like in Nigerian dispensation now, we have so many farmers that we are unable to go to their farmland. We have so many farmers that after their planting season, time to harvest, the terrorist group will ask them, they have to pay a certain amount of money before they harvest their grain. And if you don't do that, they set the whole farm ablaze, and it makes the person lose everything. Even food security is now a big problem. See, there is big problem coming to Nigeria. Hunger, famine is actually coming.
if that is your argument, fine. I'm not going to come and start arguing that part with you. You're fine. You're right. I've always said security should be Tinubu's priority. I've always said security should be the government number one priority. But when you come to say economic situation, my brother, all of us, even we that are here, we're even suffering it more than you guys in Nigeria. I'm telling you, you don't want to believe it, but that is the case. We are having it. Look, it's hitting us bad here. I just gave you an example now. Your
My
income has
brother,
gone up.
my
Maybe
brother,
your
my
income
brother.
has
If
gone
it
up.
is
Maybe
facing, if it is hitting you, come back. Let's fight for good Nigeria now. Come to
no,
Nigeria now.
because
I
they
want
can
you to come
listen.
now.
They can listen. I
Let's
still get
fight for
24
good
hours
Nigeria. Let's
electricity.
start all the light
Listen.
in our
They
country
can
now.
listen. They can listen. I still get 24 hours electricity. I still get security. Those things are still things that I hold dearly. So there's no injustice and all those things here. But
Okay,
in
you
terms
still
of
enjoy some benefit there. I
exactly,
for
but
say
okay,
you for come
in
back
terms
and
of
make we fight for good Nigeria now.
in terms
Because
of
in Nigeria,
standard of
even those things
living,
you mentioned, we are not seeing it here.
in terms of
They
standard of
couple with the
living,
economy and the insecurity.
it has dropped
My
significantly here.
my brother, if Nigerian we are benefiting all those things and it's only economy that is having a problem, we understand that yes, in a life, even in your own lifetime, things don't always work the same way. There are times, there are hard times, and there are good times. We know yes, this is, but Nigeria is still tend towards total failure. That's the whole system, the way it's going. If it's not being managed drastically, take the bull by the horn. A serious action being taken. Like me, if I'm Mr. President today, the first priority is security, especially the farmers, especially the security of the farmers, so that they can go back to farm. Those people that you cannot employ, and they don't have access to do business, they don't have loans to start up a business, at least they should be able to go back to farm, even though if it is subsistence farming, to be able to feed themselves, waiting for the day the system will come back, the economy will come back, and the people will be able to start making choices. But the situation on ground in Nigeria now is so dangerous, because the angle is going to when a common subsistence farmer in the village can no longer go to his farmland, and this some person they are talking about that cannot go to his farmland, he doesn't have much education or don't have access to loan, and they are even adding more problem, more pressure on the government. And like when you want to talk about the security, let's not shy away from the security. I keep telling people one thing about Nigeria: we have our diversity. The day we acknowledge our diversity and embrace it, that Nigerian, we have different ethnic group and their religion and their culture is different. You can't treat them the same way. This unitary system is not working. We need to change it. That day, like if we can introduce state police, local government police. I had a conversation with somebody. I told him, now, let's assume you are a police officer. You are a northerner, a police officer. They post you to the southwest, and they are paying you 50,000 in a month as your basic salary. Now, will you sacrifice yourself in crisis or insecurity in the southwest for that mega amount? He said no. But I think now let's assume they transfer you back to your own village and they pay you that same amount. Will you allow those terrorists to overrun your village because they are paying you mega amount? He said no, he will not. He must fight to the last drop of his blood. What is it telling you? This is the high time for us to solve the problem of insecurity. To my own view, let's go back to community policing, starting from local government. The local government will have their police, the state will have their police, the federal will have their police. At least from the federal section, you send some handful of the federal police to the state to monitor the excesses of the state police, and also sent to the local government to monitor the excesses of the local government. So that, because when you employ the locals, the people from that local government as your police officer to guide that local government, they will never allow any external force to invade them. If you like today, increase Nigerian security apparatus, their money to 1 million naira every month, it will not solve the security problem. Yes, I'm trying to bring it. And the issue of this Nigerian internal security is not the Nigerian military. They are not the one to solve the problem of our internal security. If the police, if you have a state and local government police, it will be able to take care of the internal security. The military are not supposed to be on the street. They're supposed to be in the barrack. When we have territorial defense, that's what they're supposed to take care of. So, one man, that's my take for tonight, please.
All right, excellent, well done. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, another excellent discovery by the one man platform. So that is a magnificent delivery by the elegant Coco, who has joined us now and hopefully will join us even more often. So that's another powerhouse that joins the one man went to most table. But a long-standing powerhouse within this platform, of course, World Peace. I don't quite know why he calls himself World Peace, because often instances he brings war. But World Peace, which version are we getting today?
One man.
I greet everybody. I greet the house. Anyway, first of all,
why you always fall for this Pansat? You don't say when Pansat no say don't catch you, he go just they milk you now. If you not give her waiting they fine, you know say he go leave you alone. But if they give her, he go they just he's trolling you now, and you should know that.
I know, but I just like to give him a little bit of my mouth, you know.
Okay.
That's just it. Anyway, first of all, I greet everybody. Alga Akim, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here. What's this? I greet you.
I greet you.
Okay, definitely.
It's a private call. Talk to us about the goings on in Edo State. I think it's breaking out into World War III. this election now that is upcoming,
yeah, it's
daggers
crazy.
drawn, everybody just slashing at everybody.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think Akin will speak more about that because his principal is the one denying everything, which is Obaseki. But he like Obaseki, we always defend him. But let me first go to one man. You see, yesterday, or definitely, I want to talk about yesterday, but there was suddenly we have a short section, and I saw you guys on the morning section, but I was with one man. It snowed like crazy in Japan yesterday. Did it snow on your side yesterday?
No.
Yeah, snowed in this morning. Oh, God, couldn't even drive. Anyway, I went to join you guys, but I was so busy. You see that Ekiti kidnap when the governor when happy President Tinubu, just like the replica of the people that were kidnapped in the train saga during Buhari time, when they released them, when some of them paid 200 million, some of them paid 40 million, when they came out and started President Buhari, I was wondering like, what's wrong with these people? Same thing I just discovered yesterday that those students that was released, they actually pay ransom. I know you were trying to point it out yesterday when you were reading it, read that section. It was released. They said that not a rescue.
15 million.
They paid 15 million plus Tramadol and some other things to release those kids. Can you imagine that, one man? And the governor is thanking Tinubu on what? I'm going to see the replica of Buhari's regime again. Though, of course, I understand it's APC, both APC. But what's all this nonsense now? I think he should know better. He's more intelligent now. When the Aboki did that, we said he's Aboki. Now he's doing the same thing. People paid ransom for their kids, and you're attacking Tinubu in France, eating our taxpayer money to treat himself or whatever he's doing. His son is going to Davido's concert with our bodyguard taxpayer money. What kind of nonsense is this? It's sad, and may the soul of the young man that lost his life, the driver, may he rest in peace and make his family find the comfort to, I don't know how they call it, to bear the comfort, I don't know how they say it. But it's sad, it's sad, how they use the English. That governor, I don't know anyway. That is one. Two, is 4 days now, Tinubu is not back to address the issue going on in the southwest, this kidnapping. It's still there, like
it's
just
3 weeks.
Relaxing.
3 weeks, not 4 days. 3 weeks.
3 weeks. It's still relaxing.
Yeah, but the insecurity, the kidnapping, the banditry is a recurring decimal now. Which day or week do we not have an incident? Are you then saying that every incident there has to be? It's a recurring decimal. It's not an anomaly. It's something that happens with regular frequency.
Yes, I mean, I would not. It's not an anomaly.
Do you know how many they've killed in the north in between this kidnapping?
Yes, but we'll not be compared.
How many emirs?
Yeah, we'll not be compare ourselves with the North. If the North decide to be eating themselves because they started this under the APC because they want to. They said you don't cut your nose to spite your face. They did that because then they want to run Jonathan out of office. Now it's happening back now. Now we should say the anomaly. They started the anomaly because they want to come to power.
What is the God is good motor passengers as they just kidnapped them yesterday or so. God is good. Going to
yes, that already.
God is good and they BC motor.
Yeah, but those are ESNs now. Those ones were kidnapped by ESN.
Okay, in Kogi State, ESN. What happened in Kogi?
It's not ESN. Look, what please? You know what? I think Tinubu must not fall into the trap of those military oligarchs and listen to their stupid advices. Buhari did this for almost 6 years until the likes of all them, Asari Dokubo and those private people came into it. If you notice, towards the end of Buhari government, we kind of had some little peace. And when Asari came out to boast that his men was patrolling those areas, people were coming, oh, it's a failed state, it's a this, it's a that. I think Tinubu has kind of withdrawn the services of these people. And it is biting back hard. So it should not fall into the trap of those military, whatever they are, telling him that, we can do this, we can do that. Over the years, they've proven to be absolutely failure. So if he does that, then that's going to be on him. Because if you notice now, of recent, the spike has been astronomical when it comes to kidnappings again. It went down for a while, but it's skyrocketing. It's skyrocketing now again.
Yeah, it's very bad. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I actually know what to say because, like you just said, it is like it's listening to, it's playing to the gallery. Because the Lagbaja that is there, that said that that was his legacy to secure Kaduna, Abuja Kaduna road. Why can't you maintain your legacy? Now the road has become a death trap again now. Kidnap you every day, and you are the chief of army staff. If any other road is not safe, you should make sure that you maintain your legacy. That road is way to I mean travel by or whatever. Now you have started kidnapping. Nowhere is actually practically safe in the nation or in the country. I mean, and now we are talking here like, is a recurrent decimal. People are making money from kidnapping, and it has become a business and become a threat, and it has become a national security that we must deal with. I don't know what the Rubadu is doing, the national security officer is doing there. I don't know his job. On human expenses of the citizen, the possibility that is already suffering, and they are still kneeling on their neck. Let the poor breathe. These people go about with the best security. The prostitutes don't have it. The people that are taking God is good motors are not rich enough to take flights. Now it has become business for the oligarchs in Nigeria. Those that control the flight to oil, whatever resources or miners, they have turned Nigeria into unstable place, ungovernable place, and unsafe place. And so that when this place is unsafe, it's free for all. Everything is just happening. But you have your executive power. Pronounce it. I don't play politics. There are things you play politics with, not insecurity. Are you scared that they will overthrow you? I don't just understand when they are there, how they think. Anyway, let me put that one there. Now you see the naira now there, the duty free that they increased the naira, just naira to 130 something, 132 naira, right? 1,322, right? Are you there? The duty free now, duty free. I container to clear goods now. But they've increased it. 350. Okay, now people don't know the effect of that stuff. That the effect, people will know the effect in 6 months' time. Now there are normal goods, which like how I said, the normal things you use, the normal things you consider you use every day, day in, day out, which in port they are high value goods. It's not the price you use to clear mercury, you use to clear tires. It's not the price you use to clear chemicals, you use to clear wheat. Now, the bare minimum was, I think it was for something when container was the normal container was still going for 6 to 7 million. Now they have adjusted it to 1.3. Do you know what that means? Time will come, you cannot buy normal fish. This ice fish they import now, that you are buying for 3,000, the small big one about 2,000, you'll be buying for 9,000. If they don't fix, they're coming before 6 months, because that thing will take effect.
Sorry, can I interject? The 6 months you are talking about is too far, and we are talking as if you don't know Nigeria. In the next 1 week or 2 weeks, the new price will take effect on the goods that has been cleared.
They already had the price last week anyway. The bag of cement is 7,000. They already had the price.
You are saying 6 months is too far, my brother.
Oh no. Look, these people, what they do is that they always have heads up when policies are coming like that. They have heads up. Even before the policy come, they would have added the money. All of them, they added the money already. That is the truth. That is Nigeria for you. They had all the money already. Look, before this thing come out, the cement price start going up, 6,004, 6,005. Then it landed at 7,000. So what happened between that period? So they already had it. It's not like the government said that you should be clearing at that price. What the government says is that the dollars, the naira to dollar for custom should be adjusted to 1,320. That's all.
You said, God, you said dollar is wanting to what?
Naira to dollar. Normally custom also have their own naira to dollar valuation when they want to clear.
Yes, that's what I just said. Yeah,
exactly. So they just adjusted it to 1,320. That's all.
It's not just adjust. Once you adjust that price, the most cheapest container, just clearing now the goods now, the price will change ×3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These people, many of them have already factored it. Even the ones, Ekene, okay, imagine Ekene now that have goods in the shop. Do you think Ekene will sell that goods in the shop for the price, for the old price? Even though he cleared that goods for the old price, he won't sell it for the old price. He's going to adjust
Even if I don't sell it for the old price, the issue is this: the thing is slowing down market.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. Not the Ekene. And not the Ekene that have goods already in his shop. Is the wholesale like we that is bringing goods. Like now, people have goods container in high street going to Nigeria. Now the goods, how much he bought his goods to load his container in Japan. Let's, for example, it took him 10 million to do everything. On the middle of the way, container price alone just went to 12 million naira. What is his profit? What is going to sell?
What piece what they don't understand now is this: when you clear your goods now, you are even trying to recover the money you used to clear that goods before you even talk of capital. Because the money you used to clear that goods is even more than the money you used to buy the goods.
Yeah.
What piece and Ekene, my brother? Listen, you see, all this what we're saying now, for me, I don't really think these are the main issue. The main issue is insecurity. The main issue is food security. If those two issues are addressed, listen, even in a lot of the things that Ekene sells are luxury items. They are not items for the ordinary folks. Okay, so if those people who can still afford it will still go to Ekene and buy it regardless. But what the government cannot afford to do is for gari and beans and yam to start getting the price to start going to a point whereby the common man cannot feed themselves. That is where the Western world where we are now. No matter how bad things are, they make sure they try their best to keep food inflation as low as possible, because that is
what you said now is still not. You see, this thing still affects the food we eat. Just like the fish, the Titus and the cotes we use here, they're all imported. They're not in Nigeria. You understand? And this price is already affecting those fish. So don't say it's all about money. It's not only for me selling. It's not only for me selling lossless.
There are lots of fish.
It also affects food items. No.
This is what I'm trying to say.
We have been eating cote, Titus. It's not everything that we have in Nigeria. It's a fact. Just acknowledge it. We cannot eat. It's not everything that we have. Other countries still need something from us that we need to ship to them. The same thing from us. We need things from other countries. So we should acknowledge that there are things we cannot afford, which we need to import. Especially this fish I called you. We have been using it since I was born.
You were lucky. You was lucky to be eating Titus since you was born, man.
So you see, we might want to speak English about it, but the economy is not speaking English to also. It's speaking pidgin English, and is affecting us. Now, if what Oga Progressive is saying, if Nigeria was like that, it was okay. If Nigeria is producing his food or her food or producing things, the common thing that we can eat, that would be okay. But we have insecurity in almost every sector in Nigeria. We don't produce any food. Nigeria food production has declined to like 15%, if not more, less than, which is very bad for the country. We practically produce nothing again in this country. Everything is almost imported. Even Nigerian, you can't go to farm because of insecurity. People can't really go into deep forest anymore. Even firewood, people cannot even cut firewood anymore again because inside the forest they'll get kidnapped. People used to go to thick forest to go cut wood and come back and sell. Insecurity
Even
everywhere. So
let me tell you in one piece. The apples we eat here is imported. I don't know where we
yes,
are.
now.
I don't see where we have apple. We don't have apple production in Nigeria. They're all imported from South Africa. It's only I think it's only cucumber and the watermelon we have here.
Ekene will have apple production, but also insecurity also affected in jobs. You can
Affected it,
grow
but
apple.
mostly we have been importing it. We have
Yes,
been
mostly
importing it for a very
large
long time.
large quantity of yes, about 80% of it is imported.
Yeah, we
Yes.
don't have
So
apple. We import almost everything. We import salt. Now our gari that we are eating, we are exporting it now. They are even the one they are not exporting, they are converting it to ethanol, what they call ethanol or whatever they are getting from to make alcohol. They have created a very big one, very big factory, which I give congratulations to
you
and
know
kudos
that Gary
to.
one, that Gary one is the one that shocked the people in the market. 2,000 naira for a penny. They just came. I was that one night shock everybody. 2,000. Those women we are shouting. They just came out. I just
But
laughed.
we said this thing here. Let the state manage the system first. Nigeria needs food for now. Even if you don't want to open the border for free for all, but state manage, go negotiate with countries. There are so many Europe countries or Asia countries that produce food that have a lot of surplus. They'll bring it to your country to flood the economy to reduce that spike of inflation. This same thing India just did last year.
One piece that is not even one piece, my brother. What Tinubu need to do, if we need to go and bring machineries or whatever, the country needs to be secured. All those one, the country first of all, security must be guaranteed in even the smallest bush, the biggest bush, the last corner of the country. Security. Look, if it doesn't do that, there's no need for us to be saying go and bring. No, the first thing, the first priority is just secure the country. Once you secure the country, go to France and sleep for how long? That's your problem. That's nobody's business. You will see everybody will go to me myself that I'm here. I've thought about having farms, even pay. They'll tell you straight away, look, it's a waste of time. These people will come there and destroy your farms because at the end of the day, if you want to see yourself, you know how it goes in Benin back then. Like Saturday was always farm day. So people you never used to have a food problem the way they are today. Like look, if your rice too dear, you go chop them now. People go and manage what they have at home for now. Yeah, someone who go to farm who have yam, have corn, have beans, have everything. If you don't eat rice, you're not gonna die for a short time. So that is how it was back then. Food was never a problem. Even when you don't have, you go to your neighbor, I beg, give me one rubber gari. They'll gladly give you rubber gari and you go sort yourself out. That was how we grew up. But now the level of insecurity is a big problem. We cannot even talk about anything until we sort out the insecurity so that people can go back to their farm and begin to bring food out for our people.
Okay, well, we talk about this now. Let me go to the next one. Now, another one is there. What was it about this 2 point something billion that Kaduso said he discovered that was not there? I don't understand the English. Can somebody explain to me?
So they said what they said was that we were owing all these foreign airline, foreign business, different total of $7 billion in money that in dollar that we did not return back to them, money that they could not take out of Nigeria. So when he came into office and they did a forensic audit of those money, they found out that about 2.43 billion out of that money were all lies. So they try to reach out to the people who were trying to claim this money. In some cases, the companies did not exist. In some cases, it was just a lie. No business was done for that money.
Now what? Now what? So 2 billion is like about 3 to Nigeria currency now is about 3 trillion.
3 trillion
It's
naira.
just
They want Jagbo and that.
it's just they're floating. Somebody just like adjusting with it. There's so much money in this country, and now and again, funny enough, if you want to do something in that country, you cannot use a registered company to do it. It's not possible. What if you want to open a bank account? You cannot bring on a registered company. But if you want to see billions for that country, they will just bring a registered company from that is not functioning from CAC. You'll be wondering how can during Magic time designing they said she was giving contract to a company that was never registered with CAC. Just a letter. The letter the company name is just ordinarily written with biro with pen on the letterhead of the contract paper. When I get to CAC, the company is not even existing. And yet you pay billions to these people. Now, which account did you pay to? Who is the account holder of that account?
I think one place. If this government, if Tinubu want to be honest with himself, right, he needs to audit everything. NNPC, as the auditor, he needs to audit everything. Needs to be audited. Everything needs to be audited. All the ministry need to be audited, because if they audit Nigeria the way it is now,
all right,
everybody will fail.
Yeah. Are you back?
Hey, yes, I'm back. Sorry about that. I am back. But let me shuffle myself out. Let me just make sure that Thomas is fully with us. Let me shuffle myself out. Hand over to Thomas. Let me just bring Thomas on. Give me a moment, please. You still have the floor.
Okay.
Thomas, are you there? General Thomas.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
Yes, Daddy.
So thank you, Daddy. So that's General Thomas. Ready and ready to go. So Thomas, Warpy still has the floor. Prince Daddy is here, but he wasn't available when I called him, but I'm sure he'll be in a moment's time. Akim has not spoken yet. I'm not sure if Ife is still with us. So I'll shuffle myself to bring Ife back on. So let me just acknowledge the super chatters. There were Tima, Jack, and Kulata in this instance. So Tima, Jack, and Kulata. So that's Tima Jack right there, who did quite a few, and Kulata, who made a comment with that as well. So thank you to all those. So let me hand over to you as Wapis. You may want to go to the space of this xenophobia. Nigeria High Commission issues security advisory to Nigerians in South Africa ahead of Super Eagles and Bafana match. So now the semi-finals now, the African Nations Cup between the South Africans and the Nigerians. But it has now gotten to the point now that we're not allowed to beat South Africa in football anymore. Otherwise, they will kill us. So what are you then making then of this warning by the Nigerian Commission to Nigerians in South Africa? So to that space, War Peace, as I take my leave and hand over to Thomas.
All right, thank you. Yes, I think this thing started from this Grammy that just happened. I think is it Grammy or whatever that just happened that that just happened. So when this South African lady won, and there was this echo on the social media space, started saying, hey, they took the hate to South Africa, social media, and accusing the lady that won. First of all, they said the title of the song "Water" that she won with is not Fela owned. Why would Grammy be playing Fela's song when introducing that lady? First of all, we should leave, if it's Grammy fault, we should leave South Africa out of it. We should stop fighting ourselves. From that space, that thing generated to, okay, we will not allow South Africa to beat us. We must beat South Africa back for revenge. What is all this nonsense? We're just creating hate where there's no hate. If the Grammy causes wahala, why don't we unfollow Grammy and use our soft power to tell Grammy that we have a voice, that we were mistreated, that our own singers didn't win? Now you leave the main focus and go and face on that person that has no business with you. And now, I've seen this trend, this issue that issuing out about this Wahala. You won't believe it. I'm not saying it's from that place it started, but if we say we should trace it, we will see that from that place have its own contribution to this hate, this message they are bringing out now that everybody should be careful in South Africa because the fighting started from the social media space that we must be South Africa. Of course, this will retaliate back. There has been serious things. This have also been celebrating that okay, one of us team won, one African lady won Grammy. Whether we are fighting ourselves, this notion of we divide ourselves. If we divide ourselves, they say house divided among itself will not stand. When things fall apart, the center cannot hold. We should stop this mentality that the colonial master used to divide our forefathers and rule us. And when the father was the colonial master was ruling us, this is also take our anger to the colonial master. Rather, we are uh, 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 looking for revenge. That who betrayed them, fighting ourselves. That's not the question right now. That's not the issue right now. The issue is to come together and win that Grammy. And
Sorry, did we lose world peace or did you lose me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, one more can hear you.
Yeah, your voice stopped, world peace, or was it me?
No, I don't know. Maybe it's you. I was talking. I don't. Actually, was you hearing me when I was talking? Did my voice stop?
Yes,
Yes, War Peace. Your voice stopped.
Oh, seriously? Sorry, I don't know. So, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. War Peace.
Oh, okay. I think maybe time my daughter came in, I just paused it so that. Well, I didn't know I was sick, but I was saying that anyway. I already passed that place. I just hope that the South African government make sure that the Nigerians there are safe, and we should not be championing all this kind of hate speech that we're fighting ourselves. To me, I believe that his speech started from the Grammy. We should stop all this infighting. Who won? Let's celebrate who won. When two people play game, one will win, one will lose. So I pray and I'm talking using to talk to the South African authorities. They should put all hand on deck to make sure that thing don't happen. They see a South Africa in Nigeria, but I'm not preaching that. Anyway, Thomas, take me to the next topic so I can use the floor to the next question. I was speaking, I didn't know my voice was paused for a long time. Thomas.
I know, man. Yes, I'm here.
Take me to the next topic. So
yeah, you see here. Nigeria.
Let me quickly talk about this. Let me just talk about this protest in Niger, Mina. Now,
yeah, go on.
It's two ways. First of all, I would say I don't support the protest. First of all, that's just one side. But yes, in the second hand, no, that's just one side. I'll tell you why. In the second hand, there's hunger in the land. There's really hunger. But again, what was happening in Buhari regime was not that far. It was not too far from what's happening right now. And the North never came out to protest. These are more the South tried to protest. Even the NSAS, they didn't join us. There was excess kidnapping in the South. Benin on the road, you could not pass it. It was worse. Hunger, everything. They're not gonna never protest. They never say it like that. Even when the South try to protest, they always come out and push us back and say we are against democratic elected government. We are against Buhari. Who else will be against? Is not the government in power will be against? They took it like we should not campaign at all. That if we campaign or protest against the government, we want to unseat a legitimate government. I do not understand where they got that English from or that thinking from. But that is one.
everything okay there?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
I can hear
Yeah.
you, but your voice is speaking like
Yes.
you are driving.
Yes, yeah. Oh, you can hear me now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
So
I have a better network than Japan.
so Tinubu should tighten up his bed because this protest that is starting right now. You know, some northern elders, they don't like him because this CBN, FAN, and some other thing that is relocating to Lagos, and they are coming out protesting against it. So they will use this medium to make unrest and to send a message to Nigeria. And you know, if this protest continue like this, people will run after the flow, not necessarily because they are hungry. They just want to do what the people, what others are doing. Now is Mina, tomorrow Kano. If you continue like this, before you know, the whole country will be aflame. That's why you cannot control the crowd again. That will be another bloodbath. But if you understand that there's hunger in the land, I understand he's taking care of himself that so you can come back to Nigeria and take care of Nigeria. But you can't be doing this all the time. And this is one of the things Buhari did that destroyed the economy. He was never around. That's why everybody was doing what they want. Now, Tinubu has been in Paris, and somebody said for a conversation for 13 days. That is one too many. 13 days, the country is in total.
What peace? We can't hear you.
We can't hear any copies. Can you guys hear me?
Let
Yes,
me use the
yes,
floor.
yes.
Let me use the floor for somebody else.
Yeah.
If you cannot hear me, okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is Prince Daddy there? We don't have Prince Daddy. Who has spoken before? I think Coco has spoken. Few people have spoken. Emeka, I can hear Emeka voice earlier. Can you guys really hear me? I don't understand what is going on with the network.
Yeah, your voice is not too good.
Yeah, I think it's my network here. Yeah, who else is there? Who is there? Fair. Who has spoken? Because I just joined. Hello. Can anyone hear me? I don't know what's wrong with the network today. Can anyone hear me? Wow. Today, Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now. Oh, thank God. I think I have to restart my system. Sorry. Yeah, I think what piece has spoken. Yeah, Rational man, what are you eating? I'm hearing your mouth doing ruggy ruggy.
Well,
you don't
I
you
just
don't
have
share
here.
your food with us.
Well, I mean, I wish I could say I could stream yard it to you. That way you can have it.
How are you? How are you, my brother?
Well, we thank God. We thank God. How your family?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
everyone.
yeah. Oh, wow, we are still breathing. Now only summer won't kill us here. Very hot here now.
Well,
Yeah.
what's the range? What's the temperature like? What's the average?
Um, Yesterday was 39, 40 degrees.
And that is hot at 39.
Uh, 39, yeah, sometimes 40. You know, I've never lived in any hot weather before. Southwest is very good. I've never been to the north.
Ibadan, where you live, it's not up to 37. Doesn't go up to 14 in Ibadan.
No, I don't think so. No,
No, it does. It does. It does. It has gotten to
it
40.
does. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, yes, maybe. But you know, here is humid as well. Yeah,
It's
that
because one
humidity
thing
as
about
well.
we don't really keep it now. You see, the thing is this. The reason why most of us will become so temperature sensitive is when we come to countries like this, we hear people talk about weather every time. They talk about the climate. That's why some of us get in Nigeria. Who cares? Even when it's
Okay.
hot. So that's why some of us when you ask Nigeria, what is the temperature in Nigeria? I want to kill kilos of them. I mean, like, what are you talking about? Who cares about what they don't care? I mean, you see Nigerians, they walk down the street even when it's hot like something else. You will see
Yeah,
you will see
Rational man, it's when I change
doctor
to
running
this
after.
country.
You say what?
Yeah, it's when I change to this country, I begin to monitor the forecast. What
So
it
that's what I'm
concern me
saying.
about forecast in Nigeria?
Exactly. Who cares? I mean, Nigeria. Who cares about temperature? What care? Not that what we say. They just want to live each day, survive each day. That's what they care about. You know. So, yeah. Is there any topic for me?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there is to train on. I just came in, even the one man just sent over to me. The Nigeria among the 17 country not qualified for 2025 US visa lottery. I think they've omit us since some years ago, isn't it?
Well, it has. I think the last time was around 2000 and I think 7 or 8 was the last one we had. Nigerian
Yes,
participated.
yes. Why are they saying omission now again? I don't think we are in the category anymore since in that time.
Well, the way they do the calculation is if any country has sent, I think, 50,000 or 55,000 immigrants to United States for the past 5 years, that's how they do the calculation. So, meaning for the past 5 years, Nigerians that have come to United States here, who have migrated through either they come through what do they call it, spousal or relatives. For example, now here I file for my brothers and sisters to come and join me. All those numbers and other people too that fight for their father and their mother and sisters to come and join them here, they will calculate all of them. So if for the past 5 years it has gotten up to like, is it 50 or 55,000, then Nigeria will not qualify to participate in the next DV diversity. They call it diversity visa lottery. So they will not.
Sorry, yeah.
Just a minute. So they will not be eligible to participate in the next. So that's how they do the calculation. If any single one country has sent over 50,000 or 55,000 immigrants to the United States here, they will not participate. So that's how they count it. So Nigeria does not.
But is that really fair?
No, that's how. No, not only Nigeria now, even China and
Mexico. Yeah, not only to Africa.
India. I think India too. Yeah. So, and if we don't get the slots filled out for the next 5 years, so they will calculate it, And then if we don't fill it up, they will just let us participate. They only give it to countries that are low immigration to the United States.
Eligible, yes, yeah.
For them to be eligible, any country,
But National Bank, despite the fact there is no visa lottery, people are still migrating to the US, isn't it? People are
yeah,
getting visa every day.
yeah. People they migrate here and everywhere. As the Nigerians are coming in like at an alarming rate. I mean, I'm just so surprised. How are they getting their visa from Nigeria coming here? Well, some of them, I don't know.
And now it's 5 years again. So people want to seize that opportunity.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
5 years, before it was 2 years before.
Some people, currently I have a family member of mine that I filed for, which in next 20-something years, go to Macom. In next 20-something years, go to the, like if your sister filed for you now, I think you said your sister lives here in the United States. If he files,
yes, in New York.
So if she files for you to come and live here in the United States, you have to queue behind people that have filed before you, that anybody they filed before you. So before it can get to you, now you reach like 25 years. 25 years from now. So
what are you saying? 25 years?
25 years, yeah. So the only way they expedite it is if your sister is filing for your mom or your dad to come and live with them here.
Yes, yeah. Maybe holidays.
People that get expedited visa to come to immigrant visa to come to the United States will be your wife, your kids, and your dad and your mom. Those people
the aged one.
Within 2 years or 1 year or 2 years, depending on how the workload that the U.S. consulate or embassy has in that country where they stay, will determine how fast they can. And it also depends on the USCIS here and formerly INS, and also the NVC, they call it. Depend on how the workload that they have to work on your case, and then they will send it to the U.S. consulate or embassy for forward or onward processing. So let's say just give you a target of
let me ask you. Yeah, finish. I want to ask you a question.
Go on, please. Go on.
Yes. Did US have the capacity, the fortitude to carry the immigrant troop into that country? Do they? I haven't been to the US. I'm planning to come this year because I don't know what's the capacity. Is that country so rich, or I don't know? Do they have that capacity to, because it's not only from Nigeria, people are going from Kenya, from Ghana, almost from everywhere, every walks of life in this world. Did that country have that capacity to carry all these immigrants?
Well, the United States is first of all, you just say this, the United States is a very, very big, they have a very huge land mass, very huge. And only just, should I say like, I would say maybe like 45% of it is that people live on, that is being inhabited by people. I would say between 45, 49 something percent. Many 50% is just, lands that are either used for agriculture and whatever, or just like ordinary land that nobody lives on it. So you see people crammed in cities like LA and San Francisco and New York, Seattle, and those kind of big cities. You see people in other smaller towns, but that's where you find high concentration of people. But then, yes, I would say yes and no. Yes, in the sense that, like I said, they still have a lot of land mass that people can still live if they choose to want to live there. But then no, in the sense that economically, socially, and otherwise,
That's where I'm going. That's what I mean. Economically, that's most important.
Yeah, it's affecting the country. United States is the most richest country on earth, but then there's always a limitation to your capacity sometimes. So people can say, you know how many people that are coming into the United States every day? Like 10,000 people are crossing the borders every day from Mexico into the United States here. That's what the figure says. We have a very huge problem in our hands now. That the state of Texas and the federal government, they are fighting each other. They will send federal agents to the Texan border, and then the governor of Texas will send his own state troopers or the state guards to go and obstruct and go and pull some things, It's just been back and forth, even despite the Supreme Court ruling that the federal government has, because according to the Constitution, U.S. Constitution, the federal government has the sole responsibility to protect the border. It is their assigned duty, not any state. But they're using because there's a way the U.S. Constitution is so worded that some states, they also have their own sovereignty. They can choose to ignore the state or the Constitution if they choose to. So that's where the other side is now. That is what I think Greg Abbott is using, the governor of Texas, is using now to fight Biden and the federal agents at the border. So the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the federal government, but because of some loopholes in the Constitution, that they can choose to obey and either obey or not to obey the Supreme Court ruling. That's what is going on, what is playing out now. And there's some kind of immigration law that should have been passed, that some majority of the Republicans, they were supporting it, but recently because of Trump came into the matter, some of them are now voting it down. So that's just the problem we're having with immigration. So that's why a lot of people are pouring into the United States through the border. It's really affecting the country because for example, when it comes to jobs, an American, you cannot say we want to give an American $10 for what? Which kind of job he wants to do for even $15? Who wants to do $15 job? But you see someone who came from maybe Guatemala or who came from one of the South American country or maybe other parts of Africa who sneak through, enter through Mexico, and they want to do it for $5 or like even $7 or $10. What are you going to buy? And because some of these people who came in and collected $10 pay per hour, some of them, they just stay in a cramp, maybe some kind of federal government give them some kind of home where they camp all of them, so they can afford to do that job because they're not paying for apartments as such. They get cheap accommodation that they give to them that this government is subsidizing for them. You get it? So some of them, they even maybe like 10 of them can live in one apartment. When 10 people live in an apartment and they contribute money, everybody will be able to save money, keep money on the side. But an average American that is well established here, that is staying in an apartment that he pays over $2,000 monthly, and you want to pay him $10 for what? $10 for what? What is he going to do with $10? How is he going to buy groceries? How much more are you going to say he wants to pay? He wants to pay his house rent with $10. So it's really affecting the economy in the sense that some people are willing to work for lesser pay. So it's really affecting the country in that sense. And well, either good or bad. Some people say it's good that people are getting cheaper, being paid cheaper. But the thing is, it's not commensurate with the standard of living, because standard of living here, you cannot get, well, depending on where you're living in the United States though. Some part of the United States that are rural, you can still get like 750 bedroom apartment. You can still get like, I think some people say like 750 at least 750. But even with that $10, what can you even do with 750? I mean, what can you even pay your house rent for $10? When you work $10 in a week and then you're working 8 hours and they give you $80, you times that by 4 in a month. How much is that? So it's not something you can. So because some of those people from Guatemala or from all those kind of South American countries or other countries that came into America, all of them, they just stay in one room or one apartment. They can be like 5 sharing the money. They can afford it. Because somebody who has, like I said, who has already established himself, how will he be able to pay his house rent with $10 an hour, even $15 an hour? How are you going to do that? If not because you have an extra roommate that both of you are sharing the. So it's very difficult, and it's really affecting people. So that's just the other side of it. And then the crime rate too. I don't know if people have seen videos of a cop in New York that was attacked by several immigrants, which is which is either true or not. I don't know. I don't know how that story is, but there's been videos of it and all of that all over the internet here, where some immigrants they attacked what's it called, a New York cop. I think maybe they were trying to restrain them from something. They had to just they came with that mentality of whatever in their home country, that they can always challenge police or whatever. I don't know. They beat this cop. Maybe they said they even killed him. I don't know if they said they killed him. So that's what the Republicans are using as an example, as an excuse for not wanting to vote in that bill to pass some kind of comprehensive immigration law. And yeah, because Trump is saying that no, don't let them come in. I mean, you see, it's the American politics on around that immigration. It's a very, very complex. It's very, very complex. So I would just want to say that it's not a good thing in some sense. It's lowering the standard of living here. People come here and just live in squalor. How can you pay $10, somebody $10, not even $15? What are you going to do? What's he going to do with $15 an hour? I mean, I know by some standard is depending on what you're saying in America here, although you can still survive with $15 an hour or maybe like $10 an hour, but then that must be a miserable place you are living, if I must say. It's not a standard place, and that will create more ghettos. Imagine we see ghettos everywhere, and even people, developers that wants to develop, make some kind of development there around estates around there. Their property will be weighed. They will cost less. So because you have people who are just considered as how do I say, like poor people or ghetto people, it will just reduce the value of your property. So these are some of the things that it will bring about. To cost. So yeah, the immigration law and everything, people moving here is a bad thing, I would say. A lot of us who came in here, I tell you, many years ago, before, let me go into the details. So many years ago, I tried many ways just to come to the United States. So we came through normal way. So if we had gone through that bad way that many people came here, probably would not have, So my point is just that, like there's something we say here, you have to wait for your turn. I just said to you now that I have some family members that I filed for. They have to wait 20-something years. 20-something years before they can get their immigrant visa to come and live here in America. By that time, maybe they would have been like in their 80s. What are we talking about? They were like in their 70s or 60s.
Is it because they are coming to stay permanent?
To come and stay permanent, yeah.
Is it because they are coming?
Yeah, that's it. It's an immigrant class of. So now somebody just fly into Mexico and just enter America there. They give them paper. Why some people have been waiting? That's why I see sometimes you look at it, both of the parties, they have a reason for whatever they do. The Republicans, even though all of them, they're all hypocrites of some sort. I don't think they don't really want to work on this immigration or something. We know that this idiot, what's his name, Trump. We know that his own is just for politics, just to promote himself, aggrandise himself. I don't know. There was a time they were controlling both chambers. They control both the House and the Senate. But why couldn't they just do it and pass a law at that time? They were not really interested. They just want to play politics around it. So they should have made that comprehensive immigration law, because so many people who came through normal way, they had to do the time. They had to wait for their own turn. How about those people? That's what some of these idiotic, hypocritical Republicans will use as we know that's the point, but why can't you just make a law that will make this or secure the border, that will make it very strict for people coming in, so that people that will be coming in through normal way, they will not be bypassed. People will not go overhead of them. How can you have my own person, my own brother or sisters waiting in line for about 20 years just to come to the United States? And somebody just went through the border and came in here, he has his paper. So that's just the other side to this whole immigration thing.
Rational mind. Those people coming in illegally, so how do they make ends meet? Yes. Why do I ask that? You can't. This Australia, my brother. You can't be in this country illegally. You can't do anything. You can't work. You can't open bank account. You are just like dead people, dead human being, because you can't function without being your paper being. You know what I mean? Being governments know you are here. So how do they survive? Do they do work in cash in hand? How do they survive? Maybe because I have not been US, so I don't know how do they survive.
Yeah, it's people, you see, every country, I don't know much about Australia to be able to talk about. I mean, I remember some years ago, years ago, I was trying to go through it. They used to have that Australian embassy in I think by Ozuma Badiwe there. In fact, when you were driving into Ozuma Badiwe from Madu Bello,
Oh, yeah, yes, yeah, yeah.
so used to have that, many years ago. I've been there years ago to go and apply for
Oh,
visa.
that's very long time. They
So
don't have any embassy
they
in
don't,
Nigeria anymore.
they don't have any anymore. I think they said they
No,
moved
no,
to.
no, no, no.
They didn't
They
even
don't
move
have
to.
any embassy.
Oh, okay.
No, they don't have. There's no embassy in Nigeria.
I used to remember that they have that.
Anybody coming here, you have to file from here.
You have to what, fly from over there?
From Australia, yes.
Wow. So somebody wants to
Yeah.
go on visit. Can I even go through? How does it get the visa from there?
It's online. Everything is online.
Wow.
Yes.
And you basically have to prove that he has an invitation from Australia to be able to go to there. Is that how it works?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The issue here is this system here. There is few people that they came here without knowing somebody here. You have to know someone here. You can come without knowing nobody. But
Are you telling me all those Filipinos and all Filipinos and Filipinas and all these Chinese that are all bombarding that area, people from Malaysia that bombarded, they all have person there before they became settled.
they buy citizen here. Rational mind. If you have money, you buy your citizen.
Okay.
Australia is corrupt.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Quick one. I say this in Yoruba. Olori Brokun yẹn,
Motiri. Èmi náà ti rí. Yeah, Motiri.
Okay, but Motiri.
No worries. Yeah. Motiri.
Tatu nìyẹn.
Ẹgbẹ́ máa wá ń ba section wa jẹ́ yẹn ni. So.
Okay.
It's in the background.
We have
so
a
it's waiting
spammer.
for
We have a spammer.
A scammer.
A spammer.
Yes.
Oh, spammer. Okay.
Spammer.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. So you see, I think every country has some kind of flaws in their immigration law that people buy through. Like I think Canada too. Some people go in there with I think visiting visa, and then they say there's a way you can convert it to you can get permits to start working in Canada. Somebody that went there through maybe visiting visa or whatever. So I think they all have. So many people I know in Europe. I mean, years ago to when I traveled to, let me not go into details also. So we know what we did, so it's okay. But then the point I'm just trying to say is that every country you just have a loophole. Even America, no matter how they'll tell you, oh, B2, B1 visa, you cannot come in and work.
Yeah.
So people overstay the visa.
You know the funniest thing? Yeah. Some people thought if they come to this country through student visa, that is automatic stay. No. If you come here as a student, if you finish your course, you are going back to your country.
Yeah.
You know what people do? They continue studying. If they finish this 1 year, they will find one. Yeah, they find one stupid another course. They will enroll for it so that to keep their visa waiting. At the long run, they have to find somebody to marry. You just have to find something that it's not automatic.
Yeah. You find somebody to marry at the end of the day. That's another way another way to more if you can join the US Marine, if you can join the US Army, that's another route. There are people here who have been here and don't know route to Yahoo. Not everybody knows that route of joining the US military. If you join the US military and you serve in the US Marine or military, you can convert that. And but I think during Obama time, I think they kind of like stopped it or kind of make it so strict. And some people who even served in the US Army, they even lost. Some of them were deported because Obama deported a lot of people. Let's forget that this. You can think that the Democrats are very pro immigrants. Forget it. They can be very strict sometimes.
But the environment I think you are when you're not man. People overdo something, you know. They always misuse any grant or any opportunity given to them. You know people now.
Yeah. So I mean, it's so sad that Nigerians are not part of that immigrant visa for many years now, and the only reason is because we have many Nigerians now living here in America. In fact, if you know how many how many Nigerians have filed for their people to come and join them here. I'm not talking about visiting, no, to come and live here in America. So every year, as they keep awarding more visa and more visa, that will make Nigerian name not to pop up on the diversity visa lottery.
But that Rosman, we can't eat our cake and have it if they are granting us visa and people is strolling to the country. So we don't need the American visa then.
I'm not even talking about I'm not even talking about visiting visa. I'm talking about immigrant visa. If people
Immigrant visa.
that is excluding the way they count it is excluding non-immigrant visa, which is a visiting visa or business visa or whatever category of visa that is not immigrant that permits you to live and work here in America. So if that's not that, so the one is that count towards excluding Nigeria from sending in or joining in the DV program is the numbers of Nigeria that moved to the United States through spousal or family-related visa kind of category. And if they fill up that space within 5 years period, I don't know, there's a way they count it. But if you make up to, if 50,000 Nigerians have received immigrant visa to live here and work here in the United States in the 5 years period, then they will not be eligible to participate in the DV. So the DV is only for countries that have low immigration to the United States. That's how the program works. So how they calculate it, but I know it's 50,000 every 5 years or something like that. So, but then if Nigeria slows down, then they might join the next one. But if we eat that quota that they give to us, or we surpass that quota, then we'll still continue not being there. China has always been not, they not allow them because they keep sending people here every year. They have people here, a lot of their people live here. India too is one of them, and I think some other parts of Europe. I think Britain.
But that program is the best to be citizen of a country. It's just automatic. It is the best.
No,
it is the best.
doesn't give you, if you have DV, if you win the DV lottery, doesn't make you a citizen of the United States. You only have almost the same right as a U.S.
privilege.
Yeah, but then the only thing you cannot do is you cannot vote. That's the only thing that distinguishes a citizen from a green card holder. A green card holder, you can live here, you can go into any place, you can work in the army, join the army, or work in any of those federal agencies, and you can even join. I think you can even join the FBI, but when it comes to voting, you cannot vote. That's the only thing you cannot do. That's separate citizens from. You cannot have a say per se like that. You cannot have a say in how the country goes until when you become a citizen. So I mean that's.
So when are you going to become a citizen? If you win a visa lottery, is it going to take another?
Well, the process is like usually at least 5 years. 5 years if you win the DV lottery, and then after 5 years, you'll be eligible. If you don't have any criminal record, though. If you have no criminal record, you have no anything in your record, you've been a law-abiding alien resident here in America. After 5 years, you can now apply for. I think 4 or 5 years you can now apply. But if it's through marriage, after 2 or 3 years, you can apply for citizenship. Yeah.
That's lottery something. Almost everyone that I know, they use that to get to the US. I even have
way back then.
My dad's senior brother. That is what he used to get to the US. Even then, we were thinking, now, because we are bearing the same surname, maybe they can grab one of us to the US. Then.
The new kind of passport.
Yes, it's very hard now. Because I think they are doing DNA now. Before it's just
in fact, until the official recognitions in the airports. In fact, that's one thing that a lot of US people in the United States are kicking against. They said they don't want any federal agencies like TSA or even I know the FBI does have it, and no doubt the CIA too, they have it. They have facial recognition, but they want to install it at every airport, every major airport, whereby if you want to go through the TSA, they will capture you with your facial recognition. So there are some Americans are saying that it's a violation of their privacy, blah blah blah. It's going to be misused. The U.S. government, federal government will use it against their citizen. So many debates out there, but I don't know. But I know they might have it secretly that maybe they're not really. I don't know. So that's what. So facial recognition will spoil the show. So anybody who thinks he wants to beat the system, I mean, you just be ready. Be ready. I'm not saying it cannot be flawed. Don't get me wrong. People still get through some, but then they'll capture your facial features, and if it's in their system, if you try to use, I mean, I don't know. So just let me not go into all those things. My point is just that it's becoming more and more difficult for people to beat the system because it's becoming more and more sophisticated. Yeah, if they really introduce that facial something, then a lot of people are doomed when it comes to
I think the facial, yeah,
go through the border. You say what?
I think the facial recognition has been in China for. I think they have been using that for so long now.
Chinese
Even in their
government doesn't care. They are authoritarian one now, so
authoritarian, yes.
You don't have to, they don't need your permission. They don't need the permission of citizen before they use anything against their citizen. You know, if they want to silence any of their citizens, they will silence it without even having any recourse to asking anybody for permission first before they do that. So yeah.
Yeah.
Good
The
morning,
next
everyone.
topic.
Can I say something? Can I say something to
Yes, of course.
what
Yeah.
Mr. Rational Mind said? I agree with everything that he said. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the house. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone, all over the world. And there's something I noticed because of last 2 years. I applied for part of my businesses. I do all over the world. I applied for America. The process was very easy. After giving them my bank account, do you know how much I have a visa already. I have 2 years visa. I can come and go anytime. I have 2 years visa. So they give me something that they want to give up my family resident permit. Do you know how much they asked from me? $2,500. They say after 5 years, I can have the nationality. To be an American if I want to. The process exists, but not everybody knows that. Very, very easy. They say I do nothing. I was shocked. So there's when I see people going through the back door, I just laugh. People lack awareness. Because I remember. You understand? I remember.
How much? How much did you say they were asking you?
$2,500 for all my family.
For all your family to become a green card holder here in America.
Yes. Then we have to come down to New York to take it.
That sounds too good to be true. But let me ask a question. Maybe that will make me understand why it's like that. Do you carry a French passport?
I'm a French citizen now.
Okay, fine. So if you carry a French
passport, I use Nigerian passport.
Okay.
I went to apply as a Nigerian, not as a French. They gave me 2 years visa.
Okay.
It's just because of it. They see the way I talk, my character, and I don't have any crime stuff. Understand? Because the lady just I said that I'm only coming for a weekend.
I'm sorry. You are applying from France now. You are not applying from Nigeria.
It's still the same thing. I went to the American embassy.
I just want you to clarify that. Are you applying from France or you are applying from Nigeria?
No, from France. I remember in Paris.
Oh, yes, that's different. That's quite different, my brother.
They asked something. Something.
Okay. Hold on, please. As I'm here now, I'm Australian citizen. If I'm coming to the US, I don't need visa. I just need to apply at the US consulate, just for me for them to know that I'm coming to the US. I don't need a visa as an Australian holding passport. So you are still living in France. They know you are not living in Nigeria. If you are applying the same thing as the soil of Nigeria, it won't be as easy as you're saying. Do you understand what I mean?
I would like to put it because when I did, I know because of as for today, I did not declare that I'm a French citizen to the Americans. Honestly speaking, I have not declared it. I declared it with my Nigerian passport, Mr. Thomas. I declared with Nigerian passport because of I just use it to try something. Because I see my friends, they don't even claim that they are French, but they are French. They use their own national identity.
Hold on, Mr. Tryon. Because one thing is, if you are applying from, if you're a Nigerian applying from a different country, say for example, I carry a Nigerian passport, and I live. Hold on. I live in, say, like in the United Kingdom, and I want to apply for a U.S. visa to come to the United States. First of all, as part of one thing they will verify is they want to know your status in the UK. Well, do you have a residential permit? Like for example, now if let me even use United States here. I live in the US here, and I carry a Nigerian passport, and I went to the British Embassy, say I want to go to the UK. They will ask me the same thing, the same process there. But the only thing they will ask me is that, are you legally staying in the United States? Because the whole thing is that they want you to be sure that you're coming back to your place of domicile.
That's true. That's true.
So if you went to the US consulate or embassy to apply for US visa, and they just take your passport, they even ask you a question about your status in France. So
they do not ask me. They do not ask me.
So
I cannot lie now.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It sounds
no. Yes, even not everybody they give now. You understand? I understand. One thing is that when they ask me what am I doing, they say I'm going to just for weekend. I remember I said I'm going for weekends just to have fun and come back. The lady just said that you can go. I never said anything else. That you've gotten your visa. They'll give me 2 years. She wanted to give me 5 years. So got my visa. It remains how many more years to expire. So they gave me direct proportional to the passport I'm going, the validation of the passport. That's what the lady said that so I won't be coming every time to disturb them. Then we laughed and I went away. That's what the lady said. They just only gave me 3 years. I was shocked. So that's just it, because I wanted to just go just for weekends. Understand? I go there just to eat a cheeseburger. I like going to restaurants.
Even though you're coming for just for one day, whatever, it's a consular process, that procedure that they will have to ask you. If you're not applying directly from your own country of origin, you're applying from a different country. They'll first of all ask you what is your status in that country. And that's what they want to know first. Because if you're applying from there, they want to know, do you have some kind of permits that allows you to live and work in that country, or are you a citizen of that country already? So I don't know what you filled out and what you told them. I don't know, whatever. I don't know. It sounds your story sounds.
I did not feel that I'm a citizen. I did not feel that I'm a citizen.
I know. Since you didn't tell them that, because if you tell you are a citizen, then they will not ask you for anything like, oh, what's your status? They will not ask you, where's your.
You don't say, what am I going to do there? I said I'm going for a weekend. That's what I said.
That's what I'm saying. Even though you're going for a weekend and you are using Nigerian passport, then they should ask you that question should come up, and they should have asked.
But that's what I mean. Won't they ask where are you living?
You know what?
I don't live in the street now. I have an address now. I don't live in Paris.
Fill out all those things. Now they will ask you. Now they will ask all those things when you are filling out.
I tell them that I have an address now. I did not see anything. No, I remember what we just put.
But what I'm telling you, Mr. Trump, there will be a traces of France in your documentation where you live. Do you feel you are living in Nigeria or you are living in France?
I said that I'm living in France now.
That's what I'm telling you.
I said I'm living in France.
It's quite different, my brother.
Okay. There's a document I sent for my mom. I remember those days when the first time I wanted to invite her. I went to I went to the mayor's office. You can do it anywhere in the world. There's a mayor office. The mayor has to give me his signature on it. So when she went, even the gate man they wanted to steal the paper around away. They want to do a Oluwole with it, want to replicate it. So I have to call call to cancel, they have to send another one. You can see the way Nigerians are, understand? Because they've not seen this kind of paper before. It's something genuine because every year they change the color, they change the date, they change everything. That they did something like every 7 years, they change it. So you can know the real one they're using for that year.
Because of the
fraud.
People for fraud,
Yes.
yeah.
So when I gave it, so quickly they just gave it to her. You understand? So my mom was asking me what kind of job I do. I just laugh. I said that if you just know the right way, what they just ask you that do you have a means of salary? You understand? A means of income. I say I have. So that's what people looks at. That's why sometimes I tell people that is the way you talk matters and your presentation. Understand? Your presentation. So they just look at me.
Technical trials too. All these people, they do your background checking as well.
Maybe.
Yes, they do background checking, my brother. They do background checking.
Maybe that's why I don't have a Facebook. You understand? No, need Facebook. Understand? So even though you type my name, you will not
I
get
have
me.
Facebook, but I'm not active there. I don't even remember the year I've posted any picture last. People usually I greet you on Facebook, you are not answering me. I said, why are you greeting me on Facebook? You have my number. If you have my number, greet me with my number.
See, because I remember even sometimes when friends want to bring their family, just call me. I just signed for them and I put my stamp. They give them the visa and they come. But one thing is that they don't want to go back later. I said, you people should not stop people from coming now. You can go and come if you want to do it. So I do it for friends also. They just stamp it for them and they bring them in just to help. You understand? So some people that they abuse it. So they abuse it. So okay, you can continue, Rational Man. Just to say that I use the way that is not known to people. You apply, I only pay 35 euro for the form. I remember 35 euro for the form. Then they tell me that they will give me the resident permit. I was shocked that if it's only me one, it's not up to 1,000 euro. It's not up to 1,000. Then they say for all my family is 2,500. I was just laughing. As if
I understand you. Yes. So if the problem is people don't have the right information. Rational Mind, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. I could remember. Yes, we were filing for my mother-in-law to come here. Rational Mind, we go and pay a lawyer 1,200. And it's something that we can fight for ourselves. Just $185. Just imagine. Just 100. You are citizens. They will grant the visa.
That's the thing you are doing. You are paying for the service. That is one thing about immigration lawyers.
Do you know? Yeah, we filed.
They have money. They are selling to you.
I understand. Yes, because they have the license. But what I'm telling you is,
apart from the license, they have the information. They have the know-how.
Yes, they have the information. I can't doubt that. Do you know what happened? The next, my mother-in-law came. Then I asked one of my friends in the church. I said we filed for. I said we paid 1,200. The guy said 1,200. He said he filed for his mother within 3 days. They grant the visa, 180 something dollars. You don't need to go to immigration. So the next one we did it ourselves, and they grant the visa as well. So it's just level of information that you know. If you are
just
not
awareness.
informed, it's just awareness. If you are not, is that you are a citizen, you are going to a lawyer to fight for your mother. No, go on internet. It's something you can do yourself within 5 days.
Now.
They grant the visa.
Like now, there's something you can do with Nigerian passport from Nigeria, and they'll still give you visa. But not everybody knows, because when they were asking them questions, understand? You don't ask them. The moment they say that you are married, you're entitled for a visa, because they know that you cannot run away. But many people run away from the family. You understand? But when you see you're married, they will give it to you, but nobody knows about that in Nigeria. That's it. They don't know you have a business, a means of income, you have a business, and you are married. That's the essential stuff they want. they want anywhere in the world. So it give you an edge that you are not liability, that you have family and that you are coming back.
Is it your product? Oh,
Huh?
Yeah, go and bring it. Let me take it to
Fully B.
Foley, can you
Happy New Year.
We can hear you. Can you mute?
Hello, can I make a contribution?
Okay, go on.
BQ.
Yes. How are you, sir?
I'm great, and you? How you doing?
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to make some contributions to the discussion. So, concerning the last statement about marriage, of course, if I'm applying for visa from Nigeria, I have to demonstrate my ties to Nigeria.
BQB, can you give me 1 minute, please? Rational mind.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you step in for me for 45 or 30 minutes,
45
please?
minutes, Imbo.
30 minutes, bro. 30 minutes.
Can we do 25 minutes?
How many minutes?
Okay, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, okay.
30 minutes, yeah, 30 minutes, yeah. Just move aside.
One thing you know that I cannot bring people in. I cannot be.
Yes, I'll bring people in. I'm with my sister, but I can't talk. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring people in. Yeah.
30 minutes, please. All right. Start counting from now.
Okay. So, am I audible?
We can hear you. Go on.
Yes.
Okay. So, they need, if I'm applying from Nigeria to come to the West, let's say any of those Western countries, they need me to demonstrate ties that, especially if it's not a resident visa, like Mr. Rational Mind has put it, like maybe I'm visiting or study or any other kind of visa that is not a resident visa. So I need to demonstrate that I have ties to my country. Possibly I'm married, my wife is there, I have some landed property or even a house. But we know our Nigerian story now that most of these documents are, people can readily forge it and it's readily available all over the streets.
Even the banks to the 45th document, I was shocked when I heard it.
Yes, yes. Now, even there is a program, UK Border Agency. I watch the program regularly on YouTube. In fact, there is a particular so many episodes on Lagos. This popular UK visa office at Ikeja. They did so many documentaries about how our Nigerians put doubt in most people's mind that even if you present any document, they tend to look at it as genuine, not genuine. As much as document like bank statements, they know that this money that you are claiming to have there it might not be original. So all those doubts create a form of credibility issues. So by the time we move to another country that has a better rating, and you are a legal resident in that country, so that has given you some form of small point in terms of this country too, before you can be a legal resident here. Just like Mr. Triumph, there is let's say a legal resident in France. So that has already given you some form of pre-qualification already. That France is a standard country. They've done some check. So any country you want to go to, even if you're applying with a Nigerian passport, they still give you an edge than somebody applying from Nigeria directly. So, and this thing has I had the experience with it because I've applied from Nigeria to UK. I currently live in stay at work in Middle East, and I've applied to US and UK from Middle East, and I was granted there. And I was not granted in Nigeria because they said I couldn't demonstrate that I will leave and I will not come back.
So what was the basis for the one that they gave you from the Middle East?
Yeah, so the one they gave me for the Middle East, I think they assess people differently.
Okay.
I was.
What did they ask you for your residential permit that shows that you live?
Yeah, of course. Now, yes, I'm a legal resident here.
That's a standard. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's a standard. Yeah, that's a standard. You are right. I noted your point. You are right. So I'm a legal resident here. So that's already giving me some form of points in a way for them to consider me. Despite the fact that I'm using the same Nigerian passport to apply. So that point has given me that edge. So they assess me based on the fact that I'm a legal resident in a better country. So the people that consider it gave me. But in the same Nigeria, they feel that an average Nigerian going will not come back. So I think that would point to the fact that being a legal resident in some countries give you permission or makes visa process easy to go to some other countries. So I think that's
Are you
just one of the
sure? Are you
points
sure
that.
what you're saying? I remember. Sorry to cut you.
Yes, now
Let
it's
me
not
do
that
a
I'm.
confession.
It's not that I'm.
I
Wait,
know.
wait,
I
wait. It's not
remember.
that I'm saying it as a
You're asking if he's sure. Somebody is telling you a story about what he
story.
Okay,
experienced.
I've made the
because
point.
I
I
know
applied
that
for UK. I was
in
now applied for this.
understand.
Yes, I'm telling my story. So that's saying I'm sure again. It's like
Okay.
it's not.
It's okay. It's
It's not.
okay.
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
with the story
no.
I'm telling you.
Okay, okay. BQ,
Yeah,
BQ. I remember because I know
yeah.
some guys. They applied from a certain state 10 times. All the
Okay.
10 people that 10 times they give them. They did not bear their real name, their real names, and they're out of the country. I know them for sure. The guy tells me that you must not bear your name. You must be a certain tribe of people. They give them. I was shocked when I saw
Okay.
it. They did not tell me, say, I see you. I see them with my eyes. So that's why I say that there's something, there's not enough leverage in my country, Nigeria, for everyone just to enjoy this necessity.
I'm
You
only one
understand?
using audio to.
Understand? So sometimes I'm not happy when I see some certain group of people enjoys these facilities, while others they neglect them. They just neglect them, which is bad. I'm talking my point of view, is my own opinion, and it's facts. I have facts. When I say it, I have facts. So that's it. But one thing, when I did mine, and I say, if I want to come to Canada, I don't need a visa. I just buy my ticket. I can come because I know that in Canada and France, they have something, and they have an agreement. You understand? So, but I don't have the right to work.
Is it using a Nigerian passport or using a French passport?
No, using the French passport now.
Are you using a
But
Nigerian passport or French passport?
No, I'm using
of
not
course,
to go to Canada. It's in French passport. I don't need a visa. But in Nigeria, like now, I'm doing something. When I'm going to Nigeria, I'm going as a French. Understand? But I'm applying for a visa. I want to prove to somebody that with my Nigerian passport, they will give it to me. So my friends say that we are doing a test. They say I should be the one to do it. You understand? It's just when you have a means to live. You understand? I know that many banks in Nigeria they say if you want 50 million today, false. I had it. They told me now. Have 50 million, 20 million in your account, something like that.
So
You have to pay 10%.
still online. You are still
Yeah.
online. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? What are you talking about?
I can come to Canada without a visa, Mr.
So
Ola.
I heard what you were saying the
On
other
which
time.
passport? On which passport?
In French passport,
No,
man. In
on
French passport. I said French.
I heard what you guys are talking about. See, I think the peculiar is not the, I don't know how do you know that Oyibo forged document a lot that is not a Nigerian
That's truth now. That's truth now. We know that now.
because if you want to work with the government here, they will ask you to submit copies of your certificate. Government only, because even there's one thing I learned when I got to this place, that the job market, the resume building system is all about lies. Trust me. When they ask you to tailor your resume, that you don't have a standard, you tailor your resume to every job you want to apply. And just because you know you can do the job, but you've not done it before, you put it there that you can do. That's a lie. So the thing is, no, I think the problem with that of Nigeria, why they deny people, I think it's all about quota. You see, one thing is you are in Nigeria and maybe 2 million people want to travel in a year and you have only just maybe 300,000 quota. So they be on ground to deny. I will give you an example. I've seen a situation whereby an MD of a company wanted to travel. You know, the MD of a company wanted to travel. As at that time, we are talking of a company that had like balance sheet of like about 4 billion. Now, this MD is not in Nigeria, but anytime he apply everything from his country, they will give. You know, when he applied for US visa in Nigeria, oh, they said we are not sure whether you will come back. MD of a company. Then his staff that was sending on training, that one has never obtained visa before. They gave her visa, 2 years, multiple. So how do you explain that? An MD that is paying the salary,
No,
paying everything, they didn't give.
the MD might not be able to establish enough ties, like family ties. Maybe the wife and children are in the States.
No.
So they feel that he's not coming back.
You
Yes,
didn't
sir.
get me. You didn't get me. As at that
It's not
time,
only financing. It's not only financing that they use now. I understand the point you are making.
Those guys had absolutely nothing. Sometimes it's just because of the system. They think they have a system that detects lies. It's just like a random thing to me. That's the way I see it. Okay, when you say the MD doesn't have enough ties, right? I'm telling you, we are talking of an MD of a company that as at that time, I think he was paying about 30 or thereabout staff. He was doing fine in Nigeria. Okay, let me shock you again. Head of my
But now,
HR, head
most
of
people
my
doing fine
HR,
too are moving abroad now.
but
Yeah.
wait now. Head of my HR, you know, I'm talking of someone as at that time earning like 25 million a year. He applied for the US visa for like 6 times before they granted him. So what's changed?
Ó fẹ́
And
jápa
okay,
náà ni
this
ó
is
fẹ́ jápa.
Nigeria. What's Japan?
You don't
Let me
the point is the point is he's making 25 million per year is not the only reason why they can still deny him with the money. They look at so many other factors. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, look at it this way. You can japa with different factors because I'm not talking of one informed people. Okay, I'm talking of the time that exchange rate was around 110. Now, when exchange was around 110, if you were earning without even some other bonuses, if you are earning 25 million a year, you convert it to $1. It could have swear that time said, okay, I was going to school. If not Japa, it could have swear say, it could have said, okay, buy maybe one coffee shop there in the name of investment.
Yes,
You understand?
just good. Yeah.
So you see, that thing sometimes was embarrassing. They did not have. That's just my own conviction. No, they do not really have any reason to. So me that I'm talking to you here, even being a resident of Canada, they once denied me a visa. How do you explain that?
No, a resident. They deny a visa to where?
A permanent resident of Canada. They deny me. Immediately I got home, I reapplied to the US.
To the US. Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Immediately I came back. So how do you explain that? Immediately I came back, I reapplied again. They now ask me why did you deny? Wait,
but they usually write a reason for denial now. What was the reason then? What did they write?
There is generic. It's generic, no reason, generic. I went back there again. I reapplied immediately. I went back there. They asked me, oh, why did they deny you yesterday? I said, How am I supposed to know? You tell me. You know, I was just now free with the person. It's okay. You are asking me the
And
question.
yeah,
How am I
the
supposed
reason
to?
will be stated. And the reason will be stated
No,
there.
no. It's generic. I don't
Yeah,
know. I
okay.
don't know whether they've changed that. It's generic.
Oh, okay.
So
Whether they change it.
yeah,
The
they were
one
now.
I applied really for UK from Nigeria, they gave a reason there. So whether the reason is they put a reason there.
Baba T.
British, all right.
Yes, now
So
Football age.
now, now, when I
they
now
give a
got to
reason
that
there.
place, when I got to that place now, they are now asked me, why did I say, you tell me? Now, that guy now said, okay, when we asked you, you didn't tell us is that place you are going. I said, look, I'm getting this visa because I know my company send people on training. And I'm a certified project manager too. I may have reason to go for conference. So I don't need to. So those the things they were expecting me to mention a particular place.
They see,
That's what I
you see
discovered
this.
there. But wait
Okay.
now, but I told you, wait, but if you are listening to me very well, I said, I'm getting this just in case. Oh, they say, okay, who is going to pay for you? I said, I'm paying for myself. If company reimburse me, very good. If they don't, I give. So they just smile, they not give. So the thing is this. Sometimes the system they think that is perfect is not really perfect. So sometimes I don't really believe in some of the BS reason for deny.
No, I agree.
And I think
Absolutely. I agree with you.
the UK,
Absolutely.
the UK system is more credible in the sense that we don't see you because it's okay now. America, now as a Nigerian now, you know, until recently, we don't look at people's face. Maybe although a daily face, but some of us, the thing has, you know, the thing has become part of us that even when we are talking, we may not have that ability to look straight into those people's eye. Immediately you don't look into their face, they will think, oh, maybe it's lie. They just assume. So they assume a lot. So that's just the way I see it. So I don't believe in, because you will see a Yahoo boy, he apply for visa, they will give that Yahoo boy. And a genuine person will apply for visa and they will deny the person. What's the criteria? But UK doesn't see UK, they don't see your face. So they just look at the credibility of your document and they give you. The same MD I was talking the other time, he had a business partner in Germany that time. As at that time, he had been doing business with that company for over 10 years. In his country, the same German people, they gave him multiple years of visa. In Nigeria, they were denying him. How do you explain?
It is the soil, it is the soil, I think. But I know that in America, when they told you they pay,
it sounds ridiculous, right? But that's the reality. It's what I know, not
everybody wants to
jackpot
now.
Me.
Everybody wants to jackpot from Nigeria. It's not about more money
which
now.
Is bad
even
now.
In
Which
fact,
is bad
jackpot
now.
journey now, if you don't have money, you can't even embark on the journey.
See,
most people that have money now. So
jackpot we talk about, even the person, if those people who are issuing the visa are intelligent enough. If they are intelligent enough, okay. As at the time I'm talking about now, let's say, how much will 1 million be equal to in 2004, for example? So 1 million should be around to make it easier, 1.1 million around that time would be like $10,000, right? Around $10,000. Just imagine someone earning like 20-25 million around that time, and someone is saying it's not going to come back to Nigeria. It doesn't make sense. They are so full of themselves. That's the way I see it. And some of these guys they are talking about, they are just because they are taking advantage of the fact that people are rushing to their country. They are not even up to some of those people they are accused of not coming back.
I agree. And they're interviewing. I think I agree with you. The UK one is more objective. In the
But
sense
have you
that they
people tried
assess you.
France? Have you people tried France? Do you know that
No, I've
the
not.
school fees in
I've
France
not.
is about $1,000 to
It's France too.
$2,000?
Do they do interview too for France? Do they do interview for France?
It's very easy now. It's very easy. Now, I remember when I was inviting my sister, the school fees was up to
French is Schengen visa now.
2,000.
Yeah.
No. You don't need student visa to come. I'm saying it out now. If people want to
Schengen
come
visa.
from the month of March,
Schengen visa.
Hold on. Let me ask Triumph. You said
before I forget, like now, if you want to come to Europe, yes, it's very cheap.
Hold on. Can you hear me, Mr. Triumph?
I'm hearing.
So are you saying that you don't need a French visa to come to France?
Nigeria.
Nigerian passport.
Let me finish, please. Let me land, please, Mr. Rational. What I was saying, I said that to come to France is very easy now. You applied for a student visa, and their school fees is very cheap. 2 million naira, you've paid their school fees. 2 million naira, you've paid their school fees. Talk about other countries like UK, you people pay up to 30K, 25K.
Yes.
You people can come to France. It's very cheap too. That's why francophone countries in Africa, they come down here. You even pay after 1 year, you pay 1 year. The following years, the government will pay for you. It will be free. It is free. Even for masters, it's not up to 500 euro, 250 euro. You guys can come. It is free. You guys can come. You come and populate
the question
France for
what school are you talking about? What school is that?
Any school. I'm telling you now, any school. And from the month of March, the batch is opening for September. They have only 1 month. We can come with your school WAEC. No need to lie that you have a BSc or those school WAEC. You just
so
apply that.
Can I come to France to school now? Is that what you are saying? If I want to run
yes.
PhD,
So you can be working the same time. You can be working the same time. You can be working the same time.
PhD in womanology or anthropology, right?
You can come. It's very easy now. It's very
so no. Let me get to right now.
No, it might be easy truly because most people don't.
Don't come here. Nigeria don't come here. That's why
France
they give them now. It's very cheap.
Yeah, France
very
and
cheap.
What
is 2 million naira?
Do you teach?
What is 2 million naira?
Do you teach?
You keep saying what is 2 million? What is 2 million naira? You know what is 2 million naira in Nigeria right now?
It's a lot of money.
Even afford 500,000.
No, the point is that most people don't travel. That's why
we know, but
if you
what
travel
is it in
regularly,
Nigeria?
it's a lot of money.
What are you talking about? I say, what is? I mean,
if you give some,
so Mr. Trump,
for you and I, it is not, but not for people back home.
No, Mr. Rational Mind. Even for me,
don't mind
that
Rational Mind.
It's not me. Just send it to 1 million, please.
Mr. Trump,
you can even send me 1 million naira.
I also want to do master's degree, right?
2 million naira.
So the question now is,
I'm listening.
The question now is this:
we are just joking anyway.
If the person decides to go to France, the person must learn French, or there are schools that speak English.
You don't need to learn French. They have classes that they do for English. You don't need.
So
you don't need it.
Are you saying now if I ask those people that want to Japan now to go? But the question now is this: will they be able to work if they come to France?
As you have a student visa, you can work now.
The essence of Japan,
you can work 20 hours.
Why you get
You can do McDo.
Is to Japan finally.
You can do McDo. You can do McDonald's.
So and that McDonald will support the like living wage.
Students
we support.
Yes,
France
is not expensive like what you like talk. We support them, and even
but now that all those
the government will pay for you.
Francophone country are against you now, that they no longer gives you cheap access to the resources.
Nigeria have a good ties with France. Nigeria have a good ties with France.
No, wait, Mr. Trump, get my point right. Since all those Francophone Africa countries are not allowing France to steal their resources, are they still able to maintain the same lifestyle? That's the question.
At least for now, Kuti might affect them for now. So they are still coping for now.
There's nothing affecting them. People just media.
and it won't affect them.
It's just the media that is commenting. It doesn't affect.
They've still enough money that they can use.
For now, yes.
There's still a lot. There's still a lot they can maintain. As they are stealing the money, they are not wasting it. That's the difference between them and us here.
This one is
Triumph. Which can you right off the bat? Which school do you know of in France?
All the old schools, all the old
schools. That's on name of school.
All the don't go to Paris.
Can check and browse about it.
Paris is hot cake.
Hold on.
Paris.
Why I'm asking you this question is because this platform is one of those. Besides discuss politics here and economics and all of that, we also want to help our people back home who might want to seize the opportunity. That's why I'm questioning.
Absolutely. When it's for schooling, I can give people advice. But that's it.
So that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm probing. We're probing. So what are the schools that can you kind of enlighten people?
I will give you the link. I will give you guys the link. I will give you guys
put the link in the comment section and maybe people can click on
comment section or chat.
Yeah, because when we talk about schools, I mean, you're talking about big schools in France it's expensive, but you're telling us that it's cheap. Like Ola is saying, maybe because
it's like this.
They're not able to steal anymore from
that country. No. Is that what it is? You know that in school is they use it to make money. Like now, we call it Campus France. Campus France. They have it in Lagos, they have it in Abuja. Those two places. You can apply through them. Understand?
And it's all those recognized school, not all those one building.
You choose the one you want to do.
Not those one building university.
Mr. Trump.
You're talking about Alliance Française? Is that what you're saying? Like Alliance Française?
No. I will type it. Let me type it for you guys. Let me type it and put in the private
Mr.
section.
Trump,
so you guys
hear me now. Hear me. You know, in Canada, when they allow colleges to give people visa, so they started. Who's talking, please? So they started giving visa even in excess of what they needed, and Canada now stopping now that all those diploma, all those certificate courses, they no longer qualify for postgraduate work permit. So for you to qualify, you must be a full master degree student and PhD student.
That is Canada.
Private. I'm coming. So there are many schools that lure people to Canada that, in the real sense, you are not qualified for postgraduate work permit. That is just a Japa link. Now, in France, are you saying all the schools there will give you postgraduate work permit? And how long does it take for someone to become a permanent resident? And can someone become a citizen?
That one I cannot say it on air now. I cannot say it on air.
That's the most important.
No. For you to have it, it's very easy. It's very easy. There's some things I cannot say on air.
Why can't you say it on air?
No. This one I can say it in the private sector. For those guys that stay in the background, I can say that one out. But the rate I can give them is very easy.
This guy in UK that was trending and became popular. He said it the intentional. It was online.
No.
So
Before you guys will come and spoil the road again now. So people are using it to come secretly now. You understand? I'm just bringing it out. Even my friends that lives in France, they don't even know about it. It's all about awareness. I use it now. I use even one of my family members too. She got it too now.
I have a lot of candidates, so if you have the way,
I will give you the link.
I want to send people before you send. I beg.
How many of these people you guys are
go through France? They will learn it, bonjour.
They will be lost.
They will learn it. It's very easy now.
You go out there.
It's very easy to learn.
You pay more. When you're speaking Fakansois, you be like, hey.
You can say that, Mike. Even if you go to francophone countries within West Africa, if you are there,
within 3 months.
Yes, now necessity is the mother of invention. You will learn it.
You will learn it
You
because you have to
you will learn
survive.
French while you are taking a class, mathematics, taking physics.
No, that's not what I'm
You
talking about.
interact.
Let's not go to.
You learn to read and write in French real quick.
What
You
are
will
you talking
interact
about? Boy, kill
and
yourself
learn it.
now. What are
You guys
talking
are
about?
listening to Triumph.
You need to go by with French to be able to do some
Yeah.
daily kind of
let me tell Mike something.
Basic
So
thing.
Mike, while we were doing our application to Canada, some of our guys missed that federal skill workers program deadline. Before you could say Jack, they went to learn French right in Nigeria there, and they were able to pass that French baseline exam, and they got to Canada through the Quebec nominee program. You understand? So it's what I've seen before. You know, these people were working in the same department, in the same IT department in the bank. Two of them, they learn French quickly for the purpose of coming to Canada. Everything within 2-3 months, and they passed. So people will learn it because it's
very easy to learn French. It's very easy.
No good there. It depends on your willpower. You see, the thing is this: we've seen all these football coaches. They're coming from Italy. Someone that has never spoken English in his life. We learn English.
French is similar to English also.
You say what?
I think French somehow similar to English, so I think it should be easy to.
French is
learn.
French can be confusing too.
It's more Latin and
French can be confusing too. It's not that straightforward though.
English is completely
no language is straightforward.
But English is
but
more
learning,
complicated.
Learning, getting by, and communicating basic things is what we are saying. Not learning to advance level.
Mr. Triumph, to the point that
yes. You can see now my accent is my Nigerian accent is coming back now. You guys can see it now. At least because of speaking with you guys is not changing. And with time.
You don't sound like a Nigerian, I beg you. You don't sound like a Nigerian.
Let's
I have your email. Rational mind. I have your email. Don't forget. I have
Mr. Trump, do you have my email too?
You didn't.
I have your email too.
Send to me, please. Please send to me.
You said what?
I will do that. I have
but you didn't. I mean, I've not seen anything from you. Or did you email me yet?
I know your email now. Have you forgotten to give me your email?
Yes, now they want to flood France now since
no, I
UK
get
and Canada they are now blocking us. UK, Canada are blocking us. We want to flood France.
The women are just here like this. They don't jack.
Mike, so you don't want me to jack out of France too?
We want to flood France there now.
Hell no, if you concern me on that dust.
At least Tinubu is there now. He's enjoying himself. He didn't go to UK to go and enjoy himself. He has a
Tinubu said, yes, Tinubu said he's going to France. There must be something in France.
Of course, now, of course. He didn't go to London, where his son has a big house, a big mansion. That
London, UK is flooded.
Now, a question
UK
for
is
Mr.
flooded.
Trump.
Too many Nigerians are there.
A question for Mr. Trump. Now, as a Nigerian, do you really need to do credential translation? Or
no, you don't need it. You don't need it now.
So, how much did you say the other time that we are going to pay for tuition fee?
Yes, school fees is very cheap.
He said as much as it's cheap. As he mentioned,
very, very cheap.
You keep saying it's cheap. I've been looking online here. I've not even seen. I've not seen anything less than 9,000 euro here. They're telling me it's cheap.
No, maybe compared to UK.
Because you don't know the right. Those people they pass through private. It's private. We are going to private.
I'm buying more email.
Écoutez-moi. If you're talking of private, government schools are very cheap. Government schools are cheap.
The one I'm seeing online here, they are public. They are public schools. They're not
rational mind.
I will tell you, I'm here now.
The only reason
even my friend too is I have to
and I will tell you why I believe Mr. Trump. If you want to go to Germany today there are some programs we do for free postgraduates, as long as you are ready to contribute to research. But the problem is, for you to get German residency, you go pray. Talk less of getting citizenship, you go pray. That's
The only
issue.
place I know that is almost free is those Scandinavian countries. They have tuition
Sweden
free.
too. There are some free programs in Sweden, but there are some in Poland too. But then, the way Mr. Trump is just saying it is super.
Poland, they used to beat
easy.
blacks there. They beat blacks there.
Poland
Even
or Poland?
Ukraine, they beat blacks there.
Poland.
They beat
Poland
blacks.
or Poland? Which one are you talking about?
Poland.
No, I said
Poland, like poetry. Poland.
Well, I mean, I didn't experience that when I went there.
Not now. You go now and I take that bam for your head. So I'm telling you, because my friends they ran away now.
Stop! I saw many Nigerians living there now. What are you talking about?
I told you in Ukraine before this war started.
I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm not talking about Ukraine.
My friend went to
Poland. There are so many Nigerians.
All of them.
Also one dance here for one shisha bear for one what they like. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? One like it to do your broku. You're telling me.
Yo, rational mind. Yaomi Wambi by noni. If not, I should have said something. Just because Yaomi Wambi by is everything. Ogbo. So I'm just being careful when I say things. You understand?
No, of course, no, I know.
But please, so I know what I'm saying.
No, everybody.
I will give you people the link. You go there. I send you direct link to the person. I even have their number directly, so you can just rational man can do
my
it.
email. There is.
I have your email now because of you are in BTs together now. You understand? I have your email.
I have one stubborn brother that I want to. That guy, all his life, he wants to come to Canada, but the way he wants to come, I've told him that the thing no day easy that way. But then maybe he would like to.
How old is he? Tell me. How old is he?
Go to France.
Wait. How old is your brother? There are two ways to have papers here. Very easy. How old is he?
37.
Yeah. Is he okay? Does he have a good teeth? I'm asking. I have reason.
She young. She express entry.
No. I have reason.
Omar, it will be or do be Mefat, it will be 7 years, but you negotiate but you know Nigeria now, they want it quick.
We will talk at the background. Mr. Ola. I'll tell you something to do for him quickly. Within 6 months, he's here. So just that
I won't be able to wait for background maybe next time, because this one I just say make I call people for the next 1 hour. So I've not been available this day, but I just say.
I don't know if you guys saw this guy. What's his name? This Tayo, I know. This guy that used to do this globetrotting and does films about different countries.
I saw it too. In fact,
the guy said he bought.
Me too, I want to buy passport.
He said he bought a passport for $150,000.
Passport for which country's passport?
Grenada, where all your Olosho elites and your Olosho liking.
How did he get to Grenada?
I mean, he did it through some I think some kind of I think law firm. They did it for him. No, this kind of thing.
There's a country too that you can.
That's the problem I have. Yeah, he's advertised. He advertised the law firm. I think the law firm is.
Okay, I think he did too. Yeah, I think he did too. Yeah.
The
thing is, I think it's an investment. Not really. How they do it here in America is this: like way back in the 80s, like in the 80s, early 90s.
You want to invest?
If you have like 150, 250 $1,000 then, if you move them to United States here, they will give you a green card.
And of course, it's an investment.
But now I think it's about $1 million now. I mean, $500,000 now, or $1 million now. You have
It's
$1 million.
$500,000.
You move it to United States, they will give you get a green card. But that money, it's still your money. You're investing it.
But
you just have to look at a key area where you can invest.
It's not as if you are throwing it away. It's still your money. But I was just. The point is that how the passports of those countries are also very strong. All those Caribbean countries.
The moment you're in Europe,
Europe is those countries visa free.
The guy
So
came
it's
Europe. Europe is Europe.
Yes, I was surprised too. The guy can enter anywhere now without visa.
Yeah.
Can enter most countries now without visa. So he's going to benefit his travel blog and stuff.
Just type Tayo Aina. I mean, the guys.
No, I check it. I saw it.
That guy, I was so impressed.
He's one of the biggest Nigerian YouTuber.
Exactly, he is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In terms of followership, he's one of the him and I think Adiola, Tayo Faye or something. I think those two of them are actually they have a lot of followings on their blogs.
The problem is
why he got the money. He said people contributed money for him.
Yeah, I was also surprised when he said he could not afford it. 150K. You can now. He said he doesn't.
Of course, now. How can you afford the? How do you have almost 140 million?
I mean,
do you know that
some of the friends that
is it Estonia? Yeah. You can apply for the e-resident from a distance. I will check it for you guys because I know about it. Because many people that they are, you know that those people, Africa that are here that do not have papers, they do it, they apply and they give it to them. Understand? Then later they became European citizens. They can go anywhere they want to go later. What it is that the problem we have back home, we Nigerians, we don't have awareness even for investment and other things. Because I go to forums, so only thing for not forum, the trade fair. We talk to them, we speak to them. I even see the way even to do a passport, even to do a card. I saw those machines in front of me. I was shocked. They said that they told me the price and prices. I said, I can create my own country if I want to do that. Then they laugh. They say, yes, anything you can do. The moment you have the money, you just about many things are there. We Nigerians, we are not taking advantages of it, and that's very bad. That's unfair. So one thing is that thank God for this woman's platform. I know that I will give this. I will wanted that for you people like Mr. Ola and Rational Man. Understand? You people should bring each of you one candidate each. I'll tell you what to do. So they will take your people, not to flood. You understand? You understand? Just to do one each. I have reasons. Understand? So in case of anything like this.
I have five candidates. If you never
no, that means we have to change. We have to change the cities. We have to change the cities now. We have to change the cities. Understand? I will tell the cities. No, not Paris. Paris is very expensive.
We have to go.
I will tell you the cities.
Enjoy.
Because those cities they have less population now, so they want people there. I know what I'm saying. You understand? And again, many students are there now.
I want to quickly say something. You see, my challenges with Nigeria is this.
Because I don't want them to start saying it in YouTube tomorrow. That's what I have. I don't want to put all the links.
Not you. Like this one that I now just said now.
That's why are you afraid? Now. It will get to YouTube. When Nigerians start using it now, it will get to YouTube. There's nothing you can do about that one now.
So, no. That's what I don't bring out my source.
Because generally Nigeria are talking about us being loud.
Yes,
now look at the way he put this thing online now. the passport may start losing credibility over time. When you, although I don't know, I don't know whether it is legal. I don't know whether it's very legal to.
Which one?
It is. This one is legal. This one is legal.
No, not the one of France, Mr. Trump. I'm talking of the one that Tayo I know, the one he got. Because
it is
this guy,
giving citizen by Giving citizen by investment doesn't lose credibility.
It's all legal, bro.
Yes, now Canada to give passport to people regularly. So does it lose credibility as a country?
Which Canada? Which
No,
Canada? Which Canada? You don't get it. He said he bought passports for 150.
He just said. I think he just said he bought it. I think he invested.
No, as an investment. He invested. Investment by citizen by investment. It happens like
how much
in US also. It's about what the equivalent is 130 something million naira. Now,
okay,
you even quoted both naira and dollar.
No. You are not talking now because you made it look like he just got there and said, "Please take 150,000 and give me passport."
No, it's by investment. Now, most of these company they do it now. How does Otedola became British citizen?
Hey, Triumph.
In
France,
in UK?
how do the white French people, how do they feel about you, black faces all in our country? How do they feel about you guys?
Their love with blacks.
What kind of a racist question are you asking? Black faces.
France is not American, no. France is not American.
They are white faces. I could have said green faces, or blue faces.
They like everybody, you know. It's not America that you people do white and black and orange. Understand? Yes, everybody's one. Everybody's one here.
So the fact that you're not indigenous, they don't.
Nothing like that here.
Nothing like
that here. Yes.
Indigenous friends don't.
You don't have the right. You don't have the right to have a gun here. You don't have, like American. You don't have the right to have a gun. If not, they will kill you.
I don't like that.
So you don't have the right. So there are many advantages here.
You know what I like about America is I have that right to have a gun, man. You feel safe. You feel secure.
Switzerland too. In Switzerland, you have the right to own a gun in Switzerland, but they don't have the kind of gun violence that, in fact, is the most peaceful place. That's why they have guns. In fact, they have guns like their population, not even like their population. But you have
in Nigeria now. I'm trying to figure out
any crime rate,
gun license in Nigeria. So I can. The only one thing I need now in Nigeria is just to have my own gun.
You can apply. You have the money now. You can apply now. You have the money. So if you go to any police station, you bribe them, they will give you license. That's what Nigeria works.
Mr. Mike is an American.
There are so many Nigerians that the way they come out to your car, you just want to shoot them, you know.
Nigerian American.
Oh, it won't your power.
No.
It won't make you feel
this senator is advocating.
Where is Thomas now?
He's advocating for
Thomas away 30 minutes. It's over 30 minutes now.
Hey, Triumph, I'm trying to come to France, though, but I don't. Just want to visit Paris.
Don't let this guy come to France.
Without English, how easy would it be for me to navigate without knowing how to speak French? Because I hear a lot about these French people. You guys get mad when people don't know how to speak French, or most French don't know how to speak English. I keep hearing that.
You'll be surprised that a lot of people speak more French.
They speak English, but they don't show themselves here.
Exactly.
The French are simple people. Like my wife too.
I
think they don't want to show
it. My wife, I never knew that she speaks English.
You'll be surprised.
Because I've been to the airport several times, and those they just be acting like they don't
speak English. You just to pull your legs. And they speak English before they will employ you. You have to have minimum double linguistic now. You have to be linguistic. Like my wife, the first time I toasted my wife, because I just wrote something to her. Understand in English, then she replied me in English. What? From that day, it even made me more interested.
That day, you fell in love.
At least mission accomplished. And today she's my wife. Understand? So
you give birth to Wembayama.
At least, Mr. Triumph, you can connect us if we come to France. Your wife, at least you have some family member to connect us.
Beware of BQBO.
So France, Mr. Triumph. So how are they feeling about this Francophone African rebellion? This Mali, Niger, they're picking out France.
They don't see anything here. Everybody go your own. It's just
how they covering in the news then?
They don't do that. They're just talking about their own here. in France. They don't care about other people. You understand? It's just we in the news. We just lamenting, increasing it. Sometimes I laugh when you guys say something. I say, you guys are not here now. You understand? So that's just it.
Let me ask you a question, Triumph.
Okay.
Because I have many candidates. I'm just thinking that you're just.
No. We will talk fine now, not now. Please, rational mind. I will tell you what to do. I will tell you what to do.
On French TV, what kind of shows do they show on your TV? Do they show American shows? Or is it just everything?
You can have a cable, you have a cable, you have a box, we call it a box. It have French and English, anything you have. Do you want to relocate, Mike? This one you're asking me, this one.
No. I'm just trying to imagine like what it's like to live in.
They have everything here. They have everything: French, English, Italy, everything. Even Maghrebans, Arabs, they speak it. Everything they have it here. They have it here. It's just your money. One thing is that they say that you can live anywhere you want.
So entertainment is more French entertainment, French music.
They like
French
party. If you want to enjoy your entertainment, you go to Paris. Those people that want to entertain, want to do party life, that doesn't want to think about their future, want to just enjoy life. You go to Paris.
Paris is the only lively city in the entire France.
No, they have Marseille now. There you have many blacks there now, many Nigerian actors there, many musicians. There is one actress.
You said anyone that want to enjoy life. I don't want to plan for their life.
No. When I mean that to feel Africa in your home now.
What kind of music do they play in the clubs in Paris? What kind of music?
Suku now.
They play your Davido and all that things now. No. They
don't play that rubbish.
Everywhere is Nigerian music. Nigerian music have dominated.
Do they understand what we are singing? That they are playing our music like that?
Yeah, so they even sing it more than me. You understand?
Music, no.
The French people are singing.
Music no need permission to enter your spirit.
Sorry, BQB. Mike, do you know that you get to mall air now? You don't even know whether you are in Nigeria. When you will be hearing Davido, I will just be saying you'll be hearing what's the name of this guy that the pie that is causing this issue now.
Mobad.
You'll be hearing Mobad in Canada.
They are playing Mobad, Kurudu boy.
They are playing Mobad in Canada.
Everything here. You know that
there's nowhere music cannot go to. Music
you know that
the Nigerians language for music.
Nigerians are everywhere in the world, though. Even in France, I was surprised. Now they are populating it. You guys are everywhere now.
Let me tell you.
Are you not one of us? What are you talking about?
He's French. He's not one of us. He's French.
You see, you guys, right? You abandon us.
No, you don't know, Mr. Mike. What the obedience comment now is that during this forest crisis, they will be commenting in a third person
third person like
third person like they've not seen anything. You do. I think we're no longer Nigeria. They say
the way they talk, some of them they will be swearing for Nigeria and they live in Nigeria. And I'm like, they don't wish Nigeria to progress. I'm like, what kind of mentality do I get? I'm like,
They said Naira temporarily recover, but has plunged back again. They say I was reading comments. They never say anything. I said, who are those people commenting? Are they not Nigerian?
It's like I've always noticed they have that mentality of we versus Nigeria. Nigerians, I'm like, who are you calling Nigeria? You think me I see you as something different? I see you as Nigeria too now. The way they comment on that, you're coming as if me and the one that has accepted Nigeria, and then they are different.
At this moment, it's only those of you that supported APC and Bola Tinubu that are Nigerians. Those of them that do not support are not Nigerians.
The funny thing is, what they do now when all these other Africans are talking bad about Nigeria, they will like, they will agree with them. You think they know difference between me and you? They are making fun of you, man. See these guys, man, this obedience.
Very good, It makes the politics interesting. But really, what is Baba doing in France now? What is Baba doing? Baba should come now. Told to come now. To come and see us now. It's been long. Baba left us in Nigeria.
You know, Tinubu has always been
How
going
do
to
you
France.
know? I'm a young man. No, I'm a young man. No. Emike.
No,
I know that
it's
Mr.
even
Ola have
Tinubu
not
that I'm
seen
talking
me.
about.
I know that Babati have seen me. Prince Daddy have seen me. Who again have seen me? Mr. Kando have seen me. And so I'm young.
How do you know I've just seen you?
I think they are talking about Tinubu. They're not talking about you.
No, it's Tinubu that I'm talking about, not you now.
Okay.
You know you and Baba.
Okay.
What is Baba enjoying in France?
Trying, who told you about
Come back to Nigeria. You come back to Nigeria, please.
Our leaders knows no shame. That's the other
Yes, don't worry. Mr. Triumph has given us French secret now. Nigeria will start flooding France too now. When our people go there now,
they need the
small
money
time,
now. They need the money
they will turn to YouTuber.
As Niger don't block their Niger don't
France they deport people. France they're crazy for deportation though.
They will turn to YouTuber.
That's why Mr. Trump. You know that Mr. Trump, you know France is one of the worst places when it comes to deportation.
No, as for now, they don't have time for it. They have other things, internal problem they have to settle first before they think about
France, Russia and China don't show them pepper, right? So they cannot challenge, they cannot sit again. So they want people to stay. They want to gain sympathy.
I saw one protest you're doing in France recently. Where they were, is it like a bunch of farmers or a bunch of? I know some people like that. They were carrying like some weapons. This is not time to be black there. These ones are they all white.
They were farmers. They were blocking the road. I saw it. I was watching France 24 some few days ago, and I saw it. Yeah, you're right. They were driving tractors on the road. I think the prime minister had to go and address them. So that is a country that you see when we talk about leaders, country that have leaders, just farmers.
Which country?
France.
Our country are only.
How do you mean?
I want one GM, we Africa now.
Well, we're just talking about what their farmers went through recently, and then the prime minister had to go and address them. They blocked the road that leads to that enters into Paris. So you can just imagine. So because they know how important they are. That was why their prime minister had to go and address them.
French Revolution come along now. Now the French Revolution.
Those Europeans when they come out, they really coming out. They are not like Africans. Cowards. We are cowards. We just our command is not real. Mama don't want you to say wow.
Not African people then get they can't do anything.
Exactly. When they hear one bullet like this, they will come back home.
Yeah.
Where you see people come and sing us.
As soon as one police fire one bullet in the head, they all run to the house and hide under the bed.
Felasi, I don't know why people remember that song. Where Fela song? Say my people too they fear. That's what he said. My people.
The only people I know they fear are Northerners. The only people I know in Nigeria, they say they want to protest. Nigeria government was listening to them. They not. Those people, you know where the Northerners have my respect. Remember those when they went to Abuja to protest. All I remember when the Shiite now, when the police were shooting them and they are still marching. You remember that one now?
That is gullible. That is being gullible. That's being gullible. You can stand for religion, but you cannot stand for your own right, your own personal freedom.
Northerners. Hey,
they cannot. They don't have the capacity.
Once they figure out what they need to stand for, out in that country realize that one kind of oppression, they will come out, man.
Mike, were you in Lagos or you were already in America during June 12th?
I was in Lagos and I was part of the June 12th. I saw the whole thing.
So will you call Lagosian coward? Then?
We were running,
no. Did you understand? You are Yoruba man now. They say even as a soldier, you know Moja Mosa, ni Amage Konju.
And we were not like the northern north where they face the bullet. We were all
wait now. You see, Mojamosa ni àwọn akínkanjú lógun. Akínkanjú tó mọ̀jà tí kò mẹ̀sà.
forget all this away, man. Just forget. We are not talking about Mojamosa. We are talking about Massa. Like the
wait
northern.
now. Did Yoruba actualize the June 12th? Whether
actualize what did they actualize?
Wait now. They forced Sote to the point that even when they wanted to bring the now Obasanjo they bring to come and
is it because of June 12th that they brought Obasanjo? What other story?
I forget story. Maybe other people want to contest. Yoruba people emerge as the presidential candidate in the election.
The Obasanjo has not do June 12th. If Abacha did die,
wait.
First of all, if you are saying you fought and you defeat, did you defeat Abacha? So you didn't defeat anything now. What are you talking about?
Mike, wait.
It's not because of June 12th that when Abacha died, the people that were available were Obasanjo's friends.
Mike,
and that's the only reason why they help him.
At least
he has nothing to do with June 12th.
At least they brought.
Let's stop giving ourselves too much credit, man.
At least they brought a Yoruba man to pacify Yoruba.
He has. So what? That means you won your struggle. Was Obasanjo part of the June 12th struggle? Forget you. June 12th was not about tribe. It wasn't about Yoruba, man. It was just about. It was about fairness.
You didn't get it. It was Yoruba at the forefront of.
It was not Yoruba. Even people, Niger Delta people were involved. That whole June 12th was more like.
How old were you when you were talking about this? Your this,
June 12th was not really a Yoruba thing.
What are you talking about?
I don't even. You want to tell me? Wait, hold on. You want to tell me the Yoruba leadership? They're all behind. They're all supporting MQ. They didn't even like the guy now.
Majority were behind him.
What?
Majority were behind him.
No. MQ. Hold on. You guys don't know your MKO. First of all, was the MKO betrayed Awolowo.
It's very laborious, even arguing with Mike.
Just keep asking. I don't know what the argument is all about.
You want
Mike? I was asking how old was he when he was talking about this?
Forget how old, man. Age doesn't do intelligent now. If it's about age, you'll be more smarter. You'll be more intelligent than people here now.
Hold on,
Mike. It's too laborious to make you see some arguments sometimes.
So the point was asking.
I'm trying to tell you that the June 12th
was gone.
It was more of Nigerian thing, more of injustice of Abiola just happened to do.
That's why I said. That's why
Abiola was not seen like it was not like Awolowo figure.
Have you had Ogboso?
The same Abiola that our fellas about.
Have you had Ogboso? I've heard about what?
Yeah, forget the other one. The same Abiola that our fella yam. I mean, how many Lagos and respect Abiola like that? Okay, all you know how to do is insult, man.
You said what?
Guys, you know what? I don't have time for you. Anyway, let's talk. Let me talk to Ola. Ola has more logic.
You cannot come here and be talking things that are not.
Well, I'm not talking to you now. You're not on my level.
We're all here. We're all listening. We're all listening.
There's no point of me engaging you. So forget that.
Like to say, see. There are ways to fight. Sometimes it's not by carrying stick and carry machete. That's
no one said that now. No one is mentioning. We're just talking about protests. That's what
June 12th adopted diplomatic. They adopted some kind of tactical, psychological struggle. Now, for Yoruba, I'm not saying other Yoruba, other part of the country did not support, but it was Yoruba at the forefront of it.
Okay, Ola, let me ask you.
It was
Can I ask you a quick question?
Okay.
June 12th, it happened in 1993. And the whole protest, the whole riot, all those things. When did it end? Was it not 1994 or 1996 another time? Did it not stop? They all went back home now. I remember by 1997, nothing was going. There was almost June 12th. By 1998, when Abacha died, June 12th was still. Everybody already forgot about June 12th. It was the death of Abacha. If Abacha didn't die, we already moved on from June 12th.
Wait now. Now, the struggle was such a way that they lobbied sanctions against Nigeria. Now, to the point that even Abacha even found it difficult to even leave Aso Rock.
The lobby was because of Sarawiwa, to be honest.
It was not because of Sarawiwa. It was
America supported Abiola being in jail now. It was the same America. They were all against Abiola being president. Now the West, they were all against Abiola being president.
Wait now.
That sanction, Mandela, all those people, it was because of Sarawiwa.
You know how many.
They were wanting to kiss Sarawiwa. When he kissed Sarawiwa,
Mikey, wait now. You know how many Nadeco members very got asylum? That even though those
asylum now today, you they go get asylum now.
So why did they grant them asylum?
They will grant you asylum if you leave your country. Listen, in international law, if you can prove that if your life is in danger, if you go to any country, they'll give you asylum. Even today, if you live in another country, if you can prove to that country that you're like on day right now, you're trying to get asylum. This girl, that NSAS girl, she got asylum in Canada now. So does it mean that's a big deal? Come on now. You can apply for anybody can apply for asylum. Anybody can do that.
Now, they granted them based on political persecution, and they were those people struggling, involved in June 12 struggles. Now, when they got to even UK, they floated Radio Kubirat. That Radio Kubirat, to the point that they even, when they were tracking them, there was a time they even moved to America. So all those people, the British government helped them escape from Nigerian territory.
So are you saying the British government were supporting Abiola?
No, I hear you. The question is
the same British and American they talk about that annoy the election because the West were against Abiola, trust me. They were behind Abiola not being president.
I don't talk my own.
Do you know how Abiola died?
So we learned about the conspiracy. But the question is this: when they pie both Abiola and Abacha, now they said to pacify Yorubas. I'm not the one saying this thing now.
So you are telling me Obasanjo presidency now, Yoruba presidency?
Does Obasanjo sound like Shukudi? Or does it sound like
did Yoruba vote for him?
That does not matter, but
it does matter. That means that's not who the person Yoruba people wanted.
Okay, apart from Falaye and Obasanjo, who were those people that were presented?
Yoruba people never liked Obasanjo. That's not who they wanted. They didn't see Obasanjo's presidency.
That's not the question.
Name a single June 12 fighter that you mentioned that supported Obasanjo's presidency. Name a single Nadeco and all those people that you say fought for June 12 that agree and supported Obasanjo's presidency.
This argument you are just taking into
it's a simple question. It's not argument. It's not a question.
Tell me a Yoruba. Tell me an Igbo.
Okay, don't try to say Yoruba to me. It's like you make Joe Igokwe the president after Igbo people are angry that Obi didn't win, and you are saying, the Obi didn't won, no. Okay, because they give them. Hold on, I'm trying to give you logic here. The obedience right now, the Igbo saying they deny, they rob them, Obi this and that, and now they can't. Those are the people they are fighting for. And they know the Igbos they are calling Sabo, people like Joe Igbokwe and some other ones like that, like Uzodima, right? That they don't like. Now, after all this, they are fighting, they are struggling. Later, we now give presidency to Joe Igbokwe or Uzodima. And then when you go get later come down, we want that struggle, we want that obedience struggle. It doesn't make sense now. You didn't win any obedience struggle because they gave you what you want.
I want to drive in the next 7 minutes. Let me tell you something. Who were those non-Yoruba people that contested the 1999 presidential election? Who were those non-Yoruba people that contested? I asked you that question.
At the end of the day, the point I'm making is that June 1990 election has something to do with June 12 victory. It was not June 12 victory.
Can we ask Mike a question? Can I ask Mike a question?
No.
I'm not hurting you guys Yoruba pride. What?
It's a question.
No. You haven't You haven't greeted
Wait,
the
they asked me,
general.
Babati, go ahead. Babati asked brain. So I'd rather have Babati ask brain.
So, do you think in your lifetime, if you go to, do you think in your lifetime Nigeria will be comfortable enough to vote for, I'm going to assume, a detribalized Southeasterner for president? And do you think that would happen?
You said, I didn't hear you, man.
I said, in your lifetime, do you think you will have because a detribalized Southeasterner become president? Do you think that will happen in your lifetime?
A detribalized Southeasterner become president.
Yeah.
That's the only Southeasterner that can become president now.
No. I mean, because what happens is if that person is truly detribalized, they don't want that person.
Yeah, their own people will not vote for him. It's gonna be the Southeasterner is gonna become president of Nigeria. It will be like how Abiola became president in 99. I mean, sorry, how Obasanjo became president in 99, where the Yorubas didn't want him. So the person that's going to become first president from the Southeast will be a person that the Southeasterners don't want. Because the typical person in Southeasterners want usually someone that's very tribalistic kind of that that's the kind of people they like, the Kanus, the Abaribe kind of men, people will be, but so that's what I'm saying. The person that'll be the first Igbo president will be someone that the Igbos will not like.
So just like president in name only or symbol, but not actually, because what I think might happen is if you have that the pressure on him to do their bidding for what they really want, if he's really leaning towards them, will be high, and if he doesn't do their bidding, they will just feel like him betraying them. So it's the
because they forbid seeing any Igbo man like shaking hands or pandering to Northerners or Southwesterners. They don't like that. And how can you be a president without doing anything like that?
But for you
how can you become a president of Nigeria without pandering to other regions? It's impossible now. There's no way they can vote for you. You don't pander to them.
By the way, Mike push him in the other time. So let's bet you. I want to ask the second question, and I will use the mic. The last time you came on the platform and you had this back and forth with people, and I was not pleased because you were asking where were the cows. So she oti loro dada or planet makabi. Do you want to?
The thing is this. I think you guys took me way out of context. You guys were taking me out of context. You guys were taking what I'm saying as if I'm saying Fulanese or S-mens or
that's the way it came across.
Hold on. And you guys are looking at this from angle of because Nigerians are used to taking positions. Like most of our argument here is like you be on this position, you be on that position, right? But where I was coming from was not a angle of taking a position saying, okay, let me defend Fulani or defend. That's not where I was coming from. Where I'm coming from is I begin to think about the way we are approaching news in Nigeria, where it's almost like we don't nowadays, and it's very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous that now we don't wait for facts anymore, and it's very dangerous. Even if it's 99.9% chance that somebody did something, the fact that 0.1% chance is there that it could be somebody else, let's put that factor in place in that conversation. You understand what I'm saying? Because those urbans that die, it's likely the Fulani is likely them, most likely. But what I was saying that day is, we can say them, we can point at them, but let's not close our eyes from possibility of someone else might also be that could be someone else. Okay, for example, now let me give you this possibility. Tinubu just won this election, right? The Southeast are very upset. They're very, very upset, right? You have ESN going on there. You think one elite could just pay one of those guys like, okay, go there, go and buy that or something? It could come from anywhere. It could come from anywhere.
Can you hear me? Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah,
it's possible.
That's what I'm saying now. Because most of
Something that is not possible.
our there's no way they will suspect us. So that's what I'm saying. We can't just they can say let's go and buy that over there. So they go, So anyone it can come from anywhere. Was advanced the kidnapper not from the south? We're in southwest kidnapping people anyhow. So that thing can come from, what I'm trying to say is what we are saying is Fulani. Let's also say, hey, it's possible that someone else will. Let's not just give someone else that cover.
Just painting a brush of
Exactly.
everybody.
That got me from yes. So
but the reason into ambassador is from a kitty, which is Ola. So when the person from that person saying that this is
no, it was about one man that I was talking to, but Ola just
it's like something happens in my listen. Something happens in my own town now in Egbaland, and you say it's not who I think it is. I'll be from my hand like I think I'm from there now. I'm telling you what I know from my own area. So I think he just the way Body calling.
No. First of all, that day, I never said it was not who or was not that. It was not this or it was not that. That's not what I said. I just say, have they done the investigation and have they brought out facts and things like that, like findings? You understand? But then don't know. They said no, they haven't. I was just asking one man, what have they seen so far? What have they concluded? What have the evidence they've seen so far? That's what I was asking. I didn't even mention that it was not who they say they accuse him. I didn't even say that. And then what I also said was when I said where's the car was like when one man. This is another thing I was saying. Like those northern people, right? When they say it's the some northerners, right? When they say it's northerners, the people they saw did it was northerners. Okay. It could be, are you saying all bandits? Okay, now we have bandits, right? And we also have herdsmen. Are they the same people? The herdsmen as one.
They are different.
Exactly, they are different people. That's what I'm saying. So my argument that day was they concluded I was herdsmen. Could it have been bandits? So that's why I was like, okay, you just say it's herdsmen. So I was telling one man, like, okay, if some group of northerners come in, shoot gun, and they run away, if it's either bandit or herdsmen. So now the only way I can know is if it's not bandit, it's herdsmen. Is if I see cow, then I was okay, it's not bandit, it's herdsmen. That's why I asked him, did you see cow? So if he didn't see cow, so why are you saying it's the herdsmen? Could it be bandit? So we need to know how to,
Yeah. There are herdsmen that they are doing their business legitimately, carrying their cows around. There are. But
there are so many of them. We just call it herdsmen, and now you will get to a point now because if we keep repeating this thing, we'll get to a point where people just start killing herdsmen. But they're done now.
Okay, that's why number one, I am a people that way. If you kidnap for ransom, it should be punishable by hanging. Number one, that is my number one. No. Hold on. If you are caught. If you caught kidnapping for ransom, it should be punishable by death. Number
I agree
two.
with that. Yeah.
No. We don't do things.
No. Yes.
No,
why not? Why not?
Human rights.
Human rights. They have not done it to you. That's why. Let me tell you something, Babati. If you urgently want to end any form of criminality that's very difficult to tackle, the quickest way to reduce it is to implement capital punishment. They will slow it down. It will slow down quick. Because one thing human beings fear the most is picturing themselves being happy. They don't want to die. All this country now, they want to end drug abuse in their country. You go and look at history now. Philippines. Yeah, all those countries. Once they introduce death penalty like this, if anybody wants to introduce that business, we tell you no.
I'm telling you, it increase more crime.
Mike, no, Mike, I have one more for you. Because I'm pro-gun, right? I am a pro-gun advocate on the show. But if you go with Tabaha Mudiabed and the Tagibos lower. So do you think the average Nigerian is capable of handling weapons to harm them against we will go by? Or community policing better? Or do you think that we should just arm them individually?
This is where I see.
No, they should not arm people in Nigeria to have guns, please, because it will bring chaos everywhere.
it depends how you do it. This is where you do it. Hold on now. No, hold on. This is where you do it. You don't give guns to everybody. Okay, you have a right to go and buy guns. No, you harm every community strategically, meaning you set up perimeters in every community and harm the gun. That weapon will be in that particular location, and the way you do it is you do what they do in the military called a watch system, where one person, certain people will go through a class, go through you design rules on what it's about, the strategy and everything. Now people will go through class and you select certain people. First of all, make sure these the right people, the decent people, and then those guns will not leave that position. You understand? So now you'll be taking turns, meaning what they do in the military called watch. Watch means like one person will be there mounting the gun for 4 hours, another person will come in to relieve that person, another person will come in to relieve that person. So that means 24 hours. There are people mounting that gun in those perimeters. So if anything happen in that community, those that commit that thing before they can escape, they have to face that gun. They will be shot. They can't escape because they have to escape through that perimeter. You understand? And another great idea that Nigeria have to do is we have to build tunnels in all communities, and that tunnels will be more like where people will not be able to know where the tunnel is located. So inside that tunnel, that's where the guns will be mounted.
Are we not Gaza now? Are we Gaza?
Like Gaza, exactly. So when Israeli army, do you know why Israeli army are scared to?
We are not terrorists.
They are scared to just walk into Gaza because they don't know where those tunnels are and where the people, the Hamas can jump out of the tunnel and start shooting at them. You understand? So we have to start building tunnels in every community for the security. So you can have the vigilantes just staying there.
Mr. Mike. Sorry
Hold on now.
Security
What I'm trying to say is those weapons, those guns, and those that will mount the guns will be in a tunnel. So when bandits invade the community, they will not know when the security will jump out of the tunnel.
No.
Nigeria will become Vietnam.
Triumph, hold on, please.
Nigeria will become Vietnam.
Hold on, please. So this is where it has come down to. So when we discuss on security, we oftentimes forget the local government. And you are talking about community policing. See, they will be under the local government or the state government.
The way you see, there's no
because mind discussion, because we have forgotten the local government in this discussion. We don't even bring them up.
The thing is that there's no form of a government that the federal government will not have hand in it. Even in America, with the
I know,
with the state, all the police system, we have the local policing. You still have to get to become a police in America. You still have to get federal government clearance, and also each police department in America, they still have the FBI above them. You understand what I'm saying? So you can have local policing, but the federal government still have to have a agency, kind of like you can call it the federal police, that will be more like the one that watch, kind of like
FBI,
supervise, exactly like the FBI kind of. They supervise every activity of the local police to make sure they are not abusing or they are not getting out of line. You understand what I'm saying? And you give them some level of freedom.
I'm saying that under who do you put it? State or local government? What do you
I think to me, it'll be best to put him on with the local government. See, if they are really serious, we have to incorporate the traditional institution to the Nigerian states, because the traditional institution should be the one. They know their community more. They can pull, they should be the one like in charge of those kind of local government issues. You have Obas, they should be the one really what's the word? Controlling like the local policing, local something, everything local because it's their language, their culture, is their, and they've existed in that environment for thousands of years, so they know their society, they know their communities. But the Nigerian system we have today is the system where the British just came. It's just eliminated existence of people, cultures that have existed for thousands of years, and we just practicing some foreign system, a new system. It's almost like we abandon thousands of years of evolution to start afresh, to start something completely new. And that's why we are stagnant, we are confused. We are just like, okay, what is this? That's why Africa is not even moving. Because the French.
But Mike, this is what I'm thinking. Local government power, they will break free from the governors or the fire. They will be independent. They have
Not
their own
necessarily.
security.
Now, everybody, you have to have. No. You have to have rules. That's why you have.
No. They will still have rules. I'm with you. They will still have
You
supervision
know your
now.
power. You know what your power is. You know what the government power is. You know what, because even within cities in America, when they will tell you that, oh, this building
You have
belongs.
limitations. You know that right now.
Exactly. Everybody have their.
I know.
You know your rules.
I
You know
know.
your position.
But
Yeah.
I'm saying that, Mike. I'm saying that right now. Oh, yeah. What is type one? Like that, when you look at
Okay,
that's what they
Can I
them.
say something?
So
Can I say
No,
something?
Babati, are
Can
you
I say
saying?
something?
Are you saying?
Can I
Babati,
say something?
Triumph, hold on. Are you saying that it's wrong for a local government to be autonomous from the state? Is that what you're saying?
No. I am for it. Is my point. I am for them to be. But I'm saying that the reason that they don't want to empower them is that we talk about when the police system one. They will. By the way, rational mind. They will also have their own prison system. By the way. Because once you have your police system, you must have your own prison system to enforce your own laws, to put them, you must have county prisons, you must have state prisons. It that independence away from the state.
Okay.
No, I want to go. Our governors know fair.
Okay, let me say
I want them to
something.
be free. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but do you know that they will? Because I know my country very well. They want to politicalize it. One, and even though they want to do it, I would like their private security, the regional security that they say they want to do. They should work with the state police or with the federal police. Because here in France, rational mind can testify to this. They have that commune police. They call them police municipal. They don't have the right to arrest.
Let me save you the time. No. Hold on. Let me save you the time. How diverse is France? What is diversity of France in Nigeria?
Very diverse. More than what you go.
How many ethnic groups have in France? How many ethnic groups?
Many. They have many.
Really?
They have many. Yes. And they still live as one. They still live as one. Why can't Nigeria live as one?
We are different people now. Oh, if you go with France, that's the point. See, Nigeria, we're supposed to embrace our difference. Nigeria, we're supposed to understand we are different people.
Exactly. We have to accept that reality. It's like we are denying reality. And when you mention that, okay, we are different. They will say you are tribalist. I'm like, what is that? That's not being no. It's a reality. It's just a reality. We are just different people. Let's just accept that. And there's some things that are so obvious that Nigerians will ignore. That you say, okay, you can't just say, if you're in Nigeria, you can move around, go anywhere, do whatever you like, and think. No, there's going to be clash. You're going to leave your area where in your area, certain things that you do. Hold on, wherever a place, like let's say you come from a place where it's Christian culture and you know nothing about Islamic culture, you're going to leave that place, move to an Islamic society, and violate the Islamic rule, and they'll be offended. They may do something to you, harm you. But in Nigeria, you are just living as a citizen according to what the constitution tells you to do. You are free, do whatever you like. You can. You have, of course, the Nigerian law, for example, does not prohibit you from tearing a page of a book. There's no law that says you can't do that. But in a culture where you do that, they'll stone you to death. But Nigeria will not face this reality that this is what we are dealing with. What is at hand?
Where is where are you from? Yeah, from the where are you from, bro? If you don't mind.
Ooh.
If you don't
Yeah, from
mind.
everywhere.
No, Nisuru.
You asking me where am I from? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, in Nigeria. No, I have to make a point that if you are from a place,
From Ondo State. From Ondo State.
Ondo, if you want BSc, let's use your local government, right? For instance, right? One BSc there, you are raised there, you went to school there, you married there. If you join the police force there and you're the head of police force there, you know the training, you know the people know you. So it will be easier for you to police your own area as opposed to posting somebody from the north to come and so you see the point. So that's what I'm encouraging. Let's encourage more local
Leveraging,
policing.
leveraging. We call it leveraging.
That's where we started in the beginning. But it was that Biafran war situation. You remember when Ojukwu was controlling his region? So that gave him the opportunity to be able to form an army there and carry rebellion against the country. So after that is why they're trying to dismantle that whole people having control of their territory. That's when the idea came from, because during that time, I mean, the Nigerian they didn't want to experience that kind of situation again. So that's why they kind of dismantled that power being in the hands of the locals, the regional people. So that's but in the beginning, of course, we agreed that we all knew we're different. I mean, we're different people, and they say, okay, what's that?
So is it
We are all
wrong? Is it
one.
wrong if people
Nigeria
say
is one.
want to break away? Is it wrong?
No. We're not breaking. I'm saying that we should break. No, hold on. Triumph. We should embrace our differences, our peculiarities
Is
as
that what it means
communities.
to embrace one differences? If you feel like
No. Okay, let me give you an example.
you want to break away.
No, not break it. No, I don't want to break away. I'm saying that for policing, for instance, you are different in your area. What works for you in your area might not work for me in my area. You see my point? So that now works for you in your area. Let's find a way to legalize it. Put it on book where you can then employ people and secure your area the way you see best. Like Mike said, maybe in Mike's area they want to incorporate the locals or Awon Back or Kabis into their own security council. If that works for Mike's people in their own area, so be it. In your own area, you want to incorporate tech stuff into your stuff that works for you. So so be it. This idea that we must all go to Abuja and agree on that we must do the same thing the same way for everybody. No, that we can't keep doing that.
It doesn't make sense doing the same thing where one thing I may work in one area, we don't necessarily work in another area. So what's the point of everybody doing the same thing? It just doesn't make sense. The way of life of everyone is different. Just let the one thing Nigeria needs to come to realize is we have to redefine Nigeria. Okay, or recreate the reality, because what the British created is more for the interest of the British. So you can't keep carrying it on, because the British creation of Nigeria was more like, okay, I'm expanding the British Empire. I want to turn people in my colony to be subject of the British Kingdom, and they have to learn English, understand the British culture, and just that's why they call us Commonwealth citizens and become British. That was the goal of the British. They don't know about your culture. They didn't care about your culture. They don't care about your history, why you exist. They just were looking out for their own interest to expand their empire. That's what it is. It's not different from maybe the Yorubas now conquering invading the Benin Republic and all these other tribes, and then trying to at the end we want all of them to start speaking Yoruba, become Yoruba. That's will be our goal. We won't care about their history, where they are coming from, anything like that. So it's the same thing. So when the British did that, when they created Nigeria, the goal was, okay, we will turn all of you will learn English. Your goal is to become British. So however long it takes, we become English. That's why they will tell you don't speak your language, it's vernacular. You have to eliminate vernacular, eliminate your everything about yourself, and just learn the English way. Learn to eat like the English, learn to dress like the English, learn to become English. And the British left, but we still carrying on with the with the idea. And I'm like, this is not making sense. It's not making sense. I'm not saying Nigeria needs to end, but you have to redefine this Nigeria that you have. The British define one way, one idea for you, but That's for their own interest. But now you need to sit down and like, okay, this Nigeria, okay, where are we? Where are we coming from? And where are we trying to go? What is the goal? What is the purpose of this existence? And do we have any, what is the whole idea of Nigeria? But we never sat down to do that, man. It's just, let's just exist. And you see people just seeing each other as different and can't even be on the same page. That's why politically they can't make decisions, because when you want to do something, one region will feel like, no, this thing you're trying to do, there's no, it's not a way. So they will just
I mean, money, all this, I must be, it's my turn. Just every region should have their own prime minister with autonomy. That will save you the time. Just have your own prime minister in your own area. You can do whatever you want over there. But this idea that I must become president for my people, it's my Emilio. That will go away.
Even Tinubu going to Yoruba look.
Yeah, you don't need, if it's for his own area, you have all the powers over resources. You had the same way it was before. Now
And the funny thing, the people that usually stand up against this, everybody having their own nowadays, a lot of them are Yorubas, man. And I'm always like, and the people that really benefit the most to if you want to be, control their region will be the Yorubas. You understand? It's the Yoruba people that will benefit the most from controlling their territory, just be in charge of their region. But they will be the one to be pushing this. A lot of them will be the one advocating this. Union, this and
But
that.
no, but Mike, that's has always been the consensus position for Yoruba people, regional government. That's always been a consensus, regardless of what you think. Even the Yoruba nation people, the
Is
one
what they will
Nigeria
say,
people,
but in their action, that's not what you see.
because but I always thought that.
Okay. For example, let me give you an example now. If you go to most states in Nigeria, if you are not from there, they'll let you. You don't have that much freedom there. You can't go to the southeast now and say you just want to be living freely like that, or involved in their politics, or just they won't allow you. Or even buy land, go. They know, they'll let you know you're not from here like that. But the Yorubas, it's almost like sometimes people feel like they have more rights than you in your own territory. It's almost like you.
Well, èmi ti give up sorry ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn èmi ti give up lórí side mi mi ti ẹ̀ bá wọn lágídí mọ́ because
And
I'm
if you
serious.
stand up, if people in Yoruba land like this, they will come down. They will can you insult your king on like when my man Boba go. They started using insult the king of
They'll be
the
calling
Southeastern.
you.
And the
You will
Yorubas
see you will see a fellow Yoruba person telling you you're bigot. Oh boy, kilo so what are you? And don't defend you. So only barrel the door. So it's
when I
something.
it's my sorrow when I speak, when I challenge it, it's the Yoruba people that even fight myself. Like
No, see, don't get me wrong. You should be welcoming to everybody because it's our law. But my point is, as long as it's done in everywhere, the same way it's done in Lagos, it's done in Kano, it's done in Enugu,
exactly.
I'll be fine with it. But there's something to be this imbalance in that adjustment to the new Nigeria. I think you like that's the only issue I have.
There is too much too imbalance, man. Too imbalance.
So
Stop,
that's it.
go to other region now. Yeah, where everything's do they run the stuff, they make everything there for themselves. Go to like that's it, boy. Southwest, no, everybody knew. You just come in, just and I always wonder, make your local politics for your locals first now. Put the indigenous first now. But it's not like that anywhere in Southwest, man. It's not nothing like indigenous first. It's just everyone is equal. Which, if it's like that everywhere else, I won't mind. But it's not like that everywhere else now. It's not like that.
But it don't mind lead you. I think the security thing is inevitable. They're gonna have to go in the church at this point. The barest minimum you can do is regional or community policing. When the church is been boxed into the corner. But the other part of restructuring, to Marabawa, is resource control. That has to be on the table as well to be discussed. I
I
mean,
think was able to make those moves. You have to wait the second term because you start
it
making those
was
kind
going
of moves right now.
Aruba
Yeah, dude, you start making moves like that, man. I mean,
No, but
well,
that has to happen now.
but I don't even know. I don't even know if he has power to even do it because it's the House and the Senate that can make laws now.
No, I mean he has to make moves. Like look at the the CBN nonsense that was the men play, only to find out that way the reason he was fighting is because there is girls work in the CBN and his in-laws work in the CBN, and that's why he was fighting against them moving those kind of things. So we need to move toward. I don't know why on earth is Marine Ministry of Marine stuff in Abuja or whatever. It should be where show me one Ben. You move the NDDC ministry, move it to where it's supposed to be. Move it to South South. Move those things out of Abuja.
See, don't you think sometimes we focus more on things that are not okay? For example, that ministry now, if that ministry goes to that South South, so will it create employment there?
No. I'm saying for
Is it not the same?
logistics.
The
For
thing is this,
logistical
you know,
reasons.
Nigeria have this rule that in every ministry they will hire people from every federal agency. They have to hire people from all tribes, right? To work.
But do they actually do that?
They do it. They do it. They always.
No.
That's why when you go to any federal district and you see somebody from all over from the north there, you see people from
that person should
like
then go.
for example, if
That
you go to
person goes
Lagos,
out.
if you go to Lagos Airport now, you see people that work there. They didn't grow up in Lagos. Bunch of people from all 36 states. They bring them, they employ them equally there in our Lagos Airport. You see guy from Benue, guy from Kano, guy from. I'm like, what are y'all guys doing in Lagos? Well, we work for aviation transport. They transfer us to Lagos.
My
So
point is
now what I'm saying is
the
when we fight about they are moving the agency to this state, that state, it doesn't matter. It's the same people they will employ.
No, I'm saying, let me give you an example. When FAAN says they are spending $500 million a year on just flight tickets only back and forth, when most of your operations are in Lagos, when CBN, a department does most of their jobs in Lagos, but they have to take extra codes and get all these fees. It doesn't. So for logistics, I'm only talking about the logistics for them to maximize whatever they're doing. That's what I'm saying. If they
I
need,
understand it. I understand
but
it.
just
But
say we must all be in Abuja because it's the federal capital. Here. I don't. Doesn't make any sense to me. Move it to where
if that's what the whole country want to agree to do, you can't be one single person trying to say you want to change it now.
You see the one and you see the one and this one
Exactly. Some things will be ridiculous. Exactly. Like if they feel like, oh wow, for the sake of making everybody feel like, oh, it's fair to just put everything in the center and not let some people complain, then just let it be, man. That's what I'm thinking. Because no matter how you want to explain it, they will always look at it as you're moving into Lagos because you're from Yoruba. They will always look at it like that. So for me, if you want to change out, it's best we let someone that's not from the southwest to do it. But Tinubu should have told Buhari, like, look, move this thing to Lagos. But he didn't do that. Now you want to do it. They just tell you, you're moving to Lagos because you're from Lagos. So just save the headache. Let's keep it like that. Well, whatever it's costing, let it cost. That money is not like we change anything anyway. It was not like you change the country. So let's just leave the headache. Let them leave everything there. All their Wala in Abuja there, and So come out, swing your learn. Say the Yorubas are tribalistic, and when Nigerians start talking, they will attack all Yorubas.
Nigerians, need to doing their oh, serious, you're not ready.
To me, what Tinubu should be focusing on is he just empower. Tinubu should do something for his region. Just do something for your Southwest, I beg. If you become president, do something for your people, I beg. Jonathan should have done a lot of great things for South. Don't say because they will say, you're gonna help your people. Help your people while you're there, I beg. Take care of your. When I say your people, I don't mean like individual. I'm just saying your region. Take care of your region now. If we can't take care of your country, but if you don't have the means to take care, it's not like you become president for 8 years. Nothing is done anywhere.
But if you take care of your region, your region is still part of Nigeria, right? So it's still
Exactly.
Nigeria. Okay. It's not like it's a
To
foreign
me,
land or something.
to me, if you're a man, you enter 8 years, turn your southwest to most beautiful place in the world. The next guy enter, Ijo guy. Go and turn Ijo land to the most beautiful.
Mike, you are not fair now.
No. Do for everywhere, but do more for your
Let
region.
me
So no.
let
What
me
I'm
tell
saying is
you.
this: you
You
can't.
know some region will never get there. So how do they do for their people?
They they will move there. I thought they will move there. They will move there.
Everybody will start fighting
I
to
don't
get
want
there.
to use
Thomas,
I
You'll
don't
be
want to use them
negotiating
my
now.
mouth.
Thomas,
Some people will not get there.
Thomas,
So yeah,
Thomas.
yeah,
I need to leave. But before I leave, let me just quickly say something.
yeah. Go on. Yeah.
I don't know what our guy here in the comment section is, because I'm reading the comment section. I know sometimes you say I should we should ignore people in comment section. Then let me just address him. Well, it's up to you to to figure out where I'm from. If you say I'm from Anambra, well, so be it then. In your own imagination. And that's is it Siriki or Siriki Lopere?
Then you're from Anambra.
My people are the people that abolished the regional system. Well, what people are those who abolish the regional system, Seriki. Anyway, thank you everybody. I just need to bounce. I have
Yeah. I will shut it down to in next 10 minutes.
all right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank
Bye.
you. Yeah. See you, brother. Yeah. Yeah, Mike. We'll shut down in next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. So you know that some region will never get the president in your lifetime. So how will they do things for their people?
They
You
will
know
get.
the region. I don't want to mention it.
Yeah. They will
Babati
take
was
politics
asking
serious
the
then.
other time. Babati, Gbagbe, that region, forget about anything presidency.
No,
Forget.
politics
No,
is okay.
Babati, no way. No way.
No.
Let me say this.
The
They are
Southeast will
not
never
playing.
rule
They
Nigeria
are
until
not
they change
playing the
their
politics.
behavior, man. I
They
don't
are
see
not
them.
playing the politics. Their behavior is there. Babati, until in the southeast, the agitation die.
I
Like
don't think
10
nothing will
years.
die in this life.
There was that is it, Mike. Like 10 years, nobody talk about Biafra. Even if people mention Biafra, some people will lynch them to death. That is where Nigeria will be thinking that these people have moved on. But if they haven't moved on, some people are still Babati. Some people are still doing direct debits to Simon Ekpa for Biafra. And you say you want to become president in Nigeria, Babati, Nigeria that you know, forget it. It will be between Yoruba,
Thomas,
Hausa, Yoruba,
Thomas,
Hausa.
Thomas,
Yeah.
listen. Let me ask you something. You and Mike, do you see? Do you ever think that maybe Nnamdi Kanu would take the same deal Ojukwu took, where some way somehow he finds himself in politics, he becomes a governor, senator, and he dies down, and then he brings these people back into the national thing, the same way Ojukwu did post-war. Do you think that will ever happen?
No. What you're mistaken is this: if the guy give up the agitation, that's the days people will turn their back on him. They will never support him for anything. Nigeria
Is,
politics.
is that bad?
No.
But
Hold on.
but 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 but,
Hold on.
but,
That's the
but
same thing.
Ojukwu, but Ojukwu still became governor now.
Where governor? Where?
So in the east, I believe he was a governor in the
What
east.
are you talking about, man? The guy was losing the election, man. They were
So
they were not voting for him. These people were.
no.
They said
Wait,
listen.
wait.
They said the only thing we behind you
No.
for.
Let me clarify. I thought he was a senator and was a
No. He
governor.
was running. He didn't win. He never won. He ran for senator, he ran
Wow.
for governor, he ran for president. These people never vote for him because they say
Wow.
the only thing we need you for is to help us get Biafra. That's the only thing we want you for. The only thing you are relevant for is your move to help us get Biafra. That's it. And
So
the
if
same thing. And
if that office is
the
done.
moment the guy started doing Nigeria, they just abandoned him. These people just left him.
Wow.
Though they just use propaganda to promote him as a hero that help them fight. But apart from that,
But ni I barely want
when
it
it comes to
here.
Nigerian politics, no, they don't give him any support.
Wow.
And that's the same thing that will happen with Kanu if he
And they
abandon
can't
Biafra.
they can't rule the country then. That's what that
Exactly.
means.
The day if Kanu say he wants to start doing Nigeria, the other support followership would die, would dry
No.
quick.
My here's the thing. But it was doing Nigeria before now.
Yeah,
You
but he didn't
remember
have followership now. It was when he
okay.
started Biafra, was when everybody started jumping behind him.
Because I remember seeing a video of him in London doing the good luck protest. He was there protesting
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
It
I saw
was
the
nobody
video.
now. It was nobody. No one to care about him now. It was when he started doing Biafra that everybody started. They all started rallying behind him.
So pretty much that sect they're the one pushing the head, not the other way around. So they just need a figurehead just to
They
put you
just
up
need a
there.
figurehead. That's what it is. The only way you can become relevant in that space if you are spearheading Biafra. That's it.
Someone should go by you.
That's the only way you become relevant in that space. If you are spearheading Biafra, that's the only way they'll like you. And if you're anti-Biafra, they hate you. So forget he's not counting that people love. It's just the fact that he's pushing Biafra that they love. That's his idea. His ideology is what they love, not him. If it's him that they love, when they locked him up, they would have done something now. Now they're all abandoning him, following someone else now because it's a new guy that's spearheading it. So it's Biafra that they care about. It's not Kanu. They don't send the guy message. They don't send him.
So
Yeah,
so when it comes out, it has to be to be even more radical to get his spot back.
he has to continue that thing, man. If you abandon that thing, this guy that used to worship this guy now, who was Zurike. It Zurike was the man now. Yeah, the 2003, 2000 before Namdeka, Zurike was the hero there. Was the Nnamdi Kanu of that time. When the Nigerian government, I think they pay money to abandon the thing. When the guy abandoned the thing, who's Zurike today? They will even slap him. They will even slap the guy if we talk. They are all insulting the guy now. So that's what they want, just this thing. Well, to me, I pray Nigeria just sit down and just give them that thing, man. Just give them 5 states, give them Biafra, and just move on with our lives, man.
But they want.
No, Mike, no. Sorry to interject. Babati, Ejo.
So you maybe
One
can
thing for
join
me.
them too now.
Join Ike.
I
want peace in Nigeria. I want
Delta
peace in
Igbo.
Nigeria.
Yeah, Delta Igbo now.
I don't know how you people do it too. Even when they talk about these things, I listen to French, you understand that? When they start speaking of that, they call me Yoruba boy. They tell me that I'm a sellout. I just laugh. It's just the mindset too. You understand? Just the mindset. One thing is that everybody know my stance today. Behind the scene and in the public, I still say it out. People know me for one thing, one Nigeria. Because of I know when we are united, we are strong. It's just that many of these things are just for politics. They just politics. I don't know how to put it in English. They just do it for politics. That's it. You can see when people are talking about the security, I was just laughing. One thing is that I remember when Nigerian embassy invited me. That was a few years back. My boss, when I was working for the government, warned me I shouldn't go 2 times. Warned me I shouldn't go. That if not, I will lose my post. My brother, I sit down. I'm not gonna lie. I sit down because of then I look at the advantages, what I will learn from them, and things like that. So one thing is that I as I say every time that what we need to do today in Nigeria, we Nigerians in the diaspora, we should copy their system. Copy everything. I have many things that I copy down. Copy it. Copy the good ones, not the bad ones. So copy it. Then we all go home one day. It's only the diaspora that can make Nigeria great. It's not the politician. It's not the politician. If all the whole countries that are great today are done by the word diaspora, it is written everywhere. It's only the diaspora. Because of the way Nigeria is going now. One thing is just that people just want to spoil this administration. Sometimes I will just be on my bed. I will want to cry. I want to cry. So I just hope one thing that If I have cane, I will visit all those people making noise. Visit their door, call them out, sit them down. If you don't do it, you are gone. I'm sorry. You are gone quick. Sometimes I don't know how to put it. They're just lamenting on the internet, lamenting. I know that it's only the empty people that make noise now. The real people that hold this, so they don't use it now. They don't take the money and put it for pocket and bye. And they'll be shouting. And the people that because if I look today, according to Mr. Remy, what he said the other day, and I did the research, it was true. Understand? After we talk every time, I always do my research. I write everything you guys talk and I check it in Google. And so one thing is that the governors are the one causing the problem.
Let me take my leave, boy. Before I leave, Mike, I want Kaveh when I want to go back to the tradition. Don't
for passport.
On the Bible, Thomas, on the Bible by you. Now the Bible
only what I was able to say.
Mikey, tó bá yá gbogbo wa sì máa padà sí ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ìgbà tó bá yá.
Mike, we are winning stones. Listen, we are one Thomas over. At the back,
Pastor Thomas.
Pastor Thomas, like. But it's just wonder me that we just abandon what we have been practicing for years. But because abandon here, what can we do? We follow the trend. That is it, isn't it? Yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah, we have to go now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah. See you guys. Mike, everyone. Thank you. Yeah.
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.